Chapter 1507. Mount Leima was a famous mountain range in the west of the country of Xi. It wasn't as famous as the Sobbing Mountain Range or the Rising Dawn Mountain Range. Those two mountain ranges either had ferocious beasts or dangerous places that ordinary cultivators couldn't enter. The Mount Leima was famous because of the Imperial Thunder Sect. The Imperial Thunder Sect was an anomaly in the cultivation world of the country of Xi. There weren't many disciples in the sect, less than 30% of the disciples in the Splendid Sect, Xuanyan School, or Qiqiao Sect. However, the strength of the Imperial Thunder Sect wasn't much weaker than the three great cultivation sects of the country of Xi. The reason for this was that the cultivation techniques passed down by the Imperial Thunder Sect had very high requirements. Therefore, they were very strict when it came to accepting disciples. And it should be said that they were abnormally harsh. Of course, from the name of the Imperial Thunder Sect, it could be seen that the cultivation techniques of the Imperial Thunder Sect were of the thunder attribute. Finding suitable disciples for such a cultivation technique was probably even more difficult than finding Shang Huaming. Of course, Shang Huaming couldn't compare to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Not to mention the Mount Leima's paradise, the numerous gold core and nascent soul elders in the Imperial Thunder Sect. The Imperial Thunder Sect had many secret cultivation techniques that weren't of the thunder attribute. It was enough to throw Shang Huaming 100,000 miles away. The climate of the Mount Leima was like spring all year round. The scenery was also extremely beautiful. Flowers flourished and green grass grew like a carpet. It was truly a fairyland. However, this fairyland was different from other places. One didn't need to carefully observe the purplish-red soil and rocks beneath one's feet. It was enough to arouse one's curiosity. This wasn't the only special place in the Mount Leima. The most peculiar thing was that the Mount Leima was rarely visited by people for hundreds or even thousands of years. Thinking about the guest pavilion of the Washing Flower Sect and Xuanyan School, which one wasn't magnificent? Which one wasn't lively and extraordinary? Which one didn't have disciples specially assigned to welcome guests and interact with other sects? But looking at the Imperial Thunder Sect, halfway up the mountain, next to the purplish-red mountain path, there was a shabby pavilion. It had long been worn out by the wind and rain. There was even a plaque that almost fell off. On it, the words, "Guest Pavilion," were written majestically. Of course, these three words, one had to use 120% of one's eyesight to recognize them. Perhaps this was because the cultivators of the Imperial Thunder Sect were mostly of the lightning attribute. All of them were aloof and didn't interact much with ordinary cultivators. That was why this place was so rare. However, these were all the tranquility of the past. Now, it was completely different. At this moment, there were quite a few young cultivators on the main path leading to the Leimo Mountains. Their faces were filled with excitement and a bit of longing. They were happily making their way up the mountain. They were either in groups of 3 or 5 or by themselves. Their cultivations varied as well. The weakest were at the second layer of Qi practitioner while the strongest were at the 10th layer. However, the lower-level cultivators were very self-aware. They walked on the right side of the mountain path, while the higher-level cultivators walked on the left side of the mountain path with their heads held high. The shabby guest pavilion halfway up the mountain was even more bustling at this time. There were already quite a few handsome people who had stopped there. They stood there very obediently in an orderly manner. A handsome peak Qi practitioner with a grave and stern face stood expressionlessly in the shabby guest pavilion. He wore a purple-red Daoist robe and was wearing an expressionless face. Although the guest pavilion was shabby, because the young cultivator was standing there, it immediately gave birth to a kind of exuberant vitality. It gave birth to a kind of sharpness that made people unable to look down on it. Good heavens! This is a peak Qi practitioner with half a foot in the Foundation establishment realm. He was actually sent here by the Imperial Thunder Sect to receive guests. This guest pavilion is probably the most shabbiest, and one that no one dares to look down on. Of all the guest pavilions I have ever seen, I'm afraid? Think about the Xuanyan School's guest pavilion, its oppressive wealth. Then think about the Huanhua Sect's guest pavilion, it's full of grandeur. However, who would dare to treat this small pavilion as a guest pavilion? This Imperial Thunder sect is truly domineering. In front of the guest pavilion, the cultivators quietly stood there. Each of them had their own thoughts and expressions, but without exception, they were all respectful. Why hasn't he come yet after so long? The handsome cultivator standing there quietly frowned. His figure suddenly moved. Everyone's vision blurred slightly. The cultivator had already appeared in front of the guest pavilion. He turned his head to look at the Mo mountains in the distance. The cultivator rubbed his hands together and an arc of lightning appeared between his fingers. Then, he flicked his fingers and the arc of lightning suddenly flew away, flying into the distance. Lightning sound transmission? One of the cultivators in the crowd cried out in a low voice. What? This is lightning sound transmission? A sound transmission technique 10 times faster than the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman? Another few people cried out in a low voice. Silence! The handsome cultivator swept a glance at them and scolded. It's only an insignificant sound transmission technique. What's there to be shocked about? Wait until you enter my Imperial Thunder sect. There are many more high-level magic techniques than this. Yes, this disciple understands. A few tactful cultivators immediately bowed and saluted. The rest of the crowd came to their senses and regretted that they didn't immediately salute and speak to this senior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect. At this moment, a slight sound of thunder came from above the Mo mountains. A black dot flew from high up in the sky. It seemed to be moving very slowly, but in fact, it was flying very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the black dot turned into a huge flying boat. This flying boat was purple-red in color and was surrounded by tiny lightning bolts. Several children jumped off the boat. They were all in the 8th layer of Qi refining. They bounced in front of the young cultivator and bowed. This disciple greets senior brother Qinluo. Get up. Why are you so slow? Qinluo waved his sleeves and said, It's just sending a few hundred cultivators up. How much trouble can it take? One of the children laughed and said, Senior brother Qinluo, my Imperial Thunder sect hasn't been this lively for a long time. Many senior brothers and senior uncles have come out of seclusion. Those cultivators were surrounded by them before they could even get off the thunderboat. This disciple status is low, so we didn't dare to say anything. We could only wait for them to leave before we dared to send those cultivators off the thunderboat. It's too late. These old bastards. Senior Uncle Qian's whereabouts are unknown, but they aren't in a hurry to find him. Why did they come out for a few ordinary cultivators? Didn't they just want to find a disciple? Our Imperial Thunder sect's cultivation technique is very strict. It's good to have one in 10,000 disciples. The sect master hasn't even said anything yet. Look for an end. Qinluo said angrily. That's right. Those martial uncles have been searching for a long time, but they all shook their heads and got off the thunderboat while cursing. Disciples? The children were all talking at the same time. They don't know that disciples have been busy for several days. Just driving the thunderboat consumed a lot of magic power. Okay, you guys talk too much. This senior brother doesn't care. If you want to cry, find the senior uncles in Imperial Thunder sect. Qinluo waved his hand and said. The group of children pouted and looked at each other. They felt very bored. You guys work harder. Once these few days are over, I'll talk to your senior brother general, that should be fine. Qinluo said angrily. Thank you senior brother Kansas. The children were all happy. They turned around and rushed to the waiting cultivators. They shouted, hurry up. Our Imperial Thunder sect's gate is already open to you. Let's see if you have any luck. The cultivators looked at the children who were about the same cultivation level as them and looked at each other. They obediently followed the instructions of the children and flew onto the thunder boat one by one. When the thunder boat was full, the children bowed to Qinluo and bid farewell. They then drove the thunder boat to fly up the Thunder Mo mountain range. After the thunder boat flew away, Qinluo sighed and turned to look at the scorching sun in the sky. He then looked into the distance and coldly said to himself, The 3 major sects of cultivation are really hateful. Not only did they stop my senior uncle Qinghua, they even stopped my Imperial Thunder sect from recruiting disciples. I would have already killed my way down the mountain. Who let you be so arrogant? Sure enough, a few hundred miles to the east of the Thunder Mo mountain range, a group of cultivators around the 5th level of Qi refining were flying together. They were flying in the air. A cultivator with a delicate face said with a smile, "Brother Mo, this time the Imperial Thunder Sect is recruiting disciples. We all have a chance. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm dreaming." Next to him, a cultivator who looked very mature and had a face full of hardships nodded. That's right. The Imperial Thunder Sect's recruitment is famous in the entire country of Qi for being harsh. If you don't have a 10th level of Qi refining, a constitution of thunder, fire, or other rare constitutions, they'll never take a look at you. Who would have thought that this year, there would be a change? Cultivators of all attributes and all levels of cultivation, no matter if they are male or female, can participate in the selection. This kind of opportunity has never been seen in thousands of years. Shoo! Another male cultivator heard this and looked around. He whispered mysteriously, "I have heard some rumors about the Imperial Thunder Sect's recruitment this time." Is that so? Senior Brother Mo's face was full of curiosity. He whispered, "Could it be that it's tailor-made for another cultivator? Or is there some other secret?" The disciple in front immediately dismissed him. He waved his hand and said, "What kind of sect is the Imperial Thunder Sect? Why would they do such a dirty thing?" Brother Zhang is right. There's nothing dirty about it. Brother Zheng smiled. Actually, this year's recruitment was supposed to be held 2 years ago. I heard from a reliable source that the lowest level of cultivation is the 8th level of Qi refining. At that time, I was very depressed. But who would have thought that the recruitment that year would end without any results? A good friend of mine. You all know her too. She's the young miss of the Misty Mountain. She originally signed up, but in the end, she didn't make it. That's why I heard from her that the Imperial Thunder Sect was recruiting disciples this year. That's why I hurriedly informed my friends. As he spoke, a cold and gloomy divine sense swept over them and locked onto them. Chapter 1508. These Qi condensation stage cultivators were naturally unable to detect the spiritual will. However, a wave of suppressive aura came from afar, pressing down on them like a mountain. Foundation Establishment Senior? All the cultivators felt their limbs go limp under the pressure and almost fell from the sky. Fortunately, the Foundation Establishment cultivator didn't seem to have any ill intentions. They were barely able to remain standing in the air and respectfully bowed as they waited for the cultivator to appear. Not long after, an early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator slowly walked over. It was Qiayu from the Xianghua sect who chased after Xiaohua. Qiayu's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. Seeing the embarrassed state of the cultivators, he didn't withdraw his pressure. Instead, he walked in front of them and scanned them with his divine sense. He said to a 5th-stage Qi refinement cultivator, "Who are you? Where did you come from? Where are you going?" Brother Zheng stuttered, "Junior, Zheng Mian of the Qi Mountains Zheng family is going to the Imperial Thunder Sect, to become a disciple, to learn." With your cultivation, you want to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? Qiayu sneered and scanned Zheng Mian with his divine sense. He then disappointedly asked another, "What about you?" Junior is from the Qingquan's Mo family. Also going to the Imperial Thunder Sect? Mo Mei? Your name is really nice. Qiayu almost laughed out loud. Mo Mei didn't dare to correct him and only shrunk her neck back, looking very timidly at Qiayu. At this moment, Qiayu suddenly turned his head and looked at the other 5th-stage Qi refining cultivator surnamed Zhan. Qiayu didn't say anything and suddenly reached out with his hand. That cultivator surnamed Zhan's body flew up following Qiayu's hand gesture. He simply didn't have the strength to fight back as Qiayu grabbed his neck. "Senior, save me." Cultivator Zhan's face turned red from Qiayu's grip. His 2 legs kicked in the air from time to time. At the same time, his 2 hands tightly grabbed Qiayu's hand and shook it with all his strength. Unfortunately, Qiayu's hand was like cast iron and didn't move. Mo Mei, Jing Mian, and the others were shocked. They stood there at a loss, not knowing what to do. Then, Jing Mian suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly bowed. "Senior, please spare our lives. Senior, please spare our lives. We are willing to give Senior everything in our storage bags." "That's right, we're all willing." Mo Mei and the others also came to their senses and hurriedly opened their storage bags. "Bullshit." With a shake of Chieyu's hand, Cultivator Zhan was thrown onto Zheng Mian's body. Zheng Mian hurriedly caught Cultivator Zhan. "Does I look like a robber?" Chieyu sneered, but this sneer concealed his deep disappointment. "Scram." Chieyu berated again. Yes, Junior will scram right now." Mo Mei and the others were still in a daze when Jing Mian pulled them over, bowed deeply, and then flew away. Only after these people left did Chieyu let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at their backs, he said to himself, "Xiao Hua, this bastard, where the hell did he hide?" Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect have been searching for who knows how long, but why can't they find even a trace of him? He couldn't have escaped thousands of miles away that day. If the Imperial Thunder Sect's elders took Xiaohua away, why didn't the Imperial Thunder Sect retaliate against my Shanghua sect? Why would they lower their requirements to recruit disciples? Isn't this clearly showing that this opportunity was given to Xiaohua to climb the mountain? It's already been several days. I met who knows how many fifth-layer qi refining cultivators. Every one of them was like a mouse seeing a cat when they saw I don't even need to look at their faces to know that it definitely isn't Xiaohua. How could Xiaohua be so afraid of I? While Chieyu was thinking, not far from him, there was a somewhat familiar figure hurriedly flying towards the Imperial Thunder Sect. "Xiaohua." Chieyu's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he swept his divine sense. However, when his divine sense swept over that cultivator, Chieyu frowned with a puzzled expression. "Stuff." Chieyu shouted and released his pressure at the same time. "Oh, Senior, do." That cultivator, who wasn't very tall, immediately trembled in the air. He bowed and respectfully looked at Chieyu. "Who are you? Where did you come from and where are you going?" Chieyu didn't relax his pressure at all and asked coldly. "Junior, Yun Jiechong from the Su Yenyun clan. I was ordered by my clan to go to the Imperial Thunder Sect to become a disciple." That cultivator replied very naturally. "Su Yenyun clan?" Chieyu blinked and said in a low voice, "I and the Yun clan are very close." "How? I've never heard of your name before." Senior, please bestow a name. Junior travels less and can't compare to my brother Yun Jiechong. I presume Senior knows my brother's name?" That cultivator quickly said, "I am Shanghua Sect's disciple Chieyu." Chieyu said, "I heard Xuanyan School's disciples tell I that your brother just entered Xuanyan School with a 10th layer qi refining cultivation. Congratulations." "Xuanyan School?" That cultivator was stunned and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Senior Chia, please know that Yun Jiechong is Junior's clan brother. He only has a 9th layer qi refining cultivation. Junior isn't from the main branch and can't compare to my clan brother. Also, my clan brother didn't enter Xuanyan School but Huanhua sect." "Xiaohua." Chieyu suddenly looked at that cultivator and called out. That cultivator didn't have any reaction and looked at Chieyu with some surprise. Then he looked around and said in a low voice, "Senior, this is... Oh, it's nothing." Chieyu said with a smile, "That's right, your clan brother only entered Huanhua sect when he was at the 9th layer qi refining stage. You're at the middle stage of the 7th layer qi refining stage. How can you enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? Are you confident?" That cultivator smiled bitterly. "I also don't think I'm confident. However, the clan head thinks it's just an opportunity. Maybe this is Junior's opportunity. That's why he asked Junior to come." "That's right. Do you want to enter my Shanghua sect?" Chieyu said with a smile. Really?" That cultivator's face was filled with pleasant surprise. He seemed to be enlightened and was about to kowtow and call Chieyu master. Who would have thought that just as he was about to kneel down, a huge force would bind him firmly, causing him to be unable to move at all. Mas. That cultivator didn't even have time to say the word, master, before his mouth was filled with wind and he couldn't say a single word. Qiayu had already flown away and said while flying, "My Xianxia sect's disciples are all at the 10th layer qi refining stage. You still need to cultivate for a few more years. This old man still has things to do. You should go to the Imperial Thunder sect." Senior. That cultivator's face was filled with disappointment. He chased after Qiayu for a while before resentfully stopping. Then he reluctantly flew towards Lei Mo mountain range. While flying, he glanced back several times, appearing extremely reluctant to part. Only after flying for several dozen li did that cultivator lower his head. He coldly snorted and said in a low voice, "Qiayu, oh Qiayu, you want to play tricks with me? When I was at the 5th layer qi refining stage, I wasn't afraid of you. Now that I'm at the 10th layer qi refining stage, flying to Lei Mo mountain range from right in front of your eyes is as easy as blowing off dust. Why would I be afraid of you?" Soon after, the cultivator's height slowly increased, and his very handsome face also slowly changed. In the end, he actually turned into Xiaohua's appearance. Moreover, Xiaohua's cultivation also increased bit by bit, all the way until he reached the 10th level of qi refining before stopping. That's right, this cultivator was Xiaohua, the Xiaohua who just came out of seclusion underground. In the past 2 years, Xiaohua didn't take a single step out of his seclusion place. On one hand, he was afraid of being found by the Xianghua sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect. On the other hand, this was a rare opportunity for him to cultivate. Not only did he have the heavenly law embodiment technique, he also had the fire marrow flame crystal in his meridians. In these 2 years, Xiaohua actually inconceivably cultivated from the middle of the 5th layer qi refining stage all the way to the middle of the 10th layer qi refining stage. Moreover, there was still a very small amount of fire marrow flame crystal in his meridians that hadn't been refined yet. If he could completely refine it, he could directly reach the 11th layer qi refining stage. Xiaohua naturally wanted to continue cultivating, but he had no choice but to come out of seclusion. This was because the restriction placed by Qian Qinghua in his meridians had already loosened. Qian Qinghua was also amazing. The restriction placed on the clear flower pill's medicinal power was also genuine. This restriction actually didn't loosen at all under the fire marrow flame crystal's flame and the dragon transformation art's circulation. Only when Qian Qinghua's 2-year deadline was approaching did the restriction slowly start to loosen. After seeing the fire marrow flame crystal's fire attribute spiritual energy and thinking about Qian Qinghua's words, Xiaohua didn't doubt that if the clear flower pill's medicinal power was completely released, his meridians wouldn't be able to withstand it. One had to know that Qian Qinghua's restriction was undamaged by the flame. With such a powerful restriction protecting the clear flower pill's medicinal power, how could the medicinal power be simple? Of course, the fire marrow flame crystal was an ancient cultivation item. Perhaps the clear flower pill couldn't compare. However, only 10% of the fire marrow flame crystal's fire attribute spiritual energy was used by Xiaohua. The rest was divided equally between Xiaohua's body, meridians, and bones. Thinking about the possibility of his meridians exploding and dying, Xiaohua trembled with fear and didn't hesitate to come out of seclusion. The news of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciple recruitment had spread throughout the entire country of Xi. Xiaohua only found out about it in the tea houses and wine shops very easily. If Qiayu could guess it, how could Xiaohua not know? This opportunity was definitely created for him. Since the Imperial Thunder sect did this, they must have their own difficulties. In other words, Qianhua sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect would set up a defensive line around the Imperial Thunder sect's mountain gate to prevent him from entering the Mount Leima. However, Xiaohua naturally had his own methods. In these 2 years, whether it was Kai Zhuoxia's stealing the sky or the corresponding crossing the sea by deceiving the heavens, Xiaohua was extremely familiar with them. Now, not only could he change the appearance of his face, he could also barely shorten his height. With only cultivation, it was even simpler. Xiaohua didn't need to reduce his cultivation too much. Just the late stage of the 7th level of qi refining was enough to make Qiayu think that he was Xiaohua. After all, Using 2 years to go from the middle stage of the 5th level of qi refining to the late stage of the 7th level of qi refining was already inconceivable for a rogue cultivator. As for why Xiaohua didn't use his original cultivation at the late stage of the 10th level of qi refining, was there even a need to say it? Qiayu had heard of the 9th level of qi refining, so how could a random 10th level qi refining cultivator come out of nowhere? Chapter 1509. Meanwhile, Xiaohua was slowly flying towards Leima mountain range. While flying, he was slowly recovering his cultivation and slowly changing his face back to his original appearance. Seeing that Leima mountain range was already in front of him, Xiaohua naturally saw the difference in the location of Imperial Thunder School. My goodness, why is the color of Leima mountain range purplish red? It's actually similar to Flame Forest Marsh's fiery red color. Could it be that there's also underground magma under Leima mountain range? But Leima mountain range's climate is mild, flowers and plants are everywhere, and green trees provide shade. It's not comparable to Flame Forest Marsh's Zhuozhuotong mountain. Mother? While Xiaohua was secretly pondering, Xiao Huang's voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Xiao Huang, how are you these days? Xiao Hua was now accustomed to speaking to Xiao Huang attentively. Hearing Xiao Huang's voice, his face showed surprise and asked. 2 years ago, Goldie was already on the verge of death, but it was also strange. Ever since Xiao Hua sent Goldie into the space, under the illumination of the reverse light, not only did Goldie not die as the Empress expected, but it also gradually recovered its vitality. Of course, this kind of recovery was very slow. In these 2 years, Xiao Huang was only able to preserve his life. If he wanted to return to his previous speed, it was still too far away. Mother. Very good. It's really warm. Xiao Huang was somewhat gasping for breath. He couldn't even speak clearly. However, his tone was filled with endless joy. It seemed that as long as he was together with Xiaohua, it was the happiest thing in the world. And your body is still weak. You should cultivate first. Xiaohua said with heartache. Yes, mother. Xiao Huang was very obedient. He lay on his back and as if he was basking in the sun, he instinctively breathed in reverse light. Right, mother? Little Black. Did you find it? Xiao Huang suddenly asked. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said awkwardly, No. Not yet. Xiao Huang was like a child. He had incomparable trust in his mother. He only felt that his mother was the greatest person in this world. If Xiao Hua said there was no, then there was no. He also believed that his mother must be painstakingly searching for it. Xiao Huang, it's not that mother doesn't want to look for its mother. I can't remember what Little Black is. Could it be a little black sable like you? Xiao Hua was speechless. Although Goldie's life was saved, it needed time to recover. Moreover, Goldie was only a little beast. It only knew that Little Black was Little Black, but it couldn't say what Little Black was. Xiaohua even tried to ask Goldie about his past. Unfortunately, Goldie was involved in Xiaohua's past and knew many things about Xiaohua. But Goldie couldn't express it. I can only assume that Little Yellow is a taciturn person. Xiaohua thought and raised his left hand. Looking at the crack in his left hand, he thought, Good, Little Yellow's forehead has an eye. Could it be that this young master's left hand also has an eye? But why? Was Little Yellow able to open his eyes, but yours truly couldn't even feel anything at all? What's the use of having an eye on your hand? However, this young master's past experience. I'm really looking forward to it. Xiaohua's eyes looked at the Lei Mo mountain range in front of him. Indeed, in 2 years, from the 5th level of qi refining, no, it should be from the middle of the 4th level of qi refining all the way to the late of the 10th level of qi refining. This kind of thing should be extremely rare in the cultivation world. According to common sense, from the 4th level of qi refining to the 10th level of qi refining, it should take close to 30 years. Even if it was a peerless talent, such as Li Zongbao, it would still take close to 10 years of hard work. How could it be heard that someone could achieve it in 2 years? Especially 2 years ago, he was still an 18-years-old loose cultivator? Kai Zhuixia said that there were bottlenecks in the middle of every level. I didn't encounter any of them. It seems that this can only happen when one's level is high enough and their magic power is insufficient. In that case, I was already at the peak of qi refining before? But that so-called empress, didn't she say that she also didn't find any abnormalities in I? She's a cultivator with great magical powers. Come to think of it. Thinking of this, Xiaohua frowned again. That heavenly law's embodiment technique seems to have some problems. This technique is admittedly a genuine qi refining technique, but the essence seems to be leaning towards body cultivation. Moreover, in some key areas, there are traces of blood shadow technique from time to time. If it wasn't for this young master being proficient in the blood shadow technique, this young master would really have fallen for it. Could it be that mysterious cultivator who wanted to obtain the mother-child spirit fruit is someone from the devil realm? It's extremely possible. Didn't the Forsaken Heaven sect have 3 initiators? Qing Fengmin and Luo Jiasen are 2, then what about the third person? If it wasn't that little blood shadow on the Thousandjiang Peak, then it must be someone else. You actually took this young master's spirit fruit and even plotted against this young master. If this young master has the chance in the future, this young master will definitely make you suffer a little. Forget it. The higher my cultivation, the more certain this young master will be to take revenge on the 100 Herbs Gate. Damn it, Jiang Jiantong, just you wait. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of severity. Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua was venting his anger, someone behind him suddenly cried out in surprise. When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He didn't dare to look back and urged his flight technique to flee towards the Thunder Mo mountain range. However, that person continued to say, "Oh, sorry, fellow Daoist. I recognized the wrong person." Xiaohua stared blankly, inwardly saying, "This voice seems very familiar. Is it a female cultivator that this young master knows?" Shue. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Before he turned his head, he recalled the set of magic tools that Ling Jingyi maliciously gave him in the space. "Fellow Daoist Shue, long time no see. How are you now?" Xiaohua turned his head and asked very warmly with a smile on his face. "Ah? Xiaohua." Shue's shock was even greater than before. Previously, she only felt that Xiaohua's tall and thin figure was somewhat familiar. However, when she saw that Xiaohua's cultivation was at the 10th layer of qi refining, she immediately realized that she recognized the wrong person. However, now that she really saw Xiaohua turn around, she confirmed that this late-stage 10th layer qi refining cultivator was really the same Xiaohua who was at the 4th layer of qi refining. Her eyes were wide open. One hand covered her cherry lips while the other hand was slightly raised and placed on her towering and violently shaking chest. "What? We haven't seen each other for only 2 years and fellow Daoist Shue has already forgotten I?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes as if he was looking at Shue's shocked face. He also seemed to be looking at Shue's snow-white chest and asked with interest. No. Shue realized her rudeness. She took a deep breath, bit her lips, and bowed respectfully. "How could I forget fellow Daoist Xiao? Didn't I just greet fellow Daoist Xiao from afar?" That's good." Xiaohua looked at Shue, who was still at the 8th level of qi refining, and said with a nod, "Fellow Daoist Shue, since you've come here, do you also want to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect?" "Of course." Shue took a deep breath again, and a trace of strangeness flashed through her eyes. She said with a smile, "Those who came to the Imperial Thunder Sect these past few days, other than to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect and learn martial arts, what else can they do?" Xiaohua nodded noncommittally. "Fellow Daoist Xiao." Shue hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Previously, my Misty Mountain. If there was anything we did wrong, I hope fellow Daoist Xiao can forgive us." "Fellow Daoist Shue, what do you mean?" Xiaohua's eyes turned and he said with a smile, When I's cultivation fell, fellow Daoist Shui helped me. Now that I's cultivation has completely recovered, fellow Daoist Shui also contributed. I don't even have enough time to thank you, so how can I forgive you? This. Shui Shui's face was a bit unnatural as she said in a low voice, I was talking about Misty Mountain. Haha, so fellow Daoist Shui was talking about your uncle. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Senior Ling thought highly of me and gave me a fake magic tool refined by the Misty Mountain, so of course I am grateful. What's there to forgive? Shui sighed and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, with your cultivation, you really hid it from I a few days ago. If my Misty Mountain has done anything inappropriate, I hope that fellow Daoist Xiao can take into account the fact that you and this poor Daoist are connected by incense and incense. Forgive us. Fellow Daoist Shui's words are getting more and more outrageous. I am really confused. Xiaohua pretended not to know. It's nothing. Shui raised her head and said with a smile, with fellow Daoist Xiao's cultivation, you definitely have a deep background. Moreover, you came to Sky Thunder Peak this time with full confidence, so the identity of a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect? I'm afraid you can't run away. I will greet fellow Daoist Xiao in advance. If fellow Daoist Xiao becomes a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect in the future, it will be too late to talk. Xiao Huan naturally understood what Shui was talking about, but he had already made up his mind not to return the magic tool, so how could he admit it? However, after hearing Shui's words, his heart was moved. He came to the Thunder Mountain range with the intention of returning the bead to the Imperial Thunder Sect, and then asked the seniors of the Imperial Thunder Sect to refine the medicinal efficacy of the clear flower pill. He never thought about joining the Imperial Thunder Sect. At this time, he couldn't help but think, that's right, this young master is originally a loose cultivator. I've already cultivated the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique to the 10th layer of the Qi refining realm. With 2 more layers, the remaining flame in my meridians and the medicinal efficacy of the clear flower pill will be enough to cultivate to the peak of the Qi refining realm. At that time, wouldn't this young master have no more techniques to cultivate? Joining the Imperial Thunder Sect is actually a good path. Fellow Daoist Xiao? Seeing Xiaohua deep in thought, Shui was a little nervous. She looked around and saw many cultivators rushing over and called out. Xiaohua raised his head and said with a smile, some things are not good to be too obvious. I don't think I'm a meddlesome person, and I presume Senior Ling is also like this. To some things, Senior Ling can forget, and fellow Daoist Shui can never mention it again, I think. That would be the best. Chapter 1510. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Shui's heart calmed down. She stared deeply at Xiaohua and cupped her hands. Fellow Daoist Xiao is so broad-minded, I really admire you. Is that so? Xiaohua smiled. Why didn't I feel it myself? Shui didn't know that Xiaohua had already understood Ling Jingyi's thoughts. She was just afraid that Xiaohua would pursue this matter in the future, so she apologized first to pave the way. As for the specific reason, she wouldn't be stupid enough to say it now. So she smiled and said, when I saw fellow Daoist Xiao that day, I felt that fellow Daoist was unusual. I always felt that fellow Daoist's temperament didn't match fellow Daoist's cultivation. Now it seems that's the case. Xiaohua laughed, looked up at the sky, and said with a smile, today is probably the last day of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple recruitment. Let's go up the mountain quickly, don't delay the time. Shui nodded and looked around again. Just a moment ago, it was still a bit lively, but now it was already the last moment. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. Shui waved her hand and said, flying on Sky Thunder Peak is not allowed, we have to walk. Okay, fellow Daoist Shui, please. Xiaohua smiled and descended with Shui, following a few cultivators who were in a hurry up the Sky Thunder Peak. At this time, the sun had already set. In front of the Imperial Thunder Sect's guest pavilion, the handsome Imperial Thunder Sect disciple Kenluo was still standing with his hands behind his back. However, at this time, he was squinting his eyes and looking at the red sun that was about to fall on the Thunder Mountain range in the west. The red light of the setting sun shone on his handsome face, making him look even more spirited. Xiaohua came to the guest pavilion at this moment. Just like the others, Xiaohua was also rather surprised when he saw the shabby state of the Imperial Thunder Sect's guest pavilion. However, he immediately understood something. A mountain is not high, but it has an immortal, a water is not deep, but it has a dragon. Compared to absolute strength, all the decorations, all the prosperity, were insignificant. Therefore, although Huanhua sect was famous and had many disciples, compared to the Imperial Thunder sect, it was still a lot worse. Rinsing Flower sect. Xiaohua thought to himself. He wondered if Fairy Hong Xia had already joined the Rinsing Flower sect. Fellow Daoist Xiao? Xue stood at the side and whispered, "Let's stand over there." Xiaohua stared blankly. Following Xue's finger, he saw more than a dozen cultivators in the 8th layer of aura refining and above standing far away from the guest pavilion. Around him were several dozen cultivators in the 4th or 5th layer of aura refining. There were even a few in the 2nd layer of aura refining. These cultivators had some reverence in their eyes. Standing next to Xiaohua and Xue, they were very reserved. Damn it. I accidentally became a high-level cultivator too. Xiaohua doesn't have the awareness of a high-level cultivator. He smacks his lips and walks towards those 8th layer aura refining cultivators. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Xiaohua chuckles as he walks over and greets those cultivators. Unexpectedly, those cultivators are also somewhat afraid. They only cupped their hands and saluted but didn't say anything to Xiaohua, making him feel very bored. Seeing Xiaohua's somewhat gloomy expression, Xue chuckles and says, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, all the high-level cultivators have already come here a few days ago. Fellow Daoist is about to reach the 11th layer of aura refining. You're the bane of these 8th and 9th layer aura refining cultivators. Think about it, the Imperial Thunder sect has a limited number of disciples. You're their strongest opponent, so why wouldn't they avoid you?" Oh, Xiaohua touches his nose and nods, saying, "I still can't get used to it." His words are a bit vague, so Xue doesn't ask much. Like the other cultivators, she stands quietly and waits for the Imperial Thunder sect's disciple to make arrangements. Xiaohua's thoughts are naturally somewhat different from theirs. He looks at Kenluo, thinks for a moment and walks over. "Fellow Daoist Xiao." Xue hurriedly calls out in a low voice. Xiaohua turns his head and slightly nods at her, but his footsteps don't stop. However, before Xiaohua can approach Kenluo, an invisible force blocks Xiaohua in front of him, preventing him from approaching. "If there's nothing else, stay there first." Just as Xiaohua wants to speak, he hears Kenluo say coldly, "Although your cultivation is the highest here, but you still don't have the qualifications to talk to me. If you want to take advantage of I here, you'd better save your effort." Xiaohua opens his mouth, not knowing what to say. "If I were you, I'd obediently stand there and wait. Today is the last day of the disciple recruitment. You just have to endure for another hour, and my Imperial Thunder sect's disciple will come to take you up the mountain. If you continue to be noisy, be careful I don't kick you out of the mountain." Kenluo doesn't use sound transmission to say these words. Instead, he clearly says them. Everyone in the surroundings of the guest pavilion can hear it. Everyone's gazes are a bit gloating, a bit mocking, and a bit sympathetic. These words make Xiaohua blush. He flings his sleeves and turns around. He doesn't say a word and just stands there quietly. Kenluo is very annoyed. Since the Imperial Thunder sect announced the start of the disciple recruitment, today is already the 5th day. In these 5 days, who knows how many extremely discerning cultivators have shown off in front of him. He originally thought that these people would have some kind of relationship with Chen Xinghua, but after interacting with them for a long time, it turns out that they are all flatterers. They are far from what he imagined, so later on, he has to deal with them half coldly and half passionately. And now, it is already the last moment, and the Imperial Thunder sect still hasn't obtained the information they want. How can Kenluo not be annoyed? Seeing Xiaohua come forward, he immediately stops him. After saying some cold words, he sends his divine sense down the mountain. He wants to see if there are any more cultivators on the gradually desolate mountain path. Alas, I can't blame Ken Luo, and I can't blame Xiaohua either. Because those who can think of showing off in front of Ken Luo are all 10th layer aura refining cultivators, even 11th layer aura refining cultivators. They are all people who have the possibility of winning the disciple selection. Only these people have some lively thoughts, and only these people think they are qualified to speak a few more words with the Imperial Thunder School's disciples. And Xiaohua just happens to be the same as these disciples. Seeing that dusk is coming, Ken Luo sighs softly. His gaze swept over the group of low-level cultivators again. He stretches out his hand, but before he can use thunder sound transmission, he hears a buzzing sound in the air. It is the sound of the thunderbolt flying over. When the thunderbolt lands, Ken Luo waves his hand and yells, "Everyone get on." Then he takes the lead and flies to the front of the thunderbolt. Good heavens, this flying boat isn't just ordinarily cool. Xiaohua flies onto the thunderbolt while looking at the flickering lightning around the boat with envy. Hee, fellow Daoist Xiao, this thunderbolt is unique to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Don't be fooled by its size, its flying speed is absolutely first class. Only the 7 possibilities sect's flowing cloud flying boat can compete with this thunderbolt. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart is moved. He says with a smile, "I've heard that the Imperial Thunder Sect's thunder escape technique is world famous. Is this thunderbolt also born from the thunder escape technique?" At this moment, Shui and Xiaohua have already landed on the thunderboat. The thunderboat is empty, with only a few dozen people standing on it. In the center of the thunderboat is a protrusion of about 10 feet. This protrusion is a depression. In the depression, there is a faint blue magic formation. At this moment, it is faintly shining. Occasionally, there are small arcs of lightning flying out from it. Around this protrusion, there are more than 10 children around the age of 10. Their faces are somewhat tired and they are scattered around. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Shui points with her finger and says in a low voice, "The Imperial Thunder Sect's thunder escape technique is their secret technique. Ordinary people can't see it. As for whether this thunderboat is born from the thunder escape technique, I don't know. However, Misty Mountain and a cultivator from the Imperial Thunder Sect have some old ties. I have also heard about this thunderboat before. Fellow Daoist, do you see the depression in the thunderboat?" Shui says in a low voice. "Yes, I see it." Xiaohua nods and says, "That is probably the driving formation of the thunderboat, right?" "Yes, fellow Daoist Xiao is right." Shui gives a thumbs up and says in a low voice, "However, the driving formation of the Imperial Thunder Sect is different from others. This driving formation is a lightning pool." Lightning pool? Xiaohua is shocked. He looks at the magic formation in disbelief and asks, "Is that lightning inside?" "I only said that the driving formation is a lightning pool. I didn't say that this is a lightning pool." Shui says with a smile, "The lightning pool on this thunderboat is the simplest one. I'm afraid that it is driven by lightning spirit stones. It can only be used for flying, so it can't be considered a real lightning pool." Then she lowers her voice and says mysteriously, "It is said that there is a real lightning pool in the Thunder Sect's Thunder Mo Mountains. It provides spiritual power for all the magic formations and restrictions of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This is exactly because of the lightning pool. In every generation of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, there are always a few outstanding ones. They can almost beat the outstanding disciples of the 3 major sects." Speaking of the lightning pool, Xiaohuan naturally thinks of the bead that Qian Qinghua asked him to bring. That bead might be called the lightning bead. Maybe it is in the lightning pool. While Xiaohua and Shui are talking, all the cultivators have come up. A slightly older boy comes up to report to Ken Luo. Ken Luo releases his spiritual sense and scans the bottom of the mountain for the last time. Then he waves his hand and says, "Let's go. There are no more cultivators at the bottom of the mountain." "Yes, senior brother Ken Luo." The boy bows and returns. With an order, 8 out of the 10 boys stand up and stand around the lightning pool. Then, one of the disciples makes a hand sign and hits a corner of the lightning pool with spiritual power. Then, the other 7 disciples also make different hand signs, but they hit different places. Wang, as the hand signs are hit, the lightning pool actually becomes dull and the blue lightning inside gradually increases. As the Wang sound becomes louder, the thunderbolt slowly rises. When it is in the air, it immediately turns around and flies in the direction of Sky Thunder Peak like lightning. Chapter 1511. Xianxia Sect's Xianxia Mountain had a towering mountain range surrounded by many other mountains. There were countless exotic flowers and grasses on this mountain peak, and all kinds of rare birds and beasts were leisurely strolling around the foothills. Many auspicious clouds were like brocades that covered many parts of the mountain range, making it seem boundless and ethereal. Occasionally, a flying crane would appear, making the mountain peak seem like a fairyland. This mountain range was Xianxia Sect's main peak, Gold Mountain Range. Under the cover of the auspicious clouds, there were many majestic palaces scattered all over the mountain range. At the highest point, where the auspicious clouds were the densest, there was a majestic palace. It was the Wild Goose Spirit Palace of Xianxia Cult. At this time, on the high platform of Yanling Palace, Fairy Yingzhua's face was as cold as ice. She sat on a gorgeous warm jade chair, and her eyes were like lightning, coldly looking below the high platform. Below the high platform, there were more than 10 cultivators sitting majestically. They all looked down as if they were meditating. Elder Yi Xian about the Thunder Pearl, is there still no progress? Fairy Yingzhua looked below the platform for a long time, sighed softly, and asked coldly. A thin young man with a Midyuanian cultivation raised his face slightly, moved his body, and cupped his hands. Yes, I will let you know about the Thunder Pearl. My Xianxia sect knew about it too late. Xianghua sect got it first, but it was taken by Imperial Thunder sect's Qianqinghua. I know all of this. 2 years have passed. Where is Qianqinghua? Where is the Thunder Pearl? Just because I didn't ask doesn't mean I don't care about it. Fairy Yingzhua sneered. Don't you know what the Thunder Pearl is? If Imperial Thunder Sect gets it, I'm afraid there will be some twists and turns, right? Elder Yi Xian smiled apologetically. Of course I know, otherwise my Xianxia sect wouldn't have intervened. But there is no news of Qianqinghua, and the whereabouts of the Thunder Pearl are unknown. On that day, a cultivator saw a vagrant cultivator named Xiaohua meet Qianqinghua. However, this Xiaohua mysteriously disappeared while being chased by our 3 sects Foundation establishment disciples. I presume that this Thunder Pearl was taken by this Xiaohua. The problem is that the Imperial Thunder Sect has now opened their doors to accept disciples. They want to use this opportunity to avoid the joint blockade of our 3 sects and let this Xiaohua go up the mountain. This also showed that the one who took Xiaohua away was not a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Who is it? Today is the last day for the Imperial Thunder Sect to accept disciples up the mountain. According to the disciples of my sect in the Lei Mo mountain range, they didn't find that rogue cultivator up the mountain. I'm afraid that the Imperial Thunder Sect will have worked for nothing. If the Imperial Thunder Sect worked for nothing, wouldn't our 3 sects also work for nothing? Fairy Yingzhua sneered and said, a few Foundation establishment disciples can't even catch a single qi refining loose cultivator. What do you want me to say to you? It's really getting worse with each generation. Elder Yishuan's face didn't change and said, according to what I know, this Xiaohua is probably a trick of Qianqinghua. How can he give such a precious Thunder Pearl to a qi refining loose cultivator? As for Qianqinghua himself, it is said that he was seriously injured by the Qianhua sect's disciples. If he is not in seclusion somewhere to recuperate, he will die. I don't know if the life spirit tablet of Qianqinghua in the Imperial Thunder Sect has been damaged. In that case, send more people to watch this matter. It's only been 2 years. If Qianqinghua wants to recover, it will take at least 8 to 10 years. This Thunder Pearl must not be allowed to be taken up to the Sky Thunder Peak smoothly. Yes, I will follow the sect master's order. Elder Yishuan said with his hands folded. Jinren Yishuan said it. Elder Jecheong, how is the matter on your side? Fairy Yingzhua turned and asked. A young and beautiful female cultivator next to Elder Yixuan was slightly surprised, and bowed and said, I don't know what the sect master is talking about. Fairy Yingzhua frowned and said unhappily, Fairy Jecheong, although cultivation is important, but the important affairs of the sect must also be taken care of. Otherwise, how can my Xuanyan sect survive for tens of thousands of years in the country of Xi? Yes, I understand. Although Fairy Jecheong didn't agree, she still nodded and said, I have been practicing a kind of magic art for nearly 10 years. Now I have gradually made some progress, so I don't have to worry about it. Well, I'm asking about your hunting seedlings. How is it going? Fairy Yingzhua said softly. Oh, sect master is talking about that matter. Fairy Jecheong heard, and said with some disdain, hunting seedlings is just an attempt, but the situation is not good. While speaking, Fairy Jecheong waved her sleeve, and in mid-air, a huge mirror appeared out of thin air. Inside the mirror, there was really a cold ice cave. There was a thick layer of ice inside the cave, and from the top of the cave, there were hundreds of huge ice thorns hanging down. On the ice layer, there were more than 10 young cultivators of different ages, all of them sitting cross-legged. Their bodies were constantly trembling, and there was a faint, ferocious look on their faces. Sect Master, this hunting seedlings of our sect has 99 disciples participating. As early as when the fire marrow flame crystal was integrated into the meridians, there were 62 disciples who exploded due to the violent fire spiritual energy of the fire marrow flame crystal. Not only their meridians, but their entire bodies were torn apart. Is it because too much of the fire marrow flame crystal was integrated? Fairy Yingzhua frowned slightly and asked. Sect Master, the fire marrow flame crystal has been divided into 99 portions by me. It really can't be divided anymore. Fairy Jecheong replied, and I think it's not about the amount of fire spiritual energy in the fire marrow flame crystal. The key is the spiritual energy in the fire marrow flame crystal. It's different from the fire spiritual energy that we usually absorb into our bodies. And Fairy Yingzhua's expression was indifferent, and she did not comment. Fairy Jecheong did not pay attention to Fairy Yingzhua's reaction and continued. Also, the physique of those disciples, or their meridians, cannot be reconciled with the fire spiritual energy in the fire marrow flame crystal. Once the fire spiritual energy entered their bodies, before they could use the cultivation method that was taught previously, their meridians would be torn apart. And the ice spiritual energy in the cold cave did not have any effect at all. What about these disciples? Fairy Yingzhua looked at the mirror. Among the remaining 37 disciples, other than the 3 disciples on the left, the other 34 disciples are a little special. These disciples were sent by the sect master to participate. You don't know why nothing happened to them. What's so special about those 3 disciples? Fairy Yingzhua was slightly stunned and asked curiously. These 3 disciples are called Pan Hao, Feng Linbua, and Xiao Mao. Before the first 2 entered my Xuanyan school, they were outstanding disciples of a declining body cultivation sect. Xiao Mao is nothing special. He entered my Xuanyan school since he was young, but his aptitude is not good, so he signed up this time. His aptitude is not good. Fairy Yingzhua sneered. Not cultivating fast does not mean that his aptitude is not good. This Xiao Mao was able to survive when the others exploded and died. How can his aptitude be bad? I understand. Fairy Jecheong nodded and then slightly opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. Is there a problem? Fairy Yingzhua saw clearly and asked. Yes, I want to ask, these 34 disciples that the sect master brought, what's so special about them? Fairy Jecheong replied. I won't answer you first. You tell me what's the difference between them and the others. Then I'll embarrass myself. Fairy Jecheong thought for a moment and said, these 34 disciples seem to have traces of body cultivation, but they are not body cultivation. Also, their meridians seem to have cultivated our sect's secret technique, so they are much wider than the other disciples. What Elder Jecheong said is about right. Looking at Fairy Jecheong's eyes, Fairy Xianxia smiled and said, "Do you remember the dragon blood and dragon meat that I brought back 5 years ago? Seems I have some impression of it." Fairy Jecheong's face was blank. Looking at Fairy Jecheong's vague expression, Fairy Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She laughed and said, "These 34 disciples use dragon blood to mold their body and dragon meat to replenish their energy. So it's like this." Fairy Jecheong cupped her hands and said, "Sect Master's foresight is far beyond what I can achieve." While they were talking, on the mirror, on the upper right hand, a disciple's body suddenly lay on the ice surface. His 4 limbs twitched violently and his face showed an extremely painful expression. Not good. Seeing this, Fairy Jecheong immediately knew that something was wrong. She waved her sleeves and was about to make a move, but a pung sound was heard and that disciple's body exploded. His flesh and blood turned into a blood mist and scattered in all directions. At this moment, a dark red brilliance flashed, and that blood mist was blocked by this brilliance. Then, the whole brilliance rolled up and collected all the blood mist. It drilled into the ground and disappeared. On the ground and on the surrounding people, there was not a single trace of blood left. This Fairy Xianxia's somewhat excited mood was instantly extinguished by cold water. She looked at the mirror in a daze. "Sect Master, I think that there is no shortcut in the path of cultivation. You can only rely on your own diligence and hard work to steadily improve your cultivation. This kind of hasty method, I'm afraid there is no hope. That secret technique that uses fire essence flame crystal, I'm afraid it's useless." Before Fairy Jecheong's words fell, on the mirror, another disciple exploded and died. Fairy Xianxia shook her head slightly and said, "At the beginning of the ancient era, there were no cultivators in the world. Most of them were wild spirits. Their bodies were tyrannical and their abilities were natural. And this fire essence flame crystal was what they used to refine their bodies and meridians. Also, this secret technique that uses fire essence flame crystal was obtained from an extremely reliable person. I think it's useful." Fairy Xianxia smiled and said, "This hasty method can be considered hasty for now. In the future, I'm afraid it will be used normally. So, Elder Jecheong, don't delay the future development of my Xuanyan school by doing unnecessary things." "Sect Master, what do you mean?" Fairy Jecheong was stunned and asked. "This matter, how should I put it? Fairy Jecheong, have you noticed that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seems to be different from before? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian." Chapter 15:12. What? There's a change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Not only Jecheong Fairy, but the other nascent soul cultivators also changed their expressions. These people looked at each other, and their eyes were full of horror. One of the white-haired nascent soul cultivators stood up and asked, "Master, we are all nascent soul cultivators, and the babies in our bodies are formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If there's a change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how can this baby exist between heaven and earth? How can we use this baby to communicate with heaven and earth? How can we use this baby to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" Fairy Xianxia's face showed a trace of melancholy and whispered, "I only heard some rumors, and even with my cultivation, I didn't feel the change in it. I'm just asking everyone, if there's no change, then it's the best." Everyone was relieved, but there were still some doubts in their eyes. What is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? This was the foundation of the Daybreak Continent's cultivation world. The refinement stage was to draw energy into the body, which was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The foundation establishment stage was to refine the true qi in the body into a liquid state. This true qi was formed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was drawn into the body. The golden core stage was to condense the liquid true qi in the dantian into a golden core, which was used as the embryo to cultivate the nascent soul. This series of processes relies on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If there's a change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it will not only affect the cultivation of a cultivator, but also the existence of the entire cultivation world of Xiaoyu continent. For such an important matter, how could Fairy Yingzhua ask about it casually? Although Jieqiong Fairy is obsessed with cultivation and doesn't like worldly affairs, but her mind is very fast. Just when she was relieved, she suddenly realized something and jumped up from her chair. She stuttered and said, "Sect. Sect master, could it be, subordinate's divine ability has always been?" Fairy Yingzhua frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Elder Jieqiong, I have already said that this kind of thing, I also don't know. If the magical power that you practice is really closely related to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, you might as well take my words as a suggestion." Fairy Jieqiong thought for a while and nodded, "I understand." But then Elder Yixian asked again, "Master, this method of picking seedlings, is it related to these?" Fairy Yingzhua stood up and said, "Even if the spiritual qi of heaven and earth has changed, it will not affect everyone in a short period of time. Perhaps it will take tens of thousands of years or even millions of years before the things that you are thinking about will happen. Furthermore, we are merely nascent soul cultivators. There are deity transformation cultivators above us. This is something that they should be worried about. Our Xi country's cultivation world is weak. Whether it is the Lian country or the Meng country, they are all stronger than our Xi country. They will definitely be more careful." Sect leaders' words are reasonable. At this time, the Immortal Alliance has not been disbanded. If there are any changes, they will know even more clearly. We don't have to worry for nothing. The old man with white hair and beard said with a smile. Fairy Yingzhua raised her head and looked at the situation in the mirror. She pointed with her finger and said, "No matter what, if this grasping seedling can succeed, it will be a great opportunity for our Xuanyan school to increase our strength. Elder Jieqiong, don't be careless. Always pay attention to the situation of these 30 disciples." "Yes, subordinate understands." Jieqiong Fairy bowed respectfully. While the Xuanyan cult was having their meeting, on the Thunder Immortal peak of the Lamo mountain range, there was a simple and unadorned house. 8 transparent pillars were erected from the ground, each of them reaching a height of 1 zhang. These 8 pillars were arranged in a very mysterious manner. Furthermore, at the top of each pillar, there was a dark green praying mat. There was no moonlight stone in the house. The transparent pillars flashed with lightning from time to time, illuminating the entire house. At this moment, there were 8 male and female cultivators sitting cross-legged on top of the praying mats. Among these 8 cultivators, 6 were nascent soul cultivators. The other 2 looked rather old, but they were gold core cultivators. Among them, a middle-aged cultivator with a red face had a calm expression. He seemed to be meditating. However, when a flash of lightning appeared from the pillar below him, his eyes suddenly opened. Within his deep eyes, there was a faint flash of light. This middle-stage nascent soul cultivator was the sect leader of the Imperial Thunder sect, Qianlazi. "Miyu, is there still no news of Qinghua?" Qianlazi's voice was extremely loud as he asked a handsome young cultivator not far away. That young cultivator was also a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. The young cultivator was Daoist Miyu. Hearing Qianlazi's question, she also opened her eyes and replied, "Sect leader, we only know that Qinghua went missing near Shihuang town. There is no other news." "Xianhua, Qinghua's life spirit tablet is still intact, right?" "Sect leader, it's still the same as before. It's completely intact." Another middle-stage nascent soul cultivator said with a smile. "Good." Qianlazi clapped his hands and said, "As long as Qinghua is fine, then what's the point of Shanghua sect, Qiqiao sect, and Xuanyan school tormenting each other?" "Sect leader, even we can't find any trace of Qinghua. I'm afraid because Qinghua was heavily injured, he used our sect's soul-concealing technique to conceal his life force and aura. Not to mention divine sense, even the naked eye can't find him. If our sect's disciples don't use the corresponding technique to awaken him, then Qinghua will." Daoist Miyu reminded. "If we can find him, then wouldn't Shanghua sect have found him long ago?" Qianlazi said with a smile, "Since they're still setting up defenses around our Lamo mountain range, that means Qinghua is still very safe. As for how to awaken Qinghua, sigh, that will depend on Qinghua's luck. Sect leader, Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect are really hateful. They actually dared to make a move near our Imperial Thunder sect. Daoist Miyu frowned. Hee, Miyu, you're also a nascent soul cultivator. Why are you still so impulsive? Although our Imperial Thunder sect is strong, if we face the three sects together, we won't have the strength to fight back. We're just guessing. Let them do their work for now. Patience, you know? Only those who can endure can become powerful. Do you think we're afraid of them? Martial uncles and the others? Martial uncles and the others are in seclusion to comprehend life and death. They won't act unless our Imperial Thunder sect is in absolute danger. Moreover, the other three sects also have something to rely on. That's right, how's the disciple recruitment this year? Has it started? Qian Lazy said a few words to Daoist Miyu. Then he thought of something and asked. Sect leader, today is the last day. The new disciple recruitment will begin tomorrow. A gold core cultivator who was far away from Qian Lazy quickly said. Oh, Zhensheng, I've done as you said and opened the door for all cultivators in the country of Xi to participate in the selection. I wonder, did you find anything? Sect leader, in the past 5 days, I've already asked Kinkuan, but it seems that I didn't find anything. The cultivator named Zhensheng blushed and said in a low voice, I wonder if on the last day, your idea is very good. Unfortunately, with Qinghua's fiery temper, how could he come up with such a wonderful idea? Moreover, it's unlikely that he'll find a suitable candidate. Besides, many Foundation establishment late-stage disciples from the three sects have gone to Shihuang Town. Your idea is a bit whimsical. Daoist Miyu said with a smile. Martial Ant, I just feel that the three sects' actions in Shihuang Town are understandable. But later on, they sent many disciples to other places. This makes me very puzzled. If it's not another cultivator entrusted by Qinghua, it's hard to explain. Zhensheng bit his lips and argued. It's fine. Anyway, the disciple recruitment is a matter between you and Duijia. Aren't you afraid that things will get complicated? What will I say later? Qian Lazy said with a smile. In the past, our Imperial Thunder sect's disciple recruitment was too strict. As a result, our strength was limited. Even if we knew that the three sects were doing something strange, we didn't have the power to investigate. While they were talking, Qian Lazy raised his head and said with a smile, All right, this is Kinkuan. Zhensheng, you asked him to come, right? Let's see if your plan works. Sure enough, not long after, Kinkuan arrived outside the room. He stood there respectfully and didn't dare to make a sound. Zhensheng looked at Qian Lazy anxiously. It seemed like he was asking for permission. Qian Lazy nodded slightly. Zhensheng shouted, Kinkuan, come in. Yes, disciple obeys. Kinkuan bowed and replied. After entering the room, Kinkuan didn't dare to raise his head. He only bowed and said, Disciple Kinkuan greets sect master and martial ancestors. Qian Lazy and the others didn't say anything. Only Zhensheng hurriedly said, Kinkuan, did anyone bring back news about your martial uncle Qinghua? Martial ancestor, there were a few groups of cultivators who came to talk to me today. However, none of them mentioned martial uncle Qinghua to me. Kinkuan replied respectfully. Are you sure? Zhensheng looked a little disappointed and asked again. Martial ancestor. Kinkuan was speechless. Just as he was about to say something, Qian Lazy scolded, Zhensheng, yes, disciple knows his mistake. Zhensheng's face immediately turned serious. He cupped his hands and replied. Okay, you guys can leave first. Duijia will be recruiting disciples tomorrow. You guys will have to work hard. Try to be more diligent. This year, we might as well relax a little and recruit a few more disciples. Yes, disciple understands. Another golden core stage female cultivator stood up and bowed. After Zhensheng, Duijia, and Kinkuan left, Qian Lazy waved his hand and cast out a spell. The entire room flashed with light. Qian Lazy then said, Xianhua, What's the situation with the lightning pool? Sect Master, the situation with the lightning pool is very different from 10 years ago. It seems like the lightning from the heavens can't completely merge with the lightning pool. Also, the new lightning water has a destructive effect on the old lightning water. It has decreased the power of the lightning pool by a lot. We can't find a way to fix it. Within a few thousand years, the lightning pool will. Fairy Xianhua's words were vague, but everyone heard it clearly. They couldn't help but worry. It's that serious? Qian Lazy was even more shocked. He said anxiously, 5 years ago, we discovered the abnormality of the lightning. That's when we thought of the lightning pool. The lightning pool has been in our sect for countless years. How can it have such a change? Lei Meng, a few years ago? I remember when you went to Thunder Accumulation Mountain, the Thunder Accumulation Cave also changed. Qian Lazy asked another young cultivator. That young cultivator was the early Yuaning stage cultivator that Xiao Hua met in Thunder Accumulation Mountain. Sect Master, disciples of the Thunder Accumulation Cave used to go there often. However, when I went there last time, the lightning was indeed different from before. However, I couldn't tell exactly what the difference was. Lei Meng Daoist cupped his hands and said, Qing Hua left a message saying that it was related to the lightning. He didn't explain it clearly. This guy has always been so reckless. Music. Chapter 1513. The night was as dark as ink, dyeing the entire Lei Mo mountain range black. The thunderboat, carrying Xiao Hua and the others, landed in front of a mountain peak. The mountain peak was several hundred zhang tall, and its peak was above the black clouds, making it impossible to see its full appearance. Under the black clouds, it was gloomy with countless shadows, making it even harder to see its outline. The thunderboat flashed with lightning as it gradually approached the mountain peak. Ripples appeared in the air, and the thunderboat was like a stone thrown into the water, stirring up the entire space. Xiao Hua stood on the thunderboat and looked at this strange scene. He already understood that the Imperial Thunder Sect must have placed a restriction on the mountain peak. Sure enough, when the thunderboat completely disappeared, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and his vision suddenly became clear. This was a mountain peak filled with lush flowers and plants. Although it was already late at night, there were many large balls hovering in the air above the mountain peak. Within those balls, there were countless crackling lightning bolts that emitted a light blue luster. These lights illuminated the entire mountain peak. Other than the fact that everyone's faces were blue, there was no difference from the clear blue sky. Looking at the mountain peak, there were many cultivators scattered all over the mountain peak like ants. These cultivators were either resting with their eyes closed, discussing in 2s and 3s, or walking back and forth. Good, this Imperial Thunder Sect is really generous. Not to mention the restriction on the mountain peak, just the number of disciples who came to participate in this selection should be in the tens of thousands, right? Xiao Hua was shocked. Shui obviously didn't expect such a spectacular scene. She stared blankly, and was even more absent-minded than Xiao Hua. Seeing the thunderboat land, Shui came back to her senses and complained in her heart. This time, the Imperial Thunder Sect delayed the selection of disciples for 2 years, and they also greatly relaxed the conditions. I admittedly got some opportunities, but to stand out from the tens of thousands of cultivators, it's really not possible. Then she glanced at Xiao Hua, whose expression was as usual, and her heart was moved again, and she had some plans. The thunderboat landed, and Kanluo flew down, directly flying away. The several children's faces were full of exhaustion. The leader cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoists, this is my Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunderclap Mountain. Tomorrow's selection will be held here. This time, too many disciples have come to my Imperial Thunder Sect to become apprentices. My Imperial Thunder Sect doesn't have that many idle disciples to entertain you. Please stay here for the night. Please forgive me if I have been rude in any way." When the cultivators saw the boy's exhaustion, they knew that these tens of thousands of people were brought up the mountain by these disciples using the thunderboats. How could they not know the hardships involved? They all bowed to express their gratitude. Then, They flew down from the thunder ship and found a quiet place to rest. Xiao Hua and Xue Xue were the last to disembark from the thunderboat. After the thunderboat flew away, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "Daoist Xue, I am tired from the journey, so I need to take a rest. See you at the selection tomorrow." "Fellow Daoist Xiao," Xue Xue hurriedly said when she saw Xiao Hua asking her to leave. "Fellow Daoist, do you know the content of tomorrow's selection?" Xiao Hua was dazed. "You don't know?" Afterwards, his brows raised and he laughed. "Could it be that fellow Daoist Xue knows?" "Hee, I won't hide it from fellow Daoist Xiao. As early as 2 years ago, I met fellow Daoist I wanted to participate in the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection. However, I don't know why it has been delayed until today. In order for I to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect, my Misty Mountain has put in a lot of effort. Therefore, if fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't mind, I am willing to discuss the situation of tomorrow's selection with fellow Daoist Xiao first." Xiao Hua looked at Xue Xue up and down a few times in a daze, and said curiously, "Since it's something from your Misty Mountain, then I can't listen to it for free, right?" Hee, according to what fellow Daoist Xiao said, fellow Daoist Xiao has given my Misty Mountain a lot of benefits. This little bit of information, if it is said today, it might have some value. When tomorrow's selection begins, it won't even be worth half a spirit stone. How would I dare to take fellow Daoist Xiao's benefits? Xiao Hua's impression of Xue Xue was quite good. Especially last time in the Flame Forest Swamp, she had obviously spoken up for him. Therefore, although Xiao Hua understood Xue Xue's meaning, he still laughed and said, "In that case, I will take advantage of fellow Daoist Xiao for free." But, hearing the somewhat ambiguous words, Xue Xue unconsciously spat in her heart. Her face was slightly red, and she said with a smile, "Then, fellow Daoist Xiao, please wait for I to tell fellow Daoist Xiao in detail." The two of them found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged. Above their heads, there was an azure ball floating up and down. Xue Xue cleared her throat, used a silence talisman, and whispered the rules of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection was different from the Cleansing Flower Sect's. The Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation methods were somewhat special. Many of them required a thunder attribute physique, and this thunder attribute was extremely rare among the cultivators. It could even be said that there was 1 in 10,000 cultivators. However, as long as a thunder attribute cultivator was selected by the Imperial Thunder Sect, then, basically, this cultivator was already half a step into the ranks of Foundation establishment cultivators. Although these cultivation methods had harsh requirements, they were very fast to cultivate. In addition, the Thunder Mountain Range's unique conditions were very beneficial for cultivating thunder attribute cultivation methods. With these conditions added together, it was impossible for the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples to cultivate slowly. It was precisely because of this that the Imperial Thunder Sect paid special attention to the physique of the disciples. The first selection method was to test one's physique. The thunder attribute was subordinate to the fire attribute of the 5 elements. A fire attribute physique could also cultivate the Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation methods, but it wouldn't be as fast as a pure thunder attribute. In the first test of physique, other than the thunder and fire attributes, the Imperial Thunder Sect didn't want any other attributes. Of course, occasionally, some disciples with special attributes would be favored by the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and would be recruited into the Imperial Thunder Sect. The attribute test is using that kind of ball? When Xiao Hua heard this, his first reaction was that when he was in Yellow Flower Ridge, Xiao Hongyue took out the ball to test his physique. Good to let fellow Xiao know, that kind of attribute crystal ball is used to test the 5 elements. A thunder attribute physique inside the crystal ball can only show a fiery red color, no different from the fire attribute. I'm afraid that it won't be able to detect the difference. Xue Xue smiled and said, "The Imperial Thunder Sect uses a kind of crystal rod, which is more sensitive. Moreover, that crystal rod can show different lengths of color according to the purity of the physique." Purity of physique? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled and asked, "What do you mean by this?" Xue Xue glanced at Xiao Hua, not sure whether he really understood or not. However, she still explained, all cultivators are in the 5 elements, so the entire body of the 5 elements exists. Saying that it's the water attribute only means that the water attribute of the 5 elements is more prominent than the other elements. When cultivating a water attribute cultivation method, it's even more effective. This crystal rod's length and color bars represent the different degrees of the 5 elements in the cultivator's body. Oh, so it's like this. Xiao Hua understood, but thinking of the scene of his first test, he couldn't help but ask, then, are there any cultivators without any of the 5 elements? Impossible. Xue said flatly, maybe some cultivators don't have any reaction when using the attribute crystal ball to test, and are thought to have no attributes. But under the attribute crystal rods test, the 5 elements are definitely about the same level. It should belong to the range of the 5 elements balance. Cultivators with balanced 5 elements can cultivate any cultivation method? Xiao Hua asked soon after. Fellow Daoist Xiao is right, these people with complete 5 elements can cultivate any cultivation method. Xue smiled and said, but it's very difficult for them to reach the peak of any cultivation method, and it's very difficult for them to step into the high level of qi refinement. Xiao Hua nodded and asked, then what about the second test? The second test is a battle of spells. It's to test the degree of familiarity with the spells, the meticulous control of magic power, the battle experience, and so on. Xue said without hesitation, in the past, when the Imperial Thunder Sect recruited disciples, they always took the top 10. After that, unless the Imperial Thunder Sect's elders personally picked them, the other cultivators were all eliminated. 10 disciples? Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and said with a bitter smile, this time there are several tens of thousands of people, only 10 disciples. Doesn't the Imperial Thunder Sect feel that it's too wasteful? Maybe. Xue shrugged and said, the Imperial Thunder Sect has never cared about this. Because as long as they can be recruited by the Imperial Thunder Sect, they will eventually have achievements. Just based on this alone, every year, many disciples flock to the sect. Like a few years ago, when I knew that I had no hope of entering the Imperial Thunder Sect, I didn't dare to think too much. Only when my cultivation improved did I dare to have this extravagant hope. Xue said with a bitter smile. Anything else? Xiao Hua asked. This. Xue thought for a moment and said in a low voice, to be honest, a few years ago, my Misty Mountain befriended a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He just happens to be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces and often participates in the disciple selection. So, fellow Daoist Xue can get some extra help. Xiao Hua said with a disapproving smile. Xue was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, exactly. The Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the many balls of lightning in the air and said with a smile, which thunder palaces are they? Fellow Daoist Xiao, you don't know? Xue was a little surprised. The Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces are famous in the cultivation world. I just don't know. Xiao Hua said with a smile, fellow Daoist Xue, please enlighten me. Xue nodded and pointed with a finger, saying, that high mountain in the distance should be the main peak of the Imperial Thunder Sect. The Sky Thunder Peak is used to welcome guests and is also where the Imperial Thunder Sect's mountain gate is located. However, the Imperial Thunder Sect's Heavenly Thunder Palace is not on it, but on the Thunder Immortal Peak. The Heavenly Thunder Palace is controlled by the Imperial Thunder Sect's Sect Master, and the disciples there are all direct disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Most of these disciples have the surname Qian. These disciples with the surname Qian were born from the dual cultivation of male and female disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Since birth, they have been specially trained. Qian. Xiao Hua was stunned, but immediately understood that Qian Qinghua was a direct disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, and his identity was indeed of great origin. Immediately after, Xue gave a simple introduction of the other 7 Thunder Palaces of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Only then did Xiaohua know that the Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 great thunder palaces were Heavenly Thunder Palace, Earthly Thunder Palace, Canlei Palace, Distant Thunder Palace, Shocking Thunder Palace, Gen Thunder Palace, Sun Thunder Palace, and Exchanged Thunder Palace. These 8 great thunder palaces were located on different 8 mountain peaks, and each had their own duties. Among them, Gen Thunder Palace and Exchanged Thunder Palace were responsible for the recruitment of disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Moreover, these 2 great thunder palaces only recruited disciples of the Foundation establishment stage and below. It's just that Exchanged Thunder Palace mainly recruited female cultivators, while Gen Thunder Palace recruited young male cultivators. Chapter 1514. After hearing about the 8 great thunder palaces of the Imperial Thunder Sect and thinking about Shang Huaming's 3.5 disciples, Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. There was no need to say anything. Shang Huaming's fate was to be exterminated by the 100 Grass Sect, but the Imperial Thunder Sect only needed to recruit a single disciple, and the 3 great cultivation sects of the state of Shi only dared to send disciples to intercept them, not daring to openly provoke them. Right? Why did only fellow Daoist Shui come to Misty Mountain? Xiaohua looked around and whispered, how could Senior Ling give up such a good opportunity? Shui smiled bitterly. The reason, could it be that fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't know? I know. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He pointed at his nose and said in bewilderment, how could I know about your Misty Mountain? Looking at Xiaohua's bewilderment and the tens of thousands of cultivators on Thunderclap Peak, Shui felt a burst of guilt. Yes, she was only at the 8th level of qi condensation. Although she could rank in the front among these tens of thousands of cultivators, the Imperial Thunder Sect only recruited 10 disciples. It was simply impossible for her. Look at Xiaohua, he was at the 10th level of qi condensation. His chances of passing the selection were several times higher than hers. As long as Xiaohua passed the selection, he would become a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. For Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, Foundation establishment was just within reach. And for Misty Mountain, a Foundation establishment cultivator was truly a colossus. Thinking for a moment, Shui clenched her teeth and sent out a silence talisman. She smiled apologetically and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, actually. Then, Shui actually spoke of Ling Jingyi's thoughts in full detail. She didn't hide anything. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua wasn't as angry as she imagined. There wasn't even a trace of expression on his face. Perhaps there was only a trace of a strange expression in his eyes. Could it be? Shui suddenly felt a burst of absurdity in her heart. She couldn't help but whisper, could it be that fellow Daoist Xiao already knew? Moreover, when that fire ape escaped from the earth fire, fellow Daoist Xiao was nearby. Hee, Xiaohua laughed. I was only at the 4th level of qi condensation that day. How could I dare to appear in front of a Foundation establishment cultivator? Furthermore, I didn't know about it because of this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to the Imperial Thunder Sect without knowing that the Misty Mountains disciples had suffered heavy casualties. Thus, Xiaohua didn't hide anything and told him about what he had heard in the Flame Forest Swamp. Ling Chongya, this guy is actually a member of Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pooh family. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Shui gnashed her teeth, wishing she could immediately send a message to Misty Mountain. Hee, don't tell me that the Flying Phoenix Ridge doesn't have any spies from the Misty Mountain? Xiaohua laughed. Shui was embarrassed, but she didn't say anything. All right, fellow Daoist Shui, rest early. There's a selection tomorrow. As long as fellow Daoist passes the selection, what's the point of being afraid of Flying Phoenix Ridge? Xiaohua advised. Yes, I was too focused. Shui cupped her hands and said, the matter of the magic tools ends here. I will inform Uncle when I have the chance. Those things are all fellow Daoist Zhao's. My Misty Mountain will never mention another word to fellow Daoist Xiao. Xiaohua slightly nodded. Seeing Xiaohua's somewhat indifferent appearance, Shui once again said in a low voice, the fire ape is a spirit beast comparable to late-stage Foundation establishment. If fellow Daoist Xiao is able to subdue it, it can be said to be a great help. Fellow Daoist Xiao, don't be careless. This magic tool is precisely the fire ape's soul-suppressing magic tool. As long as fellow Daoist Xiao comprehends the method within, you can definitely subdue the fire ape. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Fellow Daoist Shui, just as you said, the fire ape is late-stage foundation establishment. If I want to subdue it, I'm afraid that I's cultivation must also be late-stage foundation establishment. I don't need to say what happened to Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu Jianyuan and Misty Mountain's Uncle Gui who subdued the fire ape. They both failed. I haven't thought about it at all. Shui Shui's face turned red. That's right, people's greed is the most terrifying. When they see something useful, they want to take it for themselves. They never consider their own ability. Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu Jianyuan lost the fire ape's soul-suppressing magic tool only because he was a bit greedier than Ling Jingyi of Misty Mountain. Now that it has fallen into Xiaohua's hands, he can no longer have the opportunity to subdue the fire ape. And right now, Xiaohua's cultivation is even worse than Pu Jianyuan's. Shui Shui's persuasion, doesn't it have another meaning? All right, fellow Daoist Shui, remove this silence talisman. Xiaohua said with a smile, I know what you mean. The fire ape's chances will depend on the future. Shui Shui removed the silence talisman. The two closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing, quietly waiting for the arrival of dawn. Gradually, the night became even darker. Xiaohua closed his eyes and cultivated. The dragon transformation art within his body was still circulating. After these 2 years of cultivation, the dragon transformation art had a little bit of success. The current Xiaohua could barely control his meridians, and could enlarge and shrink them a bit. Of course, compared to the little white dragon in the past, which could casually expand into a dragon and shrink into a snake, there was still a huge difference. But just this alone let Xiaohua know that he didn't cultivate the dragon transformation art incorrectly. However, cultivating the dragon transformation art caused Xiaohua to have new doubts. Because following the cultivation of the dragon transformation art, Xiaohua had gradually sensed more meridians. And these meridians were not recorded in the heavenly law embodiment technique. Although Xiaohua was still not sure how many meridians there were, he already knew that these meridians, whether big or small, were extremely numerous. Could it be, these meridians are for the foundation establishment stage, gold core stage? I need to temper them in the future? Many times, Xiaohua would ask himself this. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't have any foundation establishment stage techniques, so it was impossible for him to have any explanation. At this time, Xiaohua was cultivating as usual. The alien starlight ignored the restrictions outside the thunderclap peak and directly shot down. The reverse light also stopped revolving, absorbing the starlight like a bottomless black hole. Xiaohua had already recovered his ashen white bones, and was absorbing the starlight 3 times faster than before. There seems to be divine sense. While Xiaohua was cultivating, suddenly, dozens of divine senses were sent out from the thunderclap peak, sweeping in several directions like a waterfall. Xiaohua opened his eyes. The reverse light in the space returned to its original state, and the alien starlight also disappeared. At the same time that Xiaohua opened his eyes, several middle and late 11th level qi refining cultivators also discovered the divine senses. These cultivators were all outstanding cultivators from cultivation families. Although they hadn't reached the peak of the 12th level of qi refining, they had all taken pills similar to the revolving illumination pill from their families, and had long since developed their divine senses. At this time, although their divine senses had yet to take shape, it wasn't difficult for them to sense the divine senses of others. The divine senses sweeping across the peak were very fast, but they were fast and not chaotic. Almost every cultivator's body was slightly paused, as if they were choosing something. One of the divine senses naturally swept across Xiaohua's body, but that divine sense only swept slightly and then immediately swept past, sweeping toward Shui Shui. Shui Shui was cultivating at this time, so she didn't know. After the divine sense swept past Shui Shui, it paused for a moment, then swept again several times, and then continued to sweep below. Moreover, when the divine sense swept across Xue's body, Xiaohua suddenly felt a strange fluctuation. What's going on? Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. Before the divine sense left Xue's body, Xiaohua very recklessly released his perception, wanting to see what the fluctuation was. Unfortunately, Xiaohua looked for a long time, but didn't see any clues. Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head, but suddenly, Xiaohua woke up. Damn it, what's so strange? Isn't this a divine sense marking? When Shanghuasek's Jieyu was tracking me, didn't he use this divine sense marking? If it wasn't for that empress, I would have already fallen into their hands. How did this divine sense mark Xue's body? AI, is there still a need to say? Didn't Xue say it before? Misty Mountain and a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect have a very deep relationship. Presumably this is the master that disciple entrusted. Xiaohua's heart was bitter, and he thought of the 4th-level qi refining Yutong he met in the Rinsing Flower sect. Comparing people to people is infuriating. Thinking that he was already at the 10th level of qi refining, but still couldn't enter the eyes of the Imperial Thunder sect, and Xue was just at the 7th level of qi refining and was chosen by the master of the Imperial Thunder sect before she was selected, Xiaohua's heart had a trace of jealousy, a trace of helplessness, and even more bitterness. Just as Xiaohua was looking around in self-pity, suddenly, Xiaohua thought of something, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, I seem to have used my perception to explore their divine sense. They actually didn't discover it. Xiaohua actually used his own perception to explore when they used their divine sense to mark Xue. What made Xiaohua feel the most incomprehensible was that the divine sense actually didn't detect it. What's going on? Xiaohua was alarmed and he thought again, could it be, this perception that I cultivate, isn't it the embryonic form of divine sense? After all, Xiaohua's perception was something that he used some nameless chant to cultivate when he was at the 4th level of qi refining. This had never been heard of in the cultivation world of the Dawn Rain continent. Immediately, Xiaohua was ecstatic. This is great, this young master can perceive divine sense, but divine sense can't perceive this young master, this is such a wonderful thing. However, while he was happy, Xiaohua was also apprehensive. Since this perception was different from divine sense, then, what about true divine sense? How would Xiaohua cultivate in the future? When Xiaohua reached the 12th level of qi refining, where would his divine sense come from? Could it be that there would be another type of divine sense? My head hurts. Xiaohua really frowned. He raised his eyes to look at the cultivators all over the mountain. His perception was still sweeping down the mountain like the wind, and Xiaohua's mind was in chaos. Clearly, he wasn't in the mood to cultivate in peace. Time flew by quickly, and the sky to the east showed a smear of white, and the sun began to gradually rise. Many cultivators sat facing the east and began to breathe, using different methods to absorb the essence of the sun. What can I do? Let's go and see. Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders, and a trace of laziness appeared on his face. He opened his mouth, and a bit of essence was sucked into his mouth. Fellow Daoist Xiao, Xue suddenly exclaimed from the side. This tone and the faint pride in these words were probably not something a Foundation establishment senior would reveal. All right, fellow Daoists, please stand where you are and don't move. The disciples of Zhen Lei Palace and Converging Thunder Palace will appear by your side soon. The voice was slightly exaggerated and even dragged out. As the voice fell, the many balls in the air emitted dazzling lightning. As the lightning flashed, several small figures appeared in each of the balls. These figures were like pieces of light that flashed across the entire thunderclap peak. However, among these light figures, there were many boys and girls around the 6th layer of qi refining who were no more than 11 or 12 years old who landed on the foothills of the thunderclap peak. Although these boys were a bit young, they were all extraordinary. Needless to say, The boys and girls were all pretty and delicate. With a single glance, one could tell that they were people with excellent foundations. Just by standing there, they had an extraordinary bearing, which made the tens of thousands of cultivators on the Thunderclap Peak admire them. Fellow Daoists, I have been sent by my senior brother to test your physical attributes. I hope that you will cooperate. The boys, regardless of whether they were facing a 10th layer Qi refining cultivator or a 1st layer Qi refining cultivator, all bowed respectfully and spoke in a humble tone. Xiaohua and the others secretly cheered in their hearts and also bowed respectfully. All right, fellow Daoists, please test according to the arrangement of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Fellow Daoists who have not passed the test, please go to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. My Gen Lei Palace disciples will escort you out of the mountain. The voice sounded again. Immediately after, a young cultivator around 30 years old wearing a purple Daoist robe with a 12th layer Qi refining cultivation appeared in the air. This young cultivator's face was crimson red and his forehead was full. He wore a slight smile on his face and very conceitedly looked towards the Thunderclap Peak. This is Zhen Yeming. Xiaohua had long felt it. He stood in the middle of the group of cultivators and narrowed his eyes. 30 years old, 12th layer Qi refining. Compared to Li Zongbao, he is still lacking. I am now in the 10th layer Qi refining. In another 10 years, I should be able to reach the 12th layer Qi refining. At that time, I's age seems to be hard to calculate. If we count from the time I was 18 years old at Yellow Flower Ridge, I should be 23 years old right now. I still seem to be 18 years old. If I tell people that I am still 18 years old, they should be able to deceive them. Even if I reach the 12th layer Qi refining at 33 years old, I can still be considered amazing. Not to mention Xiaohua's narcissism, the children of the Gen Lei Palace and the converted Thunder Palace had already started testing the cultivator's attributes. Sure enough, as Shui said, the magic tool of the Imperial Thunder Sect was different from usual. It was not in the shape of a ball, but rather in the shape of a flute. At one end of the flute, there was a handle-like groove. Fellow Daoist, please use your hand to hold the groove of the mirror spirit. Do not use magic power. The child closest to Xiaohua was a girl from the converted Thunder Palace. Her voice was very clear and pleasant to the ears. At this moment, she was talking to an 8th layer Qi refining cultivator several zhang away. The male cultivator cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Many thanks, fellow Daoist. I want to see if I meet the requirements of the Imperial Thunder Sect." With that said, the cultivator took the mirror spirit from the girl's hand and placed his hand on the groove. A strange thing happened. A light blue brilliance appeared from the groove in the cultivator's hand and slowly spread to the other side. However, after just a few inches, the light blue brilliance stopped and refused to move forward. When the male cultivator saw this, although he didn't know how to use the mirror spirit, he knew something was wrong when he saw that the light blue brilliance occupied less than half of the entire mirror spirit. Without waiting for the male cultivator to speak, the girl said with a smile, "My apologies, fellow Daoist, you don't meet the requirements of our Imperial Thunder Sect. Please go to the west side of the shocking Thunder Peak. In a moment, a senior martial brother from the Gen Lei Palace will escort you out of the mountain." The male cultivator wanted to ask for the reason, but when he saw the girl's hand, he let out a sigh and handed the mirror spirit over. He then turned around and walked to the west. A 5-year-old boy next to the male cultivator blinked his eyes and cutely asked, big sister, how about I take the test?" A 2nd layer Qi condensation cultivator next to the boy poked him and scolded, "Call her fellow Daoist." The boy pouted and looked at the cultivator with a wronged expression. He helplessly said, "Fellow Daoist, big sister." Everyone around them burst out laughing. The cultivator's expression was very unnatural. He glared at the boy and said, "Little brother, you want to take the test too? You have to perform well. If you don't pass, big sister won't let you pass." The girl saw how cute the boy was and smiled like a flower. She handed the mirror spirit over. When the boy's chubby hand grabbed the mirror spirit, a ray of purple and red light appeared. It was extremely dazzling and flowed to the other side of the mirror spirit like water. It only stopped halfway through the mirror spirit. Excellent. The girl clapped and smiled. Little brother, you are the first person big sister took today. Really? The boy didn't say anything, but the cultivator was so happy that he almost jumped up. Little brother, give the mirror spirit to big sister. The girl smiled and asked, how old are you this year? The boy handed the mirror spirit to the girl and smiled. I am 5 years old and 2 years old. 5 years old and 2 years old? The girl was clearly stunned and asked, then you are 7 years old. The cultivator quickly explained, no, he is 5 years old this year. He just had his birthday 2 months ago. Ha! The girl was clearly amused. She covered her mouth and laughed. Okay, since little brother is only 5 years old, he doesn't need to pass the second test. Oh right, fellow Daoist, is he fellow Daoist? The girl turned and asked the cultivator. He is I's son, my son. The cultivator happily said. Has he cultivated any techniques? Yes. I taught him the basic techniques half a year ago. He is almost at the first layer of qi refining. The cultivator proudly said. You taught him a technique? The girl frowned. What? Did I do something wrong? The cultivator became anxious. Of course you did something wrong. Very wrong. The girl mercilessly said, what technique is your technique? What technique is my Imperial Thunder Sect's technique? Is it better to use your technique to let this child enter the sect, or use my Imperial Thunder Sect's technique to let him enter the sect? The cultivator's face turned ashen after hearing this. Chapter 15-16. Fortunately, he hasn't entered the first layer of qi refining yet. Moreover, he has a thunder attribute physique, so he meets the requirements of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Otherwise, as the girl spoke, she patted her hand and took out a message talisman from her storage pouch. She used her magic power to activate it, and it flew away. Then she said to the cultivator, fellow Daoist, are you also participating in the selection? The cultivator pointed at his nose and bitterly smiled. I's age in cultivation? How can I enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? Fellow Daoist is quite self-aware. However, this is a rare opportunity for my Imperial Thunder Sect. Anyone who comes to my Thunderclap Peak can take the test. Fellow Daoist might as well give it a try. The girl spoke in an orderly manner, causing the people nearby to be convinced. Even though Xiaohua was a bit far away, he could still inwardly nod his head. Hearing this, the cultivator also nodded his head and took the mirror spirit. After taking it, a dark red light flashed and slowly flowed less than an inch before stopping. When the cultivator saw this, his face flushed red. Oh, fellow Daoist is of the fire attribute. The girl nodded her head and said, fellow Daoist, you can try activating your magic power. I can activate magic power? Why didn't that cultivator move aside? Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he understood. That cultivator just now had a light blue brilliance. According to the 5 elements, it should be of the water attribute. It was the opposite of the Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation method, so there was naturally no need to use magic power. The cultivator activated his magic power, but when the cultivator's face flushed red, the light red light only moved half an inch. All right, fellow Daoist, you don't meet the requirements of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Please go to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. The girl took the mirror spirit with a smile and spoke very naturally. But what about my son? He doesn't seem to have received a command medallion yet? The cultivator looked at the boy with reluctance and asked pitifully. This little brother is below 5 years old and doesn't need to pass the second and third tests. Therefore, you don't need to give out a token. I have already sent a message to the senior martial brothers in Zhen Lei Palace. They will send people over to pick this junior martial brother up. Zhen Lei Palace will have a special test for this junior martial brother. And this test is very simple. If you follow it shouldn't be a problem. Oh, that's right. This is the token of a relative of a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Take it and register it in the Imperial Thunder Sect's Disciplinary Hall. The external affairs disciple of the Disciplinary Hall will explain to you how to visit this junior martial brother in the future. The girl clapped her hands and a small square token was handed over to the cultivator. Good. The cultivator's face was filled with tears as he stroked the boy's hair a few times and whispered, "Listen to your senior sisters in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Cultivate well for your father. You must make your father proud." The boy seemed to understand, but he didn't. He opened his eyes wide and nodded obediently. While they were talking, a 10th layer chi refining cultivator flew out from the nearest ball and landed beside the girl. "Senior martial brother Jen Yun, it's this boy." The girl cupped her hands and bowed. She pointed at the boy and said, The cultivator looked at the boy and without another word, he reached out and grabbed the boy's arm. Then he flew into the air and entered the ball. The boy's father stopped after chasing for half a step and couldn't help but call out in a low voice. Xiao Hua watched from afar. On the entire Thunderclap Mountain, there were also a few disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect flying out from several places. They also brought a few boys and girls into the ball. Innate attributes are still the most important. Xiao Hua sighed inwardly. Hee, fellow Xiao, you don't have to be envious. Seeing this, Xue smiled and said, although this boy is of the thunder attribute and can cultivate the cultivation method of the Imperial Thunder Sect, it's only a possibility. As for whether he can cultivate or not, it'll still depend on his future cultivation to prove it. Is there a method that can be used like testing the 5 elements? As long as it can be tested, it'll definitely be able to cultivate? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something and asked. Fellow Xiao, this is a good question. Xue was stunned and said, I have never thought of this before. Haha, I was just casually saying it. Xiao Hua said with a smile. After the boy's father left, the female disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect continued to test the other cultivators. The next few cultivators didn't have the thunder attribute or the fire attribute. Although one of them was yellow in color, that cultivator said, Fellow Daoist, I have always cultivated the fire attribute cultivation method. Moreover, the elders in the clan also said that I have the fire attribute. Can you let I activate my magic power? The girl shook her head and said, Fellow Daoist, my Imperial Thunder Sect naturally recruits disciples based on my Imperial Thunder Sect spirit. Even if fellow Daoist believes that you have the thunder attribute, if my spirit can't flash a purple light, then you can't have the thunder attribute. Then, she looked at that cultivator's cultivation and said softly, Moreover, even if fellow Daoist is of the thunder attribute, with such a young age and cultivation, I'm afraid that you won't be able to pass the second and third tests. Fellow Daoist should go to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. There's a third test. Xiao Hua was stunned and turned to look at Xue. As expected, Xue's face was also filled with surprise. The next cultivator was of the fire attribute. A blood-colored light traveled for about 2 inches. That cultivator's face turned ugly, but the girl didn't think so and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist is of the fire attribute, you can activate your magic power. That cultivator activated his magic power and the blood-colored light, as if taking a Peiyuan pill, suddenly traveled 50% of the distance. Good. Fellow Daoist, congratulations on passing the first test. Seeing this, the girl clapped her hands and took out a number plate from her storage pouch. She lowered her head and looked at it, then handed it over. Fellow Daoist number plate is number 24, please keep it well. Haha. That cultivator's hands were trembling. He still didn't believe it and took the number plate. He brought his arm to his mouth and fiercely bit it. Ouch! By the time that cultivator cried out in pain, the girl had already taken the spirit mirror to test the next cultivator. Although the process of the test was very simple, there were really too many cultivators on the Thunderclap Peak. That was tens of thousands of cultivators. There were probably over 100 cultivators surrounding the girl. Xiao Hua and Xue were standing not too far away from the girl. Seeing that less than 10% of the cultivators passed the test and the other 90% of the cultivators left dejectedly for the west side of the Thunderclap Peak, their hearts were also restless. The first test of the Imperial Thunder sect actually didn't look at cultivation, only the body's attribute. Moreover, the way they determined the attribute was different from outside. Many cultivators also thought that they were of the fire attribute, but they were all denied by the girl. Therefore, Xiaohua's heart was restless. Previously, when Xiaohua was at Yellow Flower Ridge, he didn't test any attribute. He even tested that he was of the water attribute. It was only later that he learned that he was of the fire attribute when he practiced the raising fire to burning heaven. Unfortunately, the Imperial Thunder sect didn't allow him to use his magic power at the beginning of the test. Xiaohua seemed to have seen the light blue brilliance of the spirit mirror when he received it. 4 hours passed very quickly. The number of people around the girl became fewer and fewer. Almost everyone had passed the test. The girl raised her head, looked around, and said with a smile, "Is there anyone else who hasn't taken the test? Fellow Daoists, don't think that you're lucky. In a while, my Imperial Thunder sect will conduct the second test. If you don't get a token, when the restriction of the Thunderclap Peak activates, you will lose your life." Sure enough, as the girl said, there were a few people hiding at the side who wanted to make up the numbers. At this time, they had no choice but to come out and take the test. "Let's go, fellow Daoist Shui. Even if we have to wait until the end, we still have to take the test." Xiaohua looked at Shui, who was also a little flustered, and said in a low voice, "AI, let's go together." Shui replied, "I have the earth attribute. I'm afraid I won't be able to pass this test." When Xiaohua and Shui arrived at the girl's side, the few cultivators who passed off as fish eyes had already dejectedly headed to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. "Fellow Daoists, who will go first?" The girl had already seen Xiaohua and Shui and asked with a smile. "Fellow Daoist Shui, you go first." Xiaohua took half a step back and said with a smile, "Okay." Shui smiled bitterly. She stretched out her white and tender right hand and took the spirit mirror from the girl. Shui closed her eyes. Ah! Just when Shui closed her eyes, a sound of astonishment immediately came from all around. "Fellow Daoist Shui, you have the lightning attribute. Quickly open your eyes." Xiaohua's cheerful and envious voice sounded in Shui's ears. "Ah, really?" Shui's heart was immediately filled with joy. She couldn't wait to open her eyes. Sure enough, the spirit mirror in Shui's hand was emitting a bright purple-red brilliance. That brilliance was already more than half of its length. Hee, congratulations fellow Daoist, you have the mythical thunder physique, which is precisely the requirement to become a disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect. Please take this token and wait for the second test. The girl clapped her hands and smiled. She took out the token from her storage pouch and handed it to Shui. Then, she took the spirit mirror from Shui's hand and turned to Xiaohua and said, "Fellow Daoist, you should be the last one to take the test. Please take the test. The second test of my Imperial Thunder sect should begin in an hour." Xiaohua looked at the spirit mirror in front of him and took a deep breath. He nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I will take the test now." However, Xiaohua stretched out his hand, but before he could touch the spirit mirror, he stopped again. There was a feeling of loss and gain in his heart. Hee, fellow Daoist, you're already at the 10th layer of the Qi refinement realm, but your Dao heart is still not stable? If this continues for a long time, I'm afraid your realm will become unstable. The girl smiled sweetly and stuffed the spirit mirror into Xiaohua's hand. However, a strange thing finally happened again. That spirit mirror in Xiaohua's hand actually didn't have the slightest reaction. It was exactly the same as when the girl held it in her hand just now. The girl frowned slightly and said in displeasure, "Fellow Daoist, don't try to show off some divine ability. If this spirit mirror doesn't have any reaction, you will also be eliminated. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian." Chapter 15-17. Seeing that the situation he was most worried about was indeed happening again, Xiaohua inwardly cursed. However, he shook the mirror spirit in his hand again and again, but the mirror spirit still didn't move at all. Seeing Xiaohua like this, the girl very justly smiled and said, "Since fellow Daoist, wait a moment, fellow Daoist." Seeing that the girl was about to announce his elimination, Xiaohua immediately said anxiously, "I didn't use any secret technique to hide my attribute. This mirror spirit, is it broken? Think about it. I came all the way to the Thunderclap Peak. How could I possibly make things difficult for myself?" The girl looked at Xiaohua. Sure enough, he didn't show any signs of using magic power. She immediately scratched her head and said, "That's right, this concealment technique was only taught by martial uncle half a year ago. Even this poor Daoist had to practice for several months before being able to grasp it. How do you know the secret technique of my Imperial Thunder sect? Could it be, it's really broken?" As she spoke, the girl took the mirror spirit. The magic power in her body slightly moved and a faint purple light flashed on the mirror spirit. That light quickly rushed to the mirror spirit's position about 60%. The girl's expression slightly changed. She didn't hand the mirror spirit over to Xiaohua and only said, "Fellow Daoist, I'm very sorry. You don't meet the conditions for my Imperial Thunder sect to recruit disciples. Fellow Daoist, please go to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. In a moment, my Gen Lei Palace's senior brothers will." Xiaohua was naturally very anxious and said loudly, "Fellow Daoist, I was watching from the side just now. I only know that among the 5 elements, cultivators with metal, wood, water, and earth attributes don't meet the conditions for your sect to recruit disciples, but I didn't hear that cultivators with no attributes don't meet the conditions for your sect to recruit disciples. How about you let me try again by pouring magic power into the mirror spirit?" The girl slightly shook her head and said in all seriousness, "Fellow Daoist is wrong. I received an order from my master that those with lightning, wind, yin, yang, and other extremely rare attributes can all pass the first round of selection. Those with fire attributes can pour magic power into the mirror spirit to test the strength of the fire attribute. If it's more than half, they can pass. However, they never said that cultivators with no attributes can pass the selection." Xiaohua shakes his head. "But your esteemed teacher didn't seem to say that if the mirror spirit didn't react, we shouldn't try again using transcendence energy, right?" The girl shook her head like a rattledrum. "I have never heard of a physique with balanced 5 elements, much less a physique without any 5 elements. Fellow Daoist, you don't meet the requirements of my Imperial Thunder sect. Please leave the mountain as soon as possible." "Motherfucker," Xiaohua was furious. However, the other party was only a 12-year-old girl. Perhaps she was a genius in cultivation, but in terms of conduct, he was afraid that he couldn't ask for too much. Just as the little girl turned around and was about to leave, Xiaohua's figure moved slightly, and like a gust of wind, he stretched out his hand and seized the mirror spirit. The girl was shocked. It wasn't that she didn't pay attention to the outside world, but she had been busy for more than 2 hours. Her previous curiosity had long disappeared, and she had already felt a little sleepy and had lost some of her vigilance. The most important thing was that Xiaohua's movements were too fast, and there wasn't even a trace of spiritual power fluctuation. Before she could react, the mirror spirit was already in Xiaohua's hands. "What are you doing?" The girl abruptly turned around, clapped her hands, and shouted with a thunderous voice. But just as she said these words, a scene that made the surrounding people dumbfounded appeared. The mirror spirit in Xiaohua's hands suddenly flashed with an extremely brilliant purple-red brilliance. That brilliance was like the scorching sun at noon, dazzling everyone's eyes. Before the girl could say a second sentence, she heard Xiaohua say in a very panicked voice, "What's going on?" Immediately, that scorching sun flew into the air, and with a boom, that scorching sun actually exploded in midair. Not only was the girl dumbstruck, but Xue, who was sweating profusely for Xiaohua, and the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were all dumbstruck as they stood there. Xiaohua's face was even more embarrassed, and he was at a loss for what to do. "You dare to destroy I's mirror spirit?" The girl immediately understood, and the tears in her eyes immediately gushed out. She clapped her hands, and several 5 lightning yellow talismans flashed with traces of purple lightning and scattered toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua knew that he was in the wrong. His figure moved slightly, and he quickly dodged the lightning talisman. In midair, he called out very innocently, "Fellow Daoist?" This poor Daoist only poured in a trace of magic power. "This mirror spirit of your sect is really weak. You still dare to quibble? It must be because you were eliminated by my Imperial Thunder sect, and your heart was dirty, so you destroyed my Imperial Thunder sect's magic tool." How could the girl be willing to let it go? Her mouth berated, and her hands didn't stop. One of her hands took out a yellow talisman from her storage bag, and the other hand used palm lightning and other spells to bombard Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua was helpless, and he couldn't fight back. He could only use his flying technique to shuttle between the girl's spells, and painstakingly think of a way to escape. "Dui Ling, what's going on?" A voice came from midair. It was Zhen Yeming, who was in charge of the first round of selection. "Senior brother Zhen." Seeing Zhen Yeming come over, Dui Ling's small mouth became even more depressed, and he almost cried. This guy destroyed this disciple's mirror spirit. "Senior brother Zhen, you have to help this disciple. Don't let this disciple go back to master to be punished." Sweat. Xiaohua felt ashamed in his heart. Of course, he had earned a trace of a chance to pass the Imperial Thunder Sect's selection, but this chance came at the cost of destroying Dui Ling's magic tool. He had really let her down. However, after Xiaohua felt ashamed, he also loudly complained about the injustice. It was just as he said. He had only poured his magic power into the mirror spirit, and although he didn't have the trace, he said, but who would have thought? The light that appeared was so bright, and the speed of the light was so fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the other side of the mirror spirit, and the origin of the mirror spirit wasn't enough. The entire mirror spirit shook violently, and the light seemed to want to break through the mirror spirit. Xiaohua hurriedly withdrew his magic power, but the light was still there, and the vibration was still there. He could only throw the mirror spirit into the air. "Don't cry. Today is a big event for the Imperial Thunder Sect. Everyone here is here for the first time, and there are many cultivators who didn't pass the selection. Your crying will make the Imperial Thunder Sect lose face." Zhen Yeming glanced at Xiaohua and said to Dui Ling, hearing that it would affect the Imperial Thunder Sect's reputation. Dui Ling's face tensed up, and he hurriedly stretched out his arm to wipe away the tears on his face, revealing a tenacious expression. "What's going on? How did you destroy the mirror spirit?" Zhen Yeming said coldly to Xiaohua. Although fellow Daoist came to the Imperial Thunder Sect to participate in the selection and is considered an important guest of the Imperial Thunder Sect, if you don't put the Imperial Thunder Sect in your eyes, we won't treat fellow Daoist with the hospitality of a guest. "Oh, senior brother Zhen." Disciple Xue Xue was at the side the whole time. Xue Xue hurriedly stepped forward. Zhen Yeming glanced at the number plate in Xue Xue's hand and didn't refute. He nodded and said, "Yes, Xue Xue, tell me about it." Xue Xue recounted everything that had happened just now, without adding or deleting any details. Hearing Xue Xue's words, Zhen Yeming frowned and looked at Xiaohua with a complicated gaze. He then turned to ask Dui Ling, "Is what fellow Daoist Xue said true?" "Yes, what fellow Daoist Xue said is true." Dui Ling nodded and said, "This cultivator called Xiaohua doesn't have the lightning attribute, nor the fire attribute. He also doesn't have any other rare attributes. Therefore, disciple followed the orders of my teacher and eliminated him." "But your teacher?" Zhen Yeming was halfway through his sentence when he saw Dui Ling's eyes turn red again. How would he dare to continue? He knew that they were just inexperienced children who treated the words of their teacher as the golden rule and didn't know how to be flexible. He rephrased his words and said, "Cultivators with balanced 5 elements should have a white brilliance during the test. Didn't the teacher of the Imperial Thunder Sect mention it?" Dui Ling's face was blank as he shook his head and said, "They didn't mention it." "Oh, it's no wonder. There is only one person with balanced 5 elements in this world. My Imperial Thunder sect has never encountered such a person when recruiting disciples. If I wasn't in charge of the first round of selection this year and specially read through all the ancient records, I might not have known about it. Zhen Yiming sighed. So you don't blame me? Dui Ling raised his small face and smiled through his tears. No. Leave this fellow Daoist to senior brother. Do you have any other cultivators to test? Zhen Yiming smiled. No, this is the last one. Dui Ling said with a smile. The panic on his face had long disappeared. Zhen Yiming turned to Xiao Hua and said, Fellow Daoist Xiao, I have never seen a cultivator with balanced 5 elements, but a cultivator without any 5 elements, let alone even my teacher's ancient records don't have any records of such a person. Could it be that fellow Daoist is an anomaly? As he spoke, Zhen Yiming clapped his hands and took out another mirror spirit. He handed it over and said, Fellow Daoist, don't use your magic power. Let I take a look. Xiao Hua accepted it. Just as Shui said, the mirror spirit didn't move at all. There wasn't even a trace of light flashing, not even the so-called white light. Strange. Fellow Daoist Xiao, could it be that you are really an anomaly? Although Zhen Yiming had already stopped Shui's description, seeing that the mirror spirit didn't move and Xiao Hua didn't have any magic power fluctuations around him, he couldn't help but ask in astonishment. Do you need I to channel my magic power? Xiao Hua probed. Fellow Daoist, please wait. Zhen Yiming shook his head and asked again. Since fellow Daoist is already at Qi refining stage 10, then, which sect do you belong to? What kind of cultivation technique do you practice? This. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. The cultivation technique Heavenly Law's embodiment technique had caused a lot of trouble in Yenyuan City. It was even related to the 1,000-year-old mother and son spirit fruit. He really didn't want to talk about it. Oh, if you don't want to talk about the cultivation technique, then tell me which sect do you belong to? Zhen Yiming tactfully asked. Fellow Daoist Zhen, please know that I am a loose cultivator. Xiao Hua said helplessly, I have practiced a fire-type cultivation technique called raising fire to the heavens. Chapter 1518. What? Loose cultivator? Zhen Yiming was stunned and said with surprise, How is this possible? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, I am of course a loose cultivator. Otherwise, why would I enter the Imperial Thunder sect? May I ask how old you are? Zhen Yiming asked curiously. I should be around 23 years old. Xiao Hua did not dare to lie and said truthfully. Oh, then fellow Xiao must have taken some pill to retain your youth? Zhen Yiming was not surprised and looked at Xiao Hua with a smile. Fellow Daoist is very lucky. Pills to retain one's youth are very hard to find in the cultivation world. Yes. Xiao Hua's reply was very vague, but his heart was moved and he thought to himself, I was wondering why my face did not change. So it was a pill to retain one's youth. It seems that it is really hard to find, otherwise I would have known. Pill to retain one's youth? Shui's face was also filled with envy as she stared at Xiao Hua's young face in a daze. Of course, eternal youth was the highest realm that all women, regardless of whether they were immortal or mortal, pursued. All right, fellow Daoist Xiao just said, what kind of fire attribute technique did you cultivate? Zhen Yiming asked again. Fellow Daoist Xiao, as a loose cultivator, actually reached the peak of Qi refining stage 10 at the age of 23. It can be said that you are a peerless genius. I am rather interested in fellow Daoist's technique. Raising fire to the heavens. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Raising fire to the heavens? Zhen Yiming thought for a while and said curiously, I don't seem to have heard of such a technique. All right, I will let fellow Daoist Zhen know. This is a shallow technique. Xiao Hua said with a strange smile. Zhen Yiming looked at Xiao Hua as if he was considering the authenticity of Xiao Hua's words. However, the real thing was that his heart was in turmoil. No attributes of the 5 elements. What does this mean? As the saying goes, Jump out of the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. Become a free immortal and live as long as the heavens. No attributes of the 5 elements. Doesn't that mean that you are not in the 5 elements? Of course, in the cultivation world of the Dawn Rain continent, there were no cultivators without attributes of the 5 elements. However, that did not mean that there were no legends of the 5 elements. No, it couldn't be said that it was the same as the legends, because those legends without the 5 elements were all stories of great divine abilities and great cultivators, but there had never been any records of low-level cultivators. But this little rogue cultivator in front of him actually had no attributes of any of the 5 elements. What could this mean? Perhaps he was a genius in cultivation, or perhaps he was trash in cultivation. Forget it. No matter what, this Xiao Hua can be considered a strange person. My Imperial Thunder sect has to be extra careful. Even if he's a piece of trash, I'm afraid he'll have to stay on my Sky Thunder Peak. Zhen Yeming made up his mind. He looked at the dozens of cultivators who wanted to gather around him and waved his hand. This has nothing to do with you. You can leave now and find a place to rest. The second round of the test is about to begin. Today, we will be recruiting 100 disciples. Although the quota is 10 times more than before, the real test is yet to come. Yes, when the surrounding cultivators heard that Xiao Hua wanted to recruit 100 disciples, their faces showed a pleasant surprise. How could they still care about what attribute Xiao Hua's physique was? Fellow Daoist Xiao, please follow me. Zhen Yeming smiled and waved his hand, indicating for Xiao Hua to stand beside him. When Xiao Hua walked over, Dui Ling blinked her eyes and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhen, this disciple will also go over?" "He, Junior Marshal Sister Dui Ling, your matter is already done. This Senior Marshal Brother will report your matter to the Marshal Ancestor. You can return with the other Senior Marshal Brothers of the Converging Thunder Palace." After Zhen Yeming finished explaining everything, he waved his hand and cast out a spell that was flickering with lightning. A bright light flashed around the two of them. Following that, a bright light shot out from the nearest round ball and the two of them disappeared from their original spot. Xiao Hua only felt his vision darken. When he opened his eyes again, his figure had actually appeared halfway up a mountain. He saw towering palaces, pavilions, and all kinds of winding corridors and small pavilions. Occasionally, immortal birds would chirp and fly out from the dense fog that was rising from the mountain. Oh my, it really is like a celestial place. Xiao Hua's eyes were envious and he couldn't help but praise in his heart. Zhen Yeming sent out a communication talisman. When he saw the communication talisman flying out of the palace, Zhen Yeming smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please follow me. I will listen to fellow Daoist Zhen's instructions." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. Then, Zhen Yeming led Xiao Hua through a few winding corridors and passed through a few clusters of exotic flowers and plants. Gradually, they walked into the white fog. The wisps of white mist were like smoke and cotton, drawing Xiao Hua's line of sight. A strange fragrance spread out from the little flowers on the ground, and Xiao Hua's ears actually recalled the melodious sound of a flute. Xiao Hua's eyes turned and saw that Zhen Yeming's footsteps were steady and he seemed to have turned a deaf ear to the flute. He knew that Zhen Yeming was used to it. Xiao Hua couldn't help but be curious. Who is the person playing the flute? Yeming, what's the matter? The flute sound suddenly stopped and a clear voice sounded. Zhen Yeming bowed respectfully and said in a concise manner, "Reporting to Marshal Ancestor, during the first round of the disciple selection today, I discovered a cultivator without any of the 5 elements." Didn't have any of the 5 elements? The voice was clearly stunned and he asked in surprise, "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure." That cultivator held the mirror spirit in his hand and the mirror spirit didn't have any reaction. Zhen Yeming said word by word. Furthermore, that cultivator poured his magic power into the mirror spirit and the mirror spirit actually exploded. How is that possible? As he spoke, a figure suddenly appeared from the white fog and stood 10 feet away from Xiao Hua. A golden core cultivator? Although Xiao Hua was already mentally prepared when Zhen Yeming called him Marshal Ancestor, when he saw that he couldn't detect that cultivator's cultivation, His heart couldn't help but jump. Previously, when he was on his way to Jinghua City, he had seen a golden core cultivator, but after all, it was only by chance and he didn't have any direct knowledge of golden core cultivators. It could be said that the ignorant were fearless. After going through these 3 years of tempering, Xiaohua had experienced the fierceness of peak aura refining realm cultivators and the fierceness of foundation building realm cultivators. As for the divine abilities of Jindan realm cultivators, he only needed to think with his heel to know. Without any hesitation, Xiaohua bowed and said, "Junior Xiaohua greets senior." That cultivator looked to be around 50 years old. He was thin and the green robe he wore was very ordinary. The cultivator's face was clean and his eyes were slightly sad. Half of his long black hair was already white, but the white hair didn't make his sharp eyebrows and eyes lose their color. Instead, it made him even more charming. The cultivator waved his hand and said faintly, it could be considered as returning the greeting. The sharp nails on his slender fingers were very eye-catching. Good boy, Xiaohua's heart trembled. He had never seen a male cultivator with such long nails. "Yi Ming, give him the mirror spirit," said the cultivator. "Yes, martial ancestor." Zhen Yiming didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly gave his mirror spirit to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took it and looked at the mirror spirit that didn't react. He then looked at the golden core cultivator. As expected, a strange expression flashed through the golden core cultivator's eyes. Then he waved his hand casually. Xiaohua felt his body tighten and the true qi in his body was imprisoned. This mirror spirit really didn't react. The golden core cultivator waved his hand again and the imprisonment on Xiaohua's body suddenly disappeared. "Pour your magic power into the mirror spirit." The golden core cultivator's tone was unquestionable. "Yes, Junior." Xiaohua wanted to remind him, but he immediately shut his mouth and carefully poured a strand of magic power into the mirror spirit. Sure enough, just like before, a bright purple-red light flashed and suddenly rushed to the top of the mirror spirit. It didn't allow Xiaohua to withdraw his magic power. Seeing that the mirror spirit was about to explode again, Xiaohua held it in his hand and didn't know whether to throw it away or not. It was very awkward. After all, he was an Aurus core stage cultivator. With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua felt a wave of magic power. A restriction that flashed faintly with electric light was set up around the mirror spirit. Moreover, it seemed to have some kind of power. It took the mirror spirit from Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua took the opportunity to release his hand and saw the light in the restriction scatter. Another mirror spirit was destroyed by Xiaohua. When the light flashed, the golden core cultivator used his eyes to look at the remains of the mirror spirit. He nodded slightly and rubbed his hand. The lightning in the restriction flashed and all the remains turned into nothingness. Martial ancestor. Zhen Yiming saw this and reminded, "Did Xiaohua pass the first round? The second round of the disciple selection is about to begin." Nonsense. The golden core cultivator glared at Zhen Yiming and said, "Although the mirror spirit showed that Xiaohua didn't have any of the 5 elements, this mirror spirit is after all a low-grade magic tool. The result is only for reference. It can't be confirmed that Xiaohua doesn't have any elements. But didn't you see it for yourself? Xiaohua's fire attribute cultivation technique is very good. Even the mirror spirit couldn't determine the purity of his fire attribute. Such a cultivator couldn't pass the first round of the test. Could it be that the Imperial Thunder sect only accepts lightning attribute disciples? Yes. This disciple understands." Zhen Yiming hurriedly bowed and replied. "However, if he doesn't have any elements, the purity of his fire attribute cultivation technique shouldn't be so high, right?" The golden core cultivator waved his hand and said, "I will record this matter when we return. You can go and select disciples now." "Yes, this disciple understands." Zhen Yiming turned his head and said, "Xiaohua, follow me." Xiaohua's mind raced. He was considering whether or not he should tell the golden core cultivator about the pearl. The golden core cultivator took the pearl and turned around, leaving behind a lonely scene. His figure gradually disappeared. "All right, let's talk about it later," Xiaohua muttered as he followed Zhen Yiming back to the pavilion. Zhen Yiming clapped his hands and took out a number plate and handed it over to Xiao Hua. Fellow Daoist Xiao, this is your number plate. Please keep it well and don't keep it in your storage bag. I look forward to your performance and hope that you can join my Imperial Thunder sect as soon as possible. Thank you for your kind words. Xiao Hua clasped his hands. Following Zhen Yiming's hand seals, Xiao Hua returned to the thunderous peak. Chapter 1519. How can there be people in this world who don't have the 5 elements? It's just that the fire element is hidden. The figure of the gold core cultivator appeared in a small pavilion in the depths of the dense fog. There was a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, he waved his hand and took out a very simple bamboo flute from his sleeve. It did not have the slightest trace of magic power fluctuations. He placed it in front of his eyes and looked at it deeply. Then he placed it by his lips and a melodious flute sound slowly rang out. When Xiao Hua returned to the thunderclap peak, it was already past noon. The sun above his head had already set slightly in the west. Fellow Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua's figure appear on the thunderclap peak, Xue Xue's heart inexplicably relaxed. She immediately jumped up and raised her hand. Here. Xiao Hua saw Xue Xue jump up and down on the spot. His eyes unconsciously narrowed and he also licked his lips inexplicably. His feet didn't stop and he walked towards Xue Xue's direction. Fellow Xiao, did you pass the selection? Xue Xue asked somewhat impatiently. Her eyes were also nervously looking at Xiao Hua. Since I went out, how can I return empty-handed? If I was eliminated, I would naturally go to the west side of the thunderclap peak. How can I appear here? Xiao Hua said proudly. Seeing Xiao Hua's proudness, Xue Xue didn't feel annoyed. Instead, a trace of expectation appeared in her heart. It was as if Xiao Hua was originally supposed to be like this. Xue Xue curled her lips and said, just now you were almost there. If you weren't smart, you would have been sent away by the thunderbolt. Puma, that little bit of intelligence is just a casual thing. It's nothing, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Moreover, this Dui Ling is just a little brat. How would he know I's methods? I can deal with him, but it's just a piece of cake. Xiao Hua's words were very self-satisfied and frivolous. However, Xue Xue loved Xiao Hua's words. She narrowed her eyes and said charmingly, Really? Who is it just now, trembling in fear? Xiao Hua shook his head left and right as if trying to find the person Xue Xue was talking about. Xue Xue giggled and covered her mouth. After a while, she asked, Who did Daoist Zhen bring you to see? What did he say? Others? Xiao Hua's heart jumped and he secretly said, What? Others are others, then what about you and me? However, he said, It's nothing much. I just went to see a senior in the Golden Core stage and destroyed another mirror spirit. Then he let I pass. Then, you really have no attributes? Xue Xue asked with her eyes wide open. Xiao Hua smiled and said, I naturally don't belong to any of the 5 elements. Only, whether or not it has any attributes. I can't say for now. Seeing Xiao Hua's complacent appearance, Xue Xue didn't believe him. But seeing that Xiao Hua didn't say anything, Xue Xue's heart became even more nervous. She said with disdain, If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who cares? Right at this moment, a loud and clear voice came from the many balls again. Fellow Daoists, the second round of the disciple selection is about to begin. Fellow Daoists, please place the number plates you just received in front of your chests and follow the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect to Thunder-Seeking Valley. Thunder-Seeking Valley? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. However, he saw that Xue Xue's face was already slightly pale. What? Fellow Daoist Xue, is there some kind of trick to this Thunder-Seeking Valley? Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask. Alas, of course. Xue Xue saw that everyone had stood up. She slapped a flying talisman on her body and flew away with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect in front of her. She said in a low voice, According to the information I got from the Imperial Thunder sect, Thunder-Seeking Valley, is a dangerous place in the Imperial Thunder sect. It's the place where the disciples of the aura refining realm have to undergo trials when they reach the peak of the aura refining realm. Reach the peak of the aura refining realm? Xiaohua was shocked and shouted, "Then, what kind of dangers are there?" Xue Xue shook her head blankly and said, "That day, I only listened to it like a story. I didn't ask in detail." Stupid. You obviously want to participate in the disciple selection of the Imperial Thunder sect. Why didn't you ask more? Xiaohua criticized without the slightest hesitation. I only know that the Imperial Thunder sect's disciple selection has to pass 2 rounds. This round wasn't included, Xue Xue said with some grievance. If I had known earlier, I would have asked earlier. If I had known earlier, you would be a Foundation Establishment senior now. Xiaohua retorted. Xue Xue was very unhappy. Just as she was about to retort, she felt the entire Thunderclap Peak shake. From the top of the restriction on the Thunderclap Peak, several waves of magic power flashed like ripples. As the waves of magic power swept past, Xue Xue and Xiaohua's number plates also flashed with 2 faint brilliance. The brilliance of the light actually blocked the magic power waves. The magic power waves very calmly swept past the 2 of them. With a rumbling sound, a thunderbolt struck from the top of the restriction. It hit a cultivator about a dozen feet away from Xiaohua. That cultivator was about the 9th level of qi refining, but because he didn't wear a number plate, when the wave of magic power flashed past, it triggered the restriction. That thunderbolt was extremely fast and fierce. The 9th level cultivator didn't have any time to react before he was struck and turned into charcoal in an instant. What's wrong? Does this cultivator not have a number plate? Xue Xue asked curiously. Or did he put his number plate in his storage bag? Hee, is there even a need to say it? The 9th level of qi refining is the high level of qi refining. I'm afraid his physique doesn't meet the requirements of the Imperial Thunder sect. That's why he took the risk to stay and see if there's a chance? Xiaohua had a look of sympathy on his face. Thinking back to himself just now, wasn't that exactly the case? While they were talking, a few Imperial Thunder sect disciples flew over. They looked at the charcoal, cleaned up the mess, and flew away again. A 9th level qi refining cultivator, gone just like that. Xiaohua and Xue Xue flew further and further away, occasionally turning back to sigh. The lightning-seeking valley was located within the Lei Mo mountain range. The towering mountain ranges on both sides were like 2 open doors. The entrance to the lightning-seeking valley was also square. From outside the valley, one could see the lush flowers within the valley. This place looks very beautiful. Could it be that there's a hidden danger? Xiaohua muttered in his heart as he looked at the seemingly ordinary thunder-seeking valley from afar. There were about 3,000 cultivators selected in the first round. Xiaohua and Xue Xue were flying at the very front. When they arrived at Thunder-Seeking Valley, the sun was already setting. The Imperial Thunder sect disciples led everyone to the entrance of Thunder-Seeking Valley. They turned around and flew away. At the same time, a figure flashed out from the sky with a thunderbolt. Thunder evasion! Xue Xue exclaimed. That's thunder evasion? Xiaohua suddenly remembered what Qian Qinghua said when he met him in Shihuang town. Your flying technique is very strange. It's even faster than the thunder escape of my Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, that's the secret thunder evasion of the Imperial Thunder sect. It's said to be the fastest evasion technique in the cultivation world. Xue Xue slightly nodded and said. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the figure that flashed out. The cultivator who used thunder evasion was actually at the middle stage of Foundation establishment. He was about 40 years old. Greetings, senior. The cultivators were very tactful and bowed to pay their respects. The cultivator slightly nodded and released his divine sense to scan everyone. He waved his hand and said, Yes, not bad. You're all handsome cultivators from my country of Xi. Then he pointed at Thunder-Seeking Valley and said, Your second test is to pass Thunder-Seeking Valley. This old man is the host of the second test. As for my name, if you pass, you'll naturally know. If you don't pass, then even if I tell you, it's useless, so I won't say it. This. Xiao Hua secretly laughed in his heart. Why is this foundation establishment senior so long-winded? As if he could understand Xiao Hua's thoughts, the cultivator said again, this old man won't be long-winded with you. The second test is very simple. It's tomorrow morning. If you can smoothly pass Thunder-Seeking Valley, then you've passed the second test. This old man wants to remind you that Thunder-Seeking Valley is very dangerous. You must bring enough yellow talismans with you. It's just like when you're training in a dangerous place. You can't be careless, otherwise. The cultivator said he wasn't long-winded, but he actually reminded a lot of things. It was like a senior warning a junior about to go out and train. Only when everyone was a little tired of it, the cultivator said, finally, this old man wants to say that the second test has a risk to your life. If you want to withdraw, then you don't have to enter the valley. All right, everyone, if you're ready, then enter the valley. It wasn't easy to wait until the cultivator said these words. Several cultivators in front of Xiao Hua couldn't bear it anymore. Their figures immediately flew up, and they rushed into Thunder-Seeking Valley. Although Xiao Hua and Xue weren't in a hurry, they also followed the crowd and slowly flew in. Sigh, if you don't listen to the advice of an old man, then you'll suffer. Seeing everyone fly into Thunder-Seeking Valley, the cultivator sighed slightly. These 3,000 people, I'm afraid, half of them will die inside. But why don't these cultivators believe this old man's words? Soon after, the cultivator's figure swayed, and a thunderbolt flashed again. The cultivator quickly flew forward, passing over the nearby mountain peak, and headed towards the end of Thunder-Seeking Valley. Xiao Hua and Xue flew closer to Thunder-Seeking Valley. Seeing everyone flying forward like a swarm of bees, Xue also followed closely behind. Xiao Hua said in a low voice, fellow Daoist Xue, please wait a moment. Why? Although Xue slowed down, seeing everyone flying further and further away, she was somewhat puzzled. Many people make light work. Although this Thunder-Seeking Valley is dangerous, with many people passing through, we can naturally overcome these difficulties. Why don't you follow the crowd? You know full well that Thunder-Seeking Valley is dangerous. It's the place where the high-level disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect train. Can the dangers inside be dealt with by many people? Xiao Hua was unhurried. Moreover, the second stage's requirement is only to pass through Thunder-Seeking Valley in the wee hours of the morning. It's not like it depends on who gets there first. Wouldn't it be fine as long as we safely arrive before daybreak? Soon after, Xiao Hua looked ahead and said with a smile, of course, if fellow Daoist Xue doesn't agree, then you can fly away with them first. Chapter 1520. Looking at the crowd not far away, Xue hesitated for a moment and sighed, forget it, I'll listen to you this time. However, fellow Daoist Xue has to be responsible for I. What? Xiao Hua was stunned and thought to himself, these words, don't they have some other meaning? These words were very ambiguous. After Xue finished speaking, she immediately came to her senses and said hesitantly, if there's danger, those cultivators will only care about their own safety. Who would care about I? It's better to obediently walk at the back. Since fellow Daoist Xue understands, that's good. Xiao Hua nodded and then looked to the left. The two of them weren't the only smart ones. About 10 meters away from them, there were also dozens of cultivators who were either crossing their arms, standing with their hands behind their backs, or floating in the air. They were all coldly looking at the people flying in front of them. Fellow Daoist Xiao, what should we do? Xue also looked and asked in a low voice. Act according to the circumstances. Xiao Hua smiled mysteriously. Act according to the circumstances? Isn't that the same as not saying anything? Xue pursed her lips and clapped her hands. She took out some yellow talismans from her storage pouch and handed them to Xiao Hua. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. You're acting like you're very profound. But, as soon as these words left her mouth, Xue felt some regret. It seemed she still hadn't figured it out. Xiaohua was now a late-stage 10th layer qi refining cultivator, not the low-level 4th layer qi refining cultivator she saw before. How could she be so impudent? Fortunately, Xiaohua didn't care and also didn't notice Shue's gaze. He looked at the yellow talismans handed over and took out 2, saying, "Flight talismans? I don't need them. You can use them yourself." Shui opened her cherry lips slightly and her mind spun rapidly. If he doesn't need the flight talisman, doesn't that mean he knows the flight technique? The flight technique? How could a 10th layer qi refining cultivator know it? Even a 12th layer qi refining disciple from a cultivation sect might not be able to grasp it, right? Xiaohua, a loose cultivator actually has this kind of divine ability? Unexpectedly, just as Shui was thinking this, Xiaohua took out several yellow talismans from his storage pouch again and said with a smile, "I don't have many yellow talismans, but I have a lot of flying talismans. It's precisely for escaping." Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but there was a trace of disappointment in her heart. It seems like Xiaohua should be able to fly. All right, fellow Daoist Shui, the cultivators in front of us have already disappeared. The ones behind us are still wasting their time. We'll take our leave first. Let's see what dangers this Seeking Thunder Valley has. Xiaohua waved his hand and used a flying talisman on himself. Shui also calmed herself down and nodded. "I will listen to fellow Daoist Zhao's instructions." As he spoke, he followed behind Xiaohua. The scenery of Seeking Thunder Valley was beautiful. Countless fresh flowers and green grass covered the ground. Countless oddly shaped trees grew diagonally on both sides of the valley. Occasionally, there were even a few small streams flowing out from the caves of the valley. They flowed along the slopes of the valley. One could only hear the gurgling sound of the water, but one couldn't see the end of the stream. At this time, it was already dusk. Seeking Thunder Valley was located in an east-west direction. In the western horizon, countless clouds were like shredded cotton, covering the entire sky. The dim sunset was blocked by a thick layer of clouds. From time to time, a dark red light would seep through the gaps between the clouds, but before it could illuminate the valley, it was already diffused by the darkness of the night. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua paid attention to the surrounding scenery, but apart from being beautiful, he didn't see any danger. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist Shui, are you sure this is the trial grounds of the Imperial Thunder Sect's high-level disciples?" "Fellow Daoist Shui?" Xiaohua asked a few questions. Seeing that no one answered, he couldn't help but turn his head and ask again. "Ah?" When Xiaohua turned his head and saw that there was no one behind him, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. Just now, wasn't she still following behind me? How come she disappeared without a word? Xiaohua took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and looked around. However, there was only the sound of the wind behind him, and only the scenery that he had just walked over. Where could he see half of Shui's figure? "Fellow Daoist Shui? Fellow Daoist Shui?" Xiaohua raised his voice and shouted a few more times. Moreover, he turned around and flew back. The valley was still as quiet as before. There was no one in sight, nor was there, not good. Xiaohua suddenly realized that the scene he saw when he was flying back was exactly the same as the scene he saw when he was flying forward. Not good, it can't be an illusion formation, right? Xiaohua immediately thought of what he encountered on Thousandjiang Peak. Sure enough, when Xiaohua turned around and flew forward again, the scenery around him was the same as the scenery he saw when he turned around. When Xiaohua raised his head to look at the west, the sun had already set, and the hazy stars gradually began to appear. I'm afraid," Xiaohua thought. When he turned his head to look at the other side of the valley, it was absolutely strange. The stars in the valley also had the same appearance, but they revealed a dim starlight. Xiaohua sneered. He stood up, urged his magic power, and used the flight technique. His entire body was like a meteor, flying towards a section of the valley at extreme speed. According to Xiaohua's thoughts, when he was at the second level of qi refining, he could rely on his flying speed to break through Yulian Mountain's bewildering fog beast. This Seeking Thunder Valley's illusion formation should also be able to be broken through with the flight technique, right? Unfortunately, Xiaohua flew extremely fast. When he saw that the surrounding scenery was somewhat blurry, and it seemed like it was about to be torn apart by Xiaohua, the space around Xiaohua suddenly moved. For some reason, the surrounding scenery became clear again, as if Xiaohua simply didn't fly away. Good heavens, this Seeking Thunder Valley's illusion formation is really powerful. It's worthy of being a place where peak qi refining cultivators train. Seeing this, Xiaohua stopped. He frowned and thought to himself, there's no need to say anything. Xue is probably the same as me. Oh, all the cultivators must have fallen into this illusion formation. But, how do I break this illusion formation? Xiaohua's figure floated in midair. His hands crossed in front of his chest, and he frowned as he thought, illusion formation, how could I forget? Don't I still have my perception? Xiaohua suddenly thought, and immediately released his perception. Sure enough, in Xiaohua's perception, although he couldn't see any restrictions, he could still feel the outline of Seeking Thunder Valley. Therefore, Xiaohua slowed down his flying speed and slowly advanced in the direction of Seeking Thunder Valley. However, when he flew a few feet in a straight line, he encountered another restriction. In his perception, every time he flew half a foot forward, his body would abruptly return to its original spot. It seemed like this was some kind of spatial restriction technique. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua landed on the ground and took a step forward. From what the naked eye could see, he took this step firmly. However, from what the naked eye could sense, this step only swayed in the air for a moment before landing on the ground again. I found the location of the formation. But, how do I break the restriction? Xiaohua only practiced the art of making talismans and alchemy. This art of formations, he still didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with it. Xiaohua stood on the ground, frowning. He released his perception and used his hand to touch his nose as he walked back and forth. After walking for a while, Xiaohua discovered that this space was only about 100 zhang wide. Moreover, this restriction also had the effect of isolating divine sense. Even if Xiaohua's perception it was blocked and couldn't pass through. That's strange. If this is an illusion formation, then shouldn't Xue be at the same distance as me? But, why isn't there anything around me, but I don't know if there's anything behind me? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Besides, where are the thousands of people in front of me? Xiaohua suddenly laughed and walked back to the location of the restriction with large strides. He released his perception and used his feet to continuously walk back there. 1 step, 2 steps, each step brought him back to its original position. Could it be that I'm wrong? Xiaohua scratched his head, but just as he was hesitating in his perception, he actually took a step forward. Didn't I say so? This restriction definitely works sometimes, or else Xue and I would definitely be together. Xiaohua laughed loudly and released his perception. Sure enough, within this 100 zhang, Xue was like a headless fly, flying everywhere, and her face was abnormally panicked. Xiaohua flew up to Xue's side and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist Xiao, where did you come from? Xue cried out in pleasant surprise, but when her gaze searched for the origin of Xiaohua's voice, there was actually a blank space. What's going on? Xiaohua withdrew his perception. Sure enough, where he looked, Xue's figure also disappeared. Damn, this illusion formation is really powerful. It can actually meet but can't see. Xiaohua cursed in his heart and released his perception again. He thought for a moment and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist Xue, don't panic, I will go over and pull you. Xue responded, but there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. However, when she felt 2 fingers tugging at her sleeve, there was a trace of disappointment for no reason. Fellow Daoist Xiao, can you see me? I can vaguely see a bit. Xiaohua said vaguely, this is an illusion formation, follow I. But Xue responded and followed Xiaohua's pull, slowly moving forward. Rumble right at this moment, a burst of fireball talismans exploded behind Shui, shaking the surrounding valleys to the point of shaking. It was reckoned that Xiaohua and the other cultivators behind him had also fallen into the illusion formation. Fellow Daoist Xiao, quickly leave. This illusion formation can be forcefully broken with magic power, but if it can't be broken, its counterattack power will be even stronger. This kind of Seeking Thunder Valley is a place of trial for high-level disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. It's not something we can break by force. We can't let other people ruin our good fortune. Damn it, we just entered the valley. With such a powerful illusion formation, how can people survive? Xiaohua couldn't help but curse. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Shui's heart stirred, and she said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, in front. Do you see other cultivators? Seems like there aren't any." Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something as well. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1521. I'm afraid I was harmed by you. Shui's expression was indescribable. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Xiaohua as if she was blaming him, and also acting coquettishly. But could she see Xiaohua? Xiaohua didn't think so much, but his face was still embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, I was too cautious. I didn't expect that this thunder-seeking valley was used by Imperial Thunder Sect's peak aura refining disciples. Most of us cultivators are in the middle stage or early stage. How can we compare to Imperial Thunder Sect's late-stage aura refining disciples? If this thunder-seeking valley's restrictions were all opened, I'm afraid there wouldn't be many who could pass through, right? Therefore, some of the restrictions in this thunder-seeking valley are open and some are closed. This illusion formation was probably closed when the cultivators passed through. Shui added. At this time, she didn't have the slightest intention of blaming him. And that's right. Xiaohua nodded slightly. At this time, the two of them had already walked to the front of the restriction. Xiaohua smiled and said, Fellow Daoist Shui, please wait a moment. After a while, when the restriction in the space stopped, Xiaohua pulled Shui's sleeve and walked forward again. Why did you stop for a while? The two of them walked silently for a while. Shui looked at Xiaohua and asked in a low voice. Oh, nothing. I just found that illusion formation. Xiaohua said casually. But when he spoke, he suddenly realized that he could see Shui's face. That pair of joyful and worried eyes were staring straight at him. Oh! Xiaohua immediately withdrew his hand and shouted, Fellow Daoist Shui, you can see I? Seeing Xiaohua's somewhat nervous appearance, Shui laughed and said, I could see fellow Daoist after we stopped for a while. It's just that fellow Daoist was busy rushing, so I didn't mention it. Ha. Xiaohua rubbed his hands and pointed, then we'll just keep going forward. Go forward? Shui said curiously, that's obviously a stream, fellow Daoist Xiao. Xiaohua patted his forehead and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Shui, just listen to I. If we don't move forward, I'm afraid we'll still be flying around like before. You're the one who's flying everywhere. Shui seemed to have also heard the word fly in Xiaohua's words and rebuked him, raising her hand and saying, What? Xiaohua was a little stunned as he looked at Shui's snow-white wrist. Nonsense, you have to pull me. Otherwise, I know where to go. Shui laughed. Xiaohua's eyes flickered. His left hand hesitated by Shui's wrist for a moment, but he still reached back and grabbed Shui's Daoist robe. The two of them walked for a long time, stopping and walking like this, not saying anything else. Shui only followed Xiaohua. Even if it was a stream, even if it was a mountain wall, she didn't avoid it at all. She opened her eyes wide and only cared about walking. From the looks of it, she was extremely reassured by Xiaohua. The night breeze gently blew, and the starlight became even more brilliant. The atmosphere between the two people was somewhat strange. It seemed to be a kind of tranquility, and also seemed to be a kind of tacit understanding. In short, Shui didn't ask Xiaohua why he could see through this illusion array, and also didn't ask how he passed through this Seeking Thunder Valley. We're here. Hearing Xiaohua's words and feeling Xiaohua's hand let go of her, Shui felt a burst of disappointment in her heart for no reason, as if she really hoped that the illusion array of this Seeking Thunder Valley was as long as possible. What's wrong with me? Shui's face was slightly red, and she couldn't help but ask herself in her heart. However, before her thoughts turned, Xiaohua asked with concern, "Fellow Daoist Shui, what's wrong with you? Did I make a mistake? Could it be?" "Oh no, nothing." Shui hurriedly covered it up. She raised her eyes and looked at the somewhat spacious area in front of her. "There weren't any flowers or plants in the valley. I'm just very curious. This place is very different from what I saw just now. Why are there all bare stone walls? I don't know if we're still in the illusion array." Following Shui's gaze, Xiaohua said with a smile, "If fellow Daoist Shui sees bare stone walls, then you're right. This place has already left the illusion array." But Shui felt a burst of regret for no reason in her heart. Why didn't I say that the flowers and plants are still lush? Soon after, the two of them flew up one after the other. However, just after flying for several tens of feet and turning a few corners, Xiaohua suddenly stopped. Shui was somewhat absent-minded and almost bumped into Xiaohua's back. The strong aura on Xiaohua's body caused Shui to feel a burst of impatience, and her eyes flickered incessantly. "Fellow Daoist Shui?" Xiaohua asked again with concern, "Was it just now in the illusion array?" Xiaohua obviously discovered Shui's abnormality. Shui's figure took a deep breath, and the slightly clear cold wind made Shui slowly sober up. Xiaohua was a bit worried and warned, "Fellow Daoist Shui, I don't have any heart-clearing yellow talismans here. If you have any in your storage bag, it's best to use one." "An illusion array? Maybe there's some hidden restriction within it." Seeing Xiaohua so concerned, Shui felt sweet in her heart and smiled, "I'll do as you say." As he spoke, he slapped his hand and took out a rarely seen soul-cleansing talisman from his storage bag. He urged his magic power, and the soul-cleansing talisman turned into a sparkling stream of water that poured down on Shui's head. With a schwa sound, Shui seemed to have suddenly woken up. Her mind was clear, and those beautiful thoughts in her heart just now all disappeared. "I'm ashamed," Shui secretly shouted in her heart. Needless to say, everything just now was caused by the illusion array. Was there even a need to say it? The illusion array of Seeking Thunder Valley was used to test Imperial Thunder Sect's 11th level Qi refinement disciples. How could it be just a mere maze? More importantly, it was the erosion of the mind. Just now, Shui was running around randomly in the illusion array, and her mind was lost. She had long been confused by the illusion array, and an inner demon was born. In addition, she relied on Xiaohua, so of course her feelings were secretly born. If it wasn't for Xiaohua's timely reminder, this inner demon would have become even stronger, and in the end affect her cultivation. "Many thanks, fellow Daoist Xiao." The trace of confusion in Shui's eyes disappeared, and with some lingering fear, she cupped her hands and smiled. If it wasn't for fellow Daoist Zhao's reminder, the consequences would have been unimaginable. There's no other reason, we're just mutually supporting each other, that's all." Xiaohua waved his hand, and then pointed ahead and said, "I'm afraid that ahead is the true place to test the new disciples." "Is that so?" Shui's face turned cold, and looked in the direction Xiaohua pointed. She saw that in front of the bend, there were scattered some rags, some worn-out talisman papers, and even a small storage pouch. "Let's carefully go over and take a look." Xiaohua extended his right hand's finger and slightly pointed. Seeing Xiaohua's finger move slightly, Shui's heart also slightly jumped, and then she was greatly shocked. Could it be the effect of the illusion array still hasn't been removed? However, the feeling of her heartbeat was so enjoyable that Shui couldn't help but stare at Xiaohua's thin and tall back. That back seemed lonely, but in the loneliness, there was a kind of indomitable feeling. Alas, the feelings and inner demons of this world, who can clearly say which is real and which is fake. I'm afraid that when the fake is real, the real is fake, and when the real is fake, the fake is real. Fellow Daoist Shui, look. Xiaohua very carefully flew to the corner. Looking ahead, he saw that the valley, which was about 100 meters long, was perfectly straight. However, this perfectly straight valley was in a complete mess. Yes, at this time, Shui also restrained her emotions and flew to Xiaohua's side. After looking, she nodded and said, "This should be the Imperial Thunder Sex test. This is an offensive formation. If you can resist it, then you can enter the next section, otherwise..." Yes, since there aren't any corpses, presumably the Imperial Thunder Sect also left a way out. That number plate should have a protective function. What that senior said just now should be to guard against us. Yes, fellow Daoist Xiao, we have the number plates on our bodies. If we activate the protection of the number plates, we should be teleported out of this thunder-seeking valley, and thus lose the qualifications to be selected. Shui's face was also solemn. Looking at the debris left in this valley, she knew that this offensive formation must be incomparably powerful. Xiaohua clapped his hands, took out several yellow talismans, and placed them on his body one by one. Shui also did the same. AI, if only I had some kind of protective magic tool. Xiaohua's heart was moved as he thought to himself. Unfortunately, there were many things in Xiaohua's space, and there were also a few magic tools. For example, the Spirit Husbandry Sex Triangle, Yanwei's Ring, Ling Jingyi's Shadow Moon, and Xiao Nan's Cheng family's Soul-Absorbing Bell. Unfortunately, these things all needed to be refined using the secret techniques of their respective sections. Xiaohua didn't have the technique to refine them, so he couldn't refine them. The only magic tool he could refine was Ling Jingyi's Shadow Moon, but Xiaohua had some misgivings about it, so he naturally couldn't refine it. Therefore, Xiaohua still lacked a suitable magic tool. What about the others? They were all things he took from low and middle-level qi refinement cultivators, so it was impossible for there to be any magic tools. As for the storage bag he got from the talisman puppet, other than some yellow talismans and spirit stones from the Fu family, there was nothing else. Let's see how it goes. If it doesn't work, I can only fly a bit faster. Xiaohua made up his mind, turned his head and said, "Fellow Daoist Shui, stay closer to me. If it really doesn't work, I will fly a bit faster and see if I can pull you and escape." "Okay." Shui nodded. She stretched out her hand, took out several yellow talismans, and flew to Xiaohua's side. "Let's go," Xiaohua ordered, and the two of them flew inside at the same time. When Xiaohua and Shui just passed the corner, a gust of wind blew, and the sky above lightning-seeking valley was instantly filled with many dark clouds. Kacha. Immediately, several hair-thin lightning bolts struck down. "Are you kidding me? It's actually heavenly lightning?" Xiaohua and Shui were dumbstruck. This kind of lightning, which qi refinement cultivator could dodge it. Fortunately, the lightning bolts didn't directly strike Xiaohua and Shui. Instead, they struck the stone walls on both sides. Zilala, the heavenly lightning struck down, and countless tiny lightning bolts appeared on the stone walls. A purple brilliance gradually emerged from the stone walls, forming a net. Then, it flew out from the stone walls in all directions, covering Xiaohua and Shui. Damn it! Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but curse. The entire valley is covered with this kind of forbidden technique. No matter how fast I fly, it's impossible for me to fly out in an instant. Those thousands of people, alas, aren't they suitable for this kind of forbidden technique? Thinking quickly, Xiaohua waved his hand, and dozens of top-quality fireball talismans were taken out by him. He urged his magic power, and threw them towards the sky above his head. Shui was the same. Several yellow talismans flew out, and a fire net flew into the sky. Chapter 1522. Rumble. A series of loud noises rang out. The fireball talismans that Xiaohua threw out were extremely powerful, blasting away the lightning bolts that were falling down from above, creating a large gap. When Shue's fire net talisman flew into the air, the brilliance and power of the fire net talisman was far inferior to Xiaohua's fireball talisman. Top-grade fireball talisman? Shui was so shocked that she covered her mouth. She was very clear on how much spirit stones this thing was worth. She had never seen someone throw out so many without any heartache. Of course, you get what you pay for. Seeing that the lightning restriction was broken by Xiaohua, Shui was also delighted after her shock. Damn! Just as a smile appeared on Shui's face, an extremely large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to gather at the spot where the lightning had already dissipated in the air, setting off gusts of wind. One could see with the naked eye that in the gap created by the fireball talisman, flashes of lightning gradually appeared once again. Another complete lightning net quickly gathered together, and without any change in its trajectory, it spread towards the entire lightning-seeking valley. Moreover, this time, the lightning net was much closer to Xiaohua. Damn it, how did the cultivators in front pass through? Xiaohua cursed in a low voice. With a wave of his hand, he immediately threw out a dozen fireball talismans. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, and another large gap was created. Go! Xiaohua shouted and pulled his hand, grabbing Shui's sleeve. The two of them quickly flew towards the gap in the air, and before the lightning net could recover, they flew to the top of the lightning net. Hurry up and fly over there. Xiaohua pointed forward. Shui understood and urged her magic power to fly forward at high speed. Before they could fly more than 30 meters, a few more lightning bolts struck the stone wall. Another wave of lightning net formed above Xiaohua and Shui's heads, and once again scattered down. Xiaohua had no choice but to fly down a bit and throw out fireball talismans again. Fellow Daoist Xiao, quickly look below. Shui was very alarmed, and she lowered her head and shouted, Are you kidding me? Xiaohua slightly lowered his head, and immediately saw that the lightning net that fell on the ground just now was once again covering the ground, and it was not far from their feet. Without hesitation, Xiaohua threw out a bunch of fireball talismans again. After dodging 2 lightning nets, Xiaohua was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that the 3rd lightning net would fall after it struck the stone wall? It's not over. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. If this continues, wouldn't this lightning net be endless? AI, why didn't I think of flying up? Xiaohua looked at the 2 gaps created by the explosion. He waved his hand and pulled Shui's Daoist robe upwards. How Shui did not expect Shui would suddenly. Xiaohua's figure did not catch up. In a hurry, the Daoist robe in Xiaohua's hands was about to slip. Xiaohua's movements were also fast, and he grabbed Shui's wrist. At this time, Shui was also shocked, and she also reached out to grab Xiaohua's wrist. In an instant, the two of them grabbed each other's wrist at the same time. Shui and Xiaohua were both shocked, and they wanted to let go at the same time. However, just as they let go, they felt that the other party wanted to let go. Their hands tightened again, and they grabbed each other's wrists again. Forget it. Xiaohua did not have time to say anything. He let Shui grab his wrist, and he also grabbed Shui's wrist, and suddenly flew towards the top of Thunder-Seeking Valley. Xiaohua's flying technique was extremely fast. In just a breath's time, he had already rushed out of the lightning net and reached the top of the valley. Hee, if I had known this would happen, I would have. Xiaohua's heart flashed with a trace of hope. Suddenly, a few strands of lightning as thick as hair flashed from the low clouds. These lightning bolts didn't strike the stone walls of the Thunder-Seeking Valley, but directly fell towards Xiaohua. Shui could not help but cry out in alarm, and she grabbed Xiaohua's wrist even closer. Damn it! Xiaohua immediately waved his hand, and a pile of fireball talismans appeared again, exploding a gap under their feet, and the two of them fell into the lightning net again. Those lightning bolts fell on the lightning net, and in an instant, the gap created by Xiaohua's explosion was filled. What should we do? Xiaohua stopped in midair, and looked at the distance of Thunder-Seeking Valley, and then looked at Shui. Shui's face was red, and she quickly wanted to let go of his hand. However, Xiaohua did not let go and said in a low voice, Fellow Daoist Shui, if you trust one, then close your eyes. Don't use any magic power, and I will bring you out of here. But I will listen to fellow Daoist Zhao's instructions. Shui's heart felt warm, and her heart was calm. She closed her eyes, and the hand that had just let go grabbed Xiaohua's wrist again. Rumble. There was a loud sound, and then Shui felt like she was a kite, flying up and down. The speed of flying up and down was extremely fast, and a burst of violent wind sounded in her ears. The wind was biting cold, and it blew Shui painfully. She originally wanted to use her magic power to protect herself, but when she thought of Xiaohua's warning, she did not dare to use the defensive yellow talisman. Fortunately, this time was not long. Without waiting for Shui to count to 10 in her heart, Xiaohua's figure stopped. However, after a while, Xiaohua still did not let Shui open her eyes. Xiaohua, can I open my eyes? Shui could not help but ask. Oh, of course you can. Xiaohua's voice sounded, and then Xiaohua's hand slowly loosened. Ouch! Is he doing it on purpose? Shui's heart suddenly panicked, and she forgot to open her eyes. Fellow Daoist Shui, use the flying talisman, there is no problem here. Xiaohua's tone did not have any joy. Okay. Shui activated her magic power, and at the same time opened her eyes. She did not know if it was intentional or not, but her hand did not let go of Xiaohua's wrist. Ah? When Shui opened her eyes and saw the scene in front of her, Shui could not help but cry out in alarm. About 10 feet away from the two of them, there was a lightning net flashing with a faint purple brilliance, blocking the entire passage of Thunder-Seeking Valley from top to bottom. There was simply no gap for them to fly through. Fellow Daoist Shui, let go of your hand first. Xiaohua's expression was somewhat gloomy, and he said in a low voice. Yes, Shui's voice was like a mosquito's buzzing. She let go of his hand, but at the same time, she could not help but look back. Not far away, there was also an extremely large amount of rolling lightning net that had not completely disappeared, and its power was still not reduced, sealing off Thunder-Seeking Valley. Alas, if it was not for Xiaohua, this trial, I'm afraid it would be impossible for me to pass. Such a long distance, I don't know how did he fly so fast? It seems like he flew faster than Uncle? Shui rejoiced, and also thought of those cultivators behind them just now. She did not know what method those people used to pass through here. Fellow Daoist Shui, this lightning net is from top to bottom. If we directly fly over it, I'm afraid the lightning within the clouds will strike down again. Xiaohua frowned and said, and this lightning may not necessarily take our lives, but if we are hit, the thunder-controlling sex number plate will definitely be activated, and our qualifications will also inevitably be lost. Fellow Daoist, do you have any methods? Hee, Xiaohua, only now did you think to ask me? Shui's face revealed a smile, and she clapped her hand. An embroidered ball-like magic artifact appeared. On the round embroidered ball, there were extremely many openings, and all around the openings were fine runes that faintly flickered with magic power. This is... Xiaohua's brows relaxed, and he asked in a low voice. This is naturally my Misty Mountain's ancestral magic artifact, Jade Glyph. Shui said proudly. Jade Talisman? Xiaohua was greatly shocked, and he looked at the Jade Glyph very eagerly. Of course not. Shui said sweetly, this is only a magic artifact, not a Jade Talisman. But, magic artifacts need divine sense. You're only at the 7th level of Qi refining, how can you control it? Xiaohua asked even though he already knew the answer. Xiaohua, are you really a loose cultivator? Haven't you heard that the ancestral magic artifacts of cultivation aristocratic families all have a kind of secret method to control them? Shui didn't conceal anything, and she took out an old yellow talisman from her storage pouch, waving it as she said, this yellow talisman was made by our ancestors. Only my Misty Mountain's bloodline can use it. But... Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Shui stopped using magic power and asked curiously. No, nothing. I just want to ask, if I don't have Misty Mountain's bloodline, can this jade glyph not be controlled? Xiaohua waved his hand. He actually wanted to ask, Xue has Misty Mountain's bloodline, but she's a woman after all. Then, can her descendants also be controlled? This kind of question naturally wasn't good to ask directly, so he changed the topic. This yellow talisman was prepared for us qi refining cultivators. If you have my Misty Mountain's sacrificial refining technique, you can naturally control it. Xue didn't suspect anything, and she used her magic power to place the yellow talisman on her body. Soon after, she cast an obscure spell, and from the center of the jade glyph, a white mist gradually diffused out. Looking at the increasing amount of mist, Xue continued to say, or, you can use a common sacrificial refining spell to refine these magic artifacts. Although those spells can't completely release the magic artifact's power, it's still much better than not being able to use them. Then fellow Daoist Xue, do you have such a common sacrificial refining spell? Xiaohua was delighted and he quickly asked. Xue smiled bitterly. My Misty Mountain is a cultivation aristocratic family, how could we have such a spell? If fellow Daoist enters the Imperial Thunder sect, you can see if they have such a spell. Oh, so it's like that. Xiaohua nodded. Not long after, enough white mist flew out from the jade glyph, and Xue once again used her magic power to hold the jade glyph in her hand. The jade glyph flashed with a few faint rays of light, and the white mist scattered in the air and surrounded Xiaohua and Xue, just like a large ball of white cotton. Did this work? Xiaohua was somewhat doubtful. Hehe, fellow Daoist Xiao, don't worry. Since there were cultivators who passed before, they must have also used their ancestral magic artifacts. I don't believe that a 10th layer qi refining cultivator like you can't do anything, so they can pass without using magic artifacts. Xue was full of confidence. Chapter 1523. All right. Seeing the confidence on Xue's face, Xiaohua could only nod. Of course, Xiaohua, let's use some yellow talismans like the Vajra talisman. Xue clapped her hands and took out some defensive yellow talismans for Xiaohua. If the white mist can't block the lightning net, what's the use of the Vajra talisman? Xiaohua curled his lips in his heart, but he still took the yellow talisman and used his magic power to place it on his body. Xiaohua, be careful and follow closely. Don't leave the white mist. Xue warned again, and then used her magic power to activate the jade engraving to control the white mist. The two of them flew into the lightning net at the same time. Xiaohua didn't dare to release his perception completely, but he still wanted to see the effects of the jade engraving, so he only released a little of his perception and paid attention to the changes in the white mist outside the jade engraving. As expected, the jade engraving was effective. When Xiaohua and Xue flew in front of the lightning net, before they entered, a part of the white mist had already merged into the lightning net. Zilala. After the lightning struck the white mist flashed with a faint purple brilliance and blocked the lightning outside. Great! Xiaohua almost clapped his hands and thought, if I can refine a magic artifact, that spirit husbandry sex triangle can also release a ring. I reckon it can also pass through this lightning net. Xue saw that the white mist was effective and said with a smile, Xiaohua, be careful. We're going in now. I know, Xiaohua said with a smile. As they spoke, Xue controlled the white mist and the two of them entered the lightning net. Once the white mist entered the lightning net, it was like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil. Around the white mist, sizzling sounds could be heard, and at the edge of the white mist, purple brilliance kept flickering. Of course, all the lightning was blocked outside the white mist, and Xiaohua and Xue were unharmed. How is it? Xue turned her face and said to Xiaohua as if showing off her favorite toy. Is there anything else? It's great, Xiaohua said with a smile. Xue was excited and said with a smile, Uncle wanted me to take it, but I wasn't willing. Now that I think about it, it's a loss. Xiaohua smiled without saying anything. Then, The two of them flew slowly as if they were taking a stroll. However, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xue's expression turned ugly. "What's wrong?" Xiao Hua was very sensitive. "Xiao, I was too arrogant." Xue's face gradually turned pale. "I didn't expect this lightning net to be so long. My magic power. I'm afraid I won't be able to last much longer." "Ah." Xiao Hua was shocked and asked anxiously, "How long can it last?" At this moment, Xue tightly clenched her teeth and didn't speak anymore. Needless to say, she was trying her best to activate her Fa Li. "Can you use my mana?" Xiao Hua was very anxious. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Xue's wrist. His magic power rushed over like a flood. It would have been fine if Xiao Hua's magic power didn't enter, but as soon as his magic power entered, it immediately disturbed Xue's magic power. Xue's true qi in her meridians was already exhausted. No matter how she mobilized Xiao Hua's magic power, if the two of them knew some kind of joint attack technique, then Xiao Hua would have been able to control the jade carving at the very beginning. Now that he channeled his magic power, not to mention that the two of them didn't know any joint attack technique, they couldn't fuse two different kinds of magic power together. Even if the two of them could fuse their magic power, at this moment, Xue simply couldn't mobilize Xiao Hua's magic power. That magic power in Xue's body could only damage Xue's cultivation. With a pu sound, Xue couldn't help but open her mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, the jade carving flashed wildly and the white mist was sucked into the jade carving like a swarm of bees. With a zi-la-la sound, the iron cloak talismans, diamond talismans, soft water talismans, and other talismans on Xiao Hua and Xue's bodies were all destroyed by the lightning net. The yellow talismans used by qi refining cultivators were simply yellow paper under this lightning. They simply didn't have any decent resistance. With only a faint flash of brilliance, they were destroyed. Damn it! Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. Almost without thinking, he waved his hand, wanting to take out some yellow talismans from the space. But just as he took out a few fire net talismans, he suddenly thought of the bead in the space. At this moment, the bead was still flickering with lightning. It attracted a lot of clouds in the space, and there were also lightning echoing in the clouds. Many areas in the space were covered with lightning. This is it. Thinking back to the day when he took this bead out of the space, Xiao Hua was delighted. Without hesitation, he took out the bead. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua expected, as soon as the bead was taken out of the space, the originally dense dark clouds in the sky above Thunder-Seeking Valley became even more turbulent. An extremely large amount of lightning was born in an instant. Around Xiao Hua and Xue, the lightning that was originally going to hit them suddenly changed directions. Like swallows returning to their nest, they all hit the bead in Xiao Hua's hand. Not only that, but the lightning net of unknown length near Xiao Hua was also attracted by the bead. In the blink of an eye, it was completely sucked in, revealing an empty valley. Xiao Hua was pleasantly surprised. But looking at the lightning that was brewing above his head, the power of the lightning seemed to be much greater than the lightning net from before. Xiao Hua patted his hand and put the bead back into his storage pouch. The bead disappeared, and the lightning in the clouds should have disappeared as well. However, at this moment, on the mountain walls around Thunder-Seeking Valley, there was a flash of brilliance. Countless talisman characters gradually appeared and immediately attracted the lightning in the clouds. "Let's go!" Xiao Hua naturally understood that this was the sign of the lightning net appearing again. With a pull of his hand, he grabbed Xue's wrist and flew forward. Zila, Xiao Hua and Xue had just turned the corner of Seeking Thunder Valley when a series of noises came from behind them. Xiao Hua snuck a glance and saw that the lightning net had formed again just a few feet away from him. "Damn it!" Xiao Hua spat and said in a low voice, "Isn't this thunder-controlling sex trial too much?" "Xiao Hua, you can't say that." Xue said in a weak voice, "The thunder-controlling sex disciples are all handsome in the cultivation world. If they don't do this in their own trial, they will lose face for the thunder-controlling sect when they leave the sect. Life is a small matter, but reputation is a big matter. Looking at Xue Xue's deathly pale face, Xiao Hua sighed in his heart and let go of his hand. He patted his hand and took out a parasol dragon pill that he refined and handed it over. He said with a smile, "Xue Xue, I don't have any good medicinal pills here. This is a parasol dragon pill. Take one." Xue Xue was very clear on what a parasol dragon pill was. It definitely wouldn't be effective for her Meridian's injuries. But on the other hand, this parasol dragon pill was given by Xiao Hua. A trace of sweetness emerged in Xue Xue's heart. How could she refuse? Taking the parasol dragon pill, Xue Xue glanced ahead and pointed with her finger. "Xiao Hua, let's go forward a bit more. It's better to be a bit further away from this forbidden spell." "I'll listen to you." Xiao Hua nodded. However, after they walked a few dozen feet and turned a corner, they couldn't help but be dumbstruck. "What do you think?" As it turned out, in front of this corner was a large open space. 1,000 or so cultivators who seemed to be in a difficult situation were all sitting cross-legged. Every one of them had their eyes closed and were adjusting their breathing. Seeing this, Xiao Hua almost laughed until he fainted. He secretly said, "I knew it." It was difficult for Xue Xue and I to pass through these forbidden spells, but those thousands of cultivators had it easy for no reason. As it turns out, they were all hiding here to recuperate. From the looks of it, I'm afraid more than half of them have died. Seeing the strange expression on Xiao Hua's face, Xue Xue seemed to understand what Xiao Hua was thinking. Looking at everyone's gaze sweeping over, Xue Xue lightly touched Xiao Hua's arm with her elbow, indicating that Xiao Hua should restrain himself a bit. "And let's go over there to adjust our breathing." Xiao Hua naturally understood. He pointed at the open space beside the stone wall and the two of them slowly walked over. When everyone saw that the two of them were similarly injured, their gazes also moved away and they minded their own business to recover. Xue Xue looked at Xiao Hua pretending to adjust his breathing and secretly laughed in her heart. She put the parasol dragon pill into her mouth and took out her own medicinal pill, preparing to continue after taking the parasol dragon pill. However, when the medicinal liquid of the parasol dragon pill merged into her meridians and began to slowly repair the damaged meridians just now, Xue Xue was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "A supreme grade spirit pill? This parasol dragon pill, when did it have the effect of repairing meridians? This sweetheart." When the medicinal power began to stabilize and repair her meridians, Xue Xue couldn't help but open her eyes a bit. Looking at the solemn Xiao Hua beside her, a trace of sweetness appeared in her heart. He definitely didn't want me to know that this was a supreme grade spirit pill and was afraid that I would refuse, so he deliberately deceived me. Would I refuse? How could Xiao Hua know what Xue Xue was thinking? Feeling that someone was watching him, he also opened his eyes. When Xue Xue saw Xiao Hua open his eyes, she immediately closed her eyes again, leaving a trace of red on her face. That trace of red on Xue Xue's snow-white face was so obvious. Could it be there's a problem? Xiao Hua saw that Xue Xue's complexion wasn't good and was slightly shocked. However, looking at Xue Xue, other than her face being a bit red, everything else was normal. It didn't seem like there was a problem. He didn't know that in just a day's time, Xue Xue's impression of him had completely changed. In fact, when he thought about it, two strangers who knew each other and fell in love, who could clearly distinguish which day was the key to the change. At this moment, the group of cultivators that had arrived earlier began to make some noise. Xiao Hua wasn't injured, so he stood up and looked over. He saw that among these cultivators, there were about 10 high-level cultivators at the 11th level of qi refining gradually gathering together. Around these cultivators, there were several tens of cultivators at the 10th level of qi refining who also surrounded them, as if they were discussing something. The other cultivators all stood up and watched from the side. After a long while, they seemed to have come to a conclusion. The 10 or so cultivators at the 11th level of qi refining dispersed and gave orders to the several tens of cultivators at the 10th level of qi refining. The several tens of cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refining then walked towards the other cultivators. Among them, a cultivator who was about 30 years old saw Xiaohua and walked over. Chapter 1524. Fellow Daoist, please. That cultivator walked in front of Xiaohua, glanced at Shui, cupped his hands in greeting, and said very elegantly, I am Ma Miaoming of Luanshi's Ma clan. May I know which cultivation clan fellow Daoist comes from? Xiaohua smiled and returned the greeting. Fellow Daoist Ma, I, Xiaohua, am a loose cultivator. HM? Loose cultivator? Ma Miaoming's brows inadvertently wrinkled. Although he tried his best to conceal it, a trace of disdain still flashed through his eyes. But that disdain was immediately covered up by elegance, and he said with a meaningful smile, So it's fellow Daoist Xiao. I came this time because I have something to discuss with fellow Daoist Xiao. Ma Miaoming had a smile on his face, and his actions were also refined and courteous, but his tone immediately had an additional layer of condescending feeling. How could Xiaohua not hear it? Looking at the clamor in front of him, and then looking at Shui at the side, he nodded and said, Fellow Daoist Ma, please speak. I am all ears. Oh, it's nothing. Presumably fellow Daoist Xiao already knows that when we first entered Seeking Thunder Valley, there were more than a few thousand people, but after just passing through 2 formations, nearly half of the fellow Daoists died inside, and only a little over 1,000 remained. If we still blindly charge forward like this without any organization, I'm afraid we'll all die in another formation, and there won't be too many fellow Daoists entering the Imperial Thunder Sect. Ma Miaoming pointed again and said, Fellow Daoist Xiao already saw just now that the few fellow Daoists with the highest cultivation bases in my cultivation clan are merciful and thinking about the future of the fellow Daoists. They want to organize all the fellow Daoists and advance and retreat together under their orders. This way, more fellow Daoists can pass through Seeking Thunder Valley. That's a good idea. Xiaohua pinched his chin and nodded. This is a good thing that benefits others and oneself. I naturally have reasons to agree. Ma Miaoming looked at Xiaohua with a smile that wasn't a smile, as if looking at a country bumpkin. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he said, However, these fellow Daoists still have some requests. Request? A trace of vigilance appeared in Xiaohua's heart. He said curiously, Fellow Daoist Ma, please speak. It's not a big deal. These fellow Daoists are all at the 11th layer of Qi refining. If they can't pass through Thunder Seeking Valley, then I'm sure we can't either. Since they want us to pass together, they'll have to put in a lot more effort than if they were to pass alone. That's why they want to. Ma Miaoming thought for a moment before continuing. If any of you pass through Thunder Seeking Valley under their command, then when you enter the Imperial Thunder Sect in the future, you'll need to listen to them. Xiaohua slightly frowned. He was already displeased in his heart. If it was some yellow talisman, spirit stones and the like, then it would be fine to give it to them in a short period of time. However, they were actually scheming for the future matters of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This was a bit too much. Listening to everything he said, I'm afraid I won't have the freedom to speak for myself in the future. You haven't even entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, and you're already forming your own faction. This disciple of a cultivation family is indeed extraordinary. Xiaohua thought to himself. Just as he was about to refuse, Ma Miaoming said without any sense of propriety, Of course, this is only the first condition. There's a second condition? Xiaohua was greatly surprised. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. What's that? These few fellow Daoists only have the strength to lead the cultivators who are not injured. As long as there are some injuries, they don't want them at all. Ma Miaoming glanced at Shui. Shui opened her eyes and coldly swept a glance at Ma Miaoming. She sneered and said, Fellow Daoists, come up with a plan. Hee. Ma Miaoming was also quite shameless. His expression didn't change in the slightest. He cupped his hands and said, Seeking Thunder Valley is a dangerous place of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This time, we have just taken a few steps. The road ahead is still very long. Fellow Daoist Xiao is a loose cultivator. Without a good friend, I'm afraid it won't be easy to pass through this seeking Thunder Valley. Besides, even if fellow Daoist Xiao enters the Imperial Thunder sect, a lone loose cultivator, I'm afraid there won't be any future prospects. This is a good opportunity. If it was me, I would have laughed until my teeth fell out. Fellow Daoist Xiao had better think carefully. Finished speaking, Ma Miaoming turned around and went to persuade the other cultivators. A disciple of a cultivator family, your methods are quite high. Xiaohua looked at Ma Miaoming's back and sneered. AI, who asked the world of cultivators to be so cruel? There are only so many cultivation methods, only so many spirit stones, and only so many opportunities to enter the Imperial Thunder sect. Who wouldn't want to fight for it? Xue Xue sighed and closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. She was very confident in Xiaohua and knew that he wouldn't abandon her. The requirements of these cultivator family disciples were indeed very harsh. However, seeing that they could pass the test and enter the Imperial Thunder sect, this kind of temptation wasn't something that people like Xiaohua could refuse. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, most of the cultivators followed them. And that Ma Miaoming didn't come to find Xiaohua again. However, Xiaohua saw clearly that after Ma Miaoming went back, he whispered something in the ear of an 11th level qi refining cultivator, and that cultivator also looked at Xiaohua. Even when he saw Xiaohua's indifferent gaze, his eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. After a long while, this cultured and refined cultivator, who was about 30 years old, flew into the air and said with a smile, "Well, I am indebted to everyone's favor. If you follow us, then we will certainly do our best to ensure that everyone passes. Not only for the second test, but also for the third test that is about to come. I promise that I will give everyone a satisfactory answer. I also believe that everyone here doesn't need to make any blood oath or heart oath. In the future, you only need to remember today's promise." Who's this? Xiaohua looked at this mid-stage 11th level qi refining cultivator and asked in a low voice. Xue Xue glanced at him and said, "Chang Lotus Village's Jiangming Xiao. He can be considered as the leader of the younger generation in our country of Xi. Since childhood, he has been intelligent and a cultivation genius. He has always wanted to enter the 3 major cultivation sects, but the opportunities were always bad and he didn't succeed." Surname Jiang? Xiaohua looked at Jiangming Xiao and felt an inexplicable dislike in his heart. Yes, Jiang as in Jiang Shui. Xue Xue didn't understand and explained. Good. Xiaohua shouted twice and then ignored him. At this time, there were many cultivators gathered around Jiangming Xiao. There were 10th level qi refining cultivators and 9th level qi refining cultivators. They were all fighting to speak to Jiangming Xiao. It seemed like they were prepared to rely on Jiangming Xiao. It was very obvious that there were about 15 11th level qi refining cultivators and about 800 to 900 uninjured cultivators. They were basically evenly divided into 15 small factions. "Fellow Daoists, are you all ready?" Jiangming Xiao said in a clear voice. "Senior Marshal Brother Jiang, we have been ready for a long time. Let's go." The crowd around Jiangming Xiao shouted. "Good, it's still not far from daybreak. We should go a step earlier." As Jiangming Xiao spoke, he cupped his hands towards the dozen or so 11th level qi refining cultivators and said, "I will go first." After he finished speaking, his figure flew towards the valley entrance on the other side of the open space. The cultivators around him also flew. "Fellow Daoist Xue, how are your injuries?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked for a moment, then turned his head and asked. "It's about time. If fellow Daoist Xiao is in a hurry, we can set off now." Xue Xue stopped regulating her breath and prepared to stand up. "No hurry." Just as Xiaohua uttered these 2 words, a huge thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the already slightly bright sky. That thunderbolt faintly emitted electric sparks and fire arcs in the night, and a kind of oppressive aura silently pressed down in the pitch-black darkness. This is... Not to mention Xiaohua, everyone raised their heads in surprise. They didn't understand what this thunderbolt was doing at this time. Jiang Mingxiao and the group of cultivators also stopped at this time. Their figures floated in the air and waited quietly. Zalala! There was another burst of thunder and lightning. A huge purple brilliance shot out from the thunderbolt and shot towards the valley entrance in front of Jiang Mingxiao. Swoosh! When that brilliance landed at the valley entrance, a layer of faint purple brilliance emerged from the valley entrance and poured into the valley like mercury. What is the meaning of this? At this time, Xiaohua and Shueshui also flew up at this time. From afar, they looked at the brilliant and colorful stone wall and the valley entrance with confusion in their eyes. Just as the cultivators on the thunderboat were waiting for the Imperial Thundersect's disciple to speak, the thunderboat flew towards Kongzhou for another 100 feet and quietly stopped. It was as if it was watching a play. Fellow Daoists, this is a test given to us by the Imperial Thundersect's masters. They must be on the thunderboat. Wait and see our performance. If any fellow Daoist performance is outstanding, they might be directly accepted as a disciple by these masters. Jiang Mingxiao said in a clear voice, "Let us raise our spirits and show our true ability to the Imperial Thundersect's masters." As he spoke, he took the lead and flew towards the entrance of the valley. There seemed to be a barrier at the entrance of the valley. When Jiang Mingxiao's figure crashed into it, it was like throwing a stone into a calm lake. As his figure sank into the valley, the ripples spread out in all directions. Good, the cultivators behind Jiang Mingxiao also came to their senses. For a moment, they were all excited. Almost all of them rolled up their sleeves and rushed into the valley. When Jiang Mingxiao and the others rushed into the valley, the brilliance at the entrance of the valley returned to normal. Immediately after, the other 14 11th layer Qi refining cultivators led the others into the valley. In the open space, only Xiaohua, Shueshui, and over 100 injured cultivators who had yet to recover were left. Xiaohua, why don't I stay here? Your cultivation is profound. If I don't drag you down, you can definitely pass the selection later. Shueshui's eyes turned a few times as she spoke faintly. However, her eyes were fixed on Xiaohua, wanting to see what he would say. And that's fine too. Xiaohua looked ahead and said indifferently, "The injuries in your meridians haven't healed yet. If you force your way in, I'm afraid you'll be injured. If you fail to become a disciple and your meridians are damaged, the gains won't make up for the losses. It's better to stay here and rest." Shueshui didn't expect Xiaohua to say this. She bit her lips with her teeth and stomped on the ground a few times. She said, I don't believe that with my 7th level Qi refining cultivation, I can't even pass the second test." After he finished speaking, he activated his magic power and flew toward the entrance of the valley. Chapter 1525. When did I say anything else? Xiaohua, who was behind Shueshui, smiled and said while rubbing his nose, "I only said that if your injuries haven't healed yet, you should rest for a while. Since you've already healed, you can naturally go forward together." Shueshui coldly snorted and continued to fly forward without stopping. This person? As Xiaohua spoke, he urged his magic power to follow closely behind Shueshui and entered the valley. Just after Xiaohua entered, a slightly immature voice came from the thunderboat. "Fellow Daoists, this is the last test of our sect's disciple selection. All fellow Daoists must enter. If you don't enter within 15 minutes, you'll automatically give up the selection and be transported to the Thunderclap Peak." The remaining 100 cultivators were shocked when they heard this and immediately got up from the ground. They didn't dare to delay any longer and entered the valley one after another. After all the cultivators had entered, another ray of light similar to the one before shot out from the thunderboat. When that ray of light shone into the valley that everyone had entered, the entire valley began to shake. Soon after, there was a rumbling sound as if the mountains were shaking and the earth was shaking. Then, the thunderboat suddenly slid and disappeared into the darkness of the night. As for Xiaohua, he followed behind Shueshui and entered the valley. However, the moment he entered, several different sceneries swayed before his eyes. Xiaohua only felt a blur before his eyes, and then he was standing on top of a mountain. Beside him were only lofty mountains and precipitous ridges. Where was Shue's trace? Ah? Illusion array? Xiaohua was shocked. He really didn't expect that after passing through the illusion array, there would actually be another illusion array in this thunder-seeking valley. What made Xiaohua even more uneasy was that when he released his perception and wanted to find out the truth behind the illusion like before, he shockingly discovered that what he saw with his perception was actually exactly the same as what he saw with his eyes. This. Xiaohua thought for a moment and knew that the ray of light shot out from the thunderbolt just now was precisely to stimulate this illusion array. Moreover, this illusion array was the real illusion array of Thunder-Seeking Valley. It was definitely not something that a 10th level qi refining cultivator like him could see through. Shue. Xiaohua thought for a moment and shouted. Waves of echoes echoed from the valley below the mountain, but no one responded. I'm afraid this illusion array is divided into many parts. Shue and I didn't come in together, so we must have been assigned to different areas. Even if we came in together, I'm afraid we would be separated. Xiaohua comprehended something, then he urged his transcendence energy and used the flight technique, flying high into the air. He raised his eyes to look at the vast expanse of lush greenery beneath his feet and said to himself, how do I break this illusion formation? Just as he was thinking, the entire world began to shake violently. Xiaohua's standing figure almost lost its balance. Before Xiaohua could fly up from the cliff, the mountain range under his feet began to rise with a rumbling sound. Looking around, there were also towering mountain ranges emerging from the ground with a rumbling sound. Around the mountain ranges, the previously lush forests had sunk into the ground as the mountain ranges rose. Streams of spring water gushed out, forming lakes. There were also some that were directly crushed into mud by the mountain peaks and disappeared. Xiaohua was stunned. Although he knew that this was an illusory array, he still couldn't help but be shocked by everything that was happening before his eyes. I also don't know what realm must I cultivate to be able to have this kind of divine ability that can move mountains and overturn seas. While Xiaohua's eyes were burning with envy, he suddenly thought of the black dots, light, and the evolution of earth, fire, wind, and lightning that he saw while he was unconscious. His heart unconsciously rippled. This divine ability that can move mountains and overturn seas is already so terrifying, then the evolution of earth, fire, wind, and lightning is probably a divine ability that can create the universe. Then, just how majestic is it? Xiaohua's chest couldn't help but rise with a kind of heroic spirit. He opened his mouth and let out a long roar. The rumbling sound of the trembling actually couldn't suppress this long roar. Haha, this young master wants to see when this young master can reach the level of creation and move mountains and overturn seas. Just as Xiaohua's voice fell, there was a sharp sound. From below Xiaohua's body, the mountain range that had just risen abruptly split into two halves. Scorching hot magma gushed out from the mountain range and rushed straight towards Xiaohua's body. Come on! Xiaohua let out a loud shout as he circulated his magic power. His figure flickered as he used the fire escape technique. His feet landed on the magma, and his entire body moved along with the magma. At first glance, it looked as if he was stepping on fire. Fellow Daoists! Just as Xiaohua stood on top of the magma and very carefreely walked forward, a voice sounded. Following this voice, the trembling of the entire world suddenly stopped. The magma under Xiaohua's feet also quickly cooled down and turned into crimson rocks. This is the illusory formation that my Imperial Thunder Sect's 12th layer Qi refinement disciples use to test their cultivation. It is also the third trial that all fellow Daoists must pass. The voice was like the sound of nature, resounding throughout the entire world. Currently, the 1,218 fellow Daoists who are participating in the selection are scattered within this illusory formation. There are absolutely no other cultivators within 10 li of each fellow Daoist. Because this time, my sect wants to recruit 100 disciples, 1,118 fellow Daoists will be eliminated. From now on, no matter what method is used, as long as a fellow Daoist number plate is snatched away by someone else, that fellow Daoist will be eliminated. And the more number plates a fellow Daoist accumulates, the higher his ranking will be. At dawn, my sect will open the illusory formation and rank the fellow Daoists according to the number of number plates obtained. The first 100 fellow Daoists will become disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect. After the voice finished speaking, the entire world became silent, without the slightest trace of movement. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He promptly released his perception. Sure enough, he didn't see any traces of cultivators in his surroundings. This rule is actually quite interesting. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain peak that had just been erected in the distance. He thought, this young master thought that there would be some kind of arena at the end to compete for the top 100. Who would have thought that the final disciples would be selected within this illusory formation? Moreover, according to the ranking of the number plates obtained, 1,118 fellow Daoists will be eliminated. If one wants to enter the top 100, one must obtain at least 12 number plates. Then, 12 fellow Daoists will be eliminated. It seems that there were quite a few middle-stage qi condensation cultivators in the open space just now. This young master gathering 12 number plates should be quite easy, right? Xiaohua had a smile on his face and his figure flew up. He glanced around and then casually flew towards a direction. However, at this time, a splendid firework flew into the air not too close to Xiaohua's left. It didn't disperse for a long time, and soon after, another dozen or so similar things also flew up in succession, far and near. What's this for? Xiaohua was rather puzzled and inwardly said, others can't hide in a hurry, but these people? Oh, I understand. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. These are those dozen or so 11th level qi condensation cultivators. They're calling out to the fellow Daoists who agreed to meet up with us just now, right? But the number plates are limited. Do those cultivators dare to meet up? Xiaohua was puzzled again and immediately shook his head. Why do I care so much? This young master is going to gather 12 number plates first. With this thought, Xiaohua increased his speed. Sure enough, just as he flew for a short moment, a 7th level qi condensation cultivator barged into Xiaohua's perception. This cultivator wore a crimson Daoist robe, truly eye-catching. The red-robed cultivator seemed to be fleeing, turning his head to look back from time to time. By the time he discovered Xiaohua, he was already in front of Xiaohua. When the red-robed cultivator saw Xiaohua's 10th level qi condensation cultivation, he almost cried out in alarm and hurriedly changed direction. Unfortunately, how could he fly faster than Xiaohua? Just as he changed direction, Xiaohua moved in front of him and laughed. Fellow Daoist, a crisp bang rang out. The red-robed cultivator simply didn't wait for Xiaohua to finish speaking. The sword talisman in his hand transformed into a foot-long flying sword and directly pierced toward Xiaohua's chest. Xiaohua's brows slightly furrowed. Seeing the flying sword fly towards his chest with incomparable speed, he didn't have the slightest thought of dodging. He simply raised his right hand and slapped towards the flying sword. The red-robed cultivator was stunned. In his opinion, even if Xiaohua's cultivation was at the 10th level of qi condensation, he should have taken out a high-level yellow talisman to deal with this flying sword talisman. How could he possibly receive the flying sword talisman with his bare hands? 10th level of qi condensation. Sure enough, it's a high-level cultivation. On the other side, Xiaohua's expression was indifferent. He was still muttering in his heart, only after cultivating to a certain level would I know what kind of disdain he had when he faced me, a 4th layer aura refining loose cultivator. Back then, when the Fu clan's talisman puppet faced me, I'm afraid it was also this easy. The gap between realms is really huge. Xiaohua sighed with emotion as he urged his magic power and used the thunder palm in his hand. A half-foot-long lightning bolt flashed out of thin air and struck the flying sword in midair. With a cracking sound, the flying sword was immediately shattered by the thunder palm as if it was made of colored glass. Immediately, it turned into several pieces of paper and flew into the air. This high-level flying sword talisman, which in Xiaohua's eyes before, seemed to be very powerful. Now, with a casual wave of Xiaohua's hand, it vanished into thin air. Ah! The red-robed cultivator was even more terrified. He slapped his hand and took out another stack of fireball talismans, wanting to throw them out. Fellow Daoist, I only want your number plate, I don't want to take your life. If you continue to resist like this, don't blame I for being ruthless. Xiaohua's cold voice sounded in the cultivator's ear. Hearing this, the red-robed cultivator's face revealed a trace of relief. He softly said, "Is fellow Daoist's words true?" Believe it or not, I don't feel like explaining to you." Xiaohua stood in midair and turned his head to look at where the cultivator came from. He said, "I have limited time, I will only count to 6. If fellow Daoist doesn't leave the number plate on the ground and leave, then I will. Yes, yes." Seeing Xiaohua's anger, the red-robed cultivator didn't dare to be negligent. He slapped his hand and took out a number plate from his storage bag. He placed it on the ground and said, "I will leave the number plate here, I hope fellow Daoist will keep his word. Go." Xiaohua indifferently looked at the number plate on the ground and waved his hand. But just as Xiaohua was about to wave his hand, a hand suddenly reached out from the ground and grabbed the number plate in his hand. Chapter 1526. Fellow Daoist, when the red-robed cultivator saw that the command tablet on the ground had been snatched away, he immediately looked nervously at Xiaohua. But Xiaohua wasn't the slightest bit nervous. Seeing that hand and the command tablet disappear into the ground, he laughed and said, "Take care of yourself and go." Then, the red-robed cultivator cupped his hands and said, "I." At this moment, a strange thing happened. The red-robed cultivator's figure faintly flickered, like a candle swaying in the wind. After swaying twice, the red-robed cultivator disappeared from where he stood. What's going on? Xiaohua was somewhat dazed, but when his perception tracked down the cultivator who had just taken the command tablet, he somewhat understood. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple said he wanted to eliminate 11-18 cultivators. I'm afraid this is the method of elimination. Just now, when the command tablet was about 1 zhang away from the red-robed cultivator, the red-robed cultivator immediately disappeared. He should have been transported out of this illusion formation. In other words, he was eliminated. The command tablet can't be more than 1 zhang away from the body. Otherwise, it will be regarded as having been snatched away and automatically transported out of the illusion formation. Why didn't the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple mention this kind of thing? Xiaohua was bewildered, but he immediately formed hand seals and his body drilled into the ground. He used the earth escape technique and chased in the direction the other cultivator escaped in. The other cultivator was a person with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks. He was precisely chasing after the red-robed cultivator from just now. Xiaohua had long since discovered that. When the cultivator with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks saw that Xiaohua's cultivation wasn't inferior to his, he immediately escaped into the ground, wanting to catch him off guard. He originally wanted to sneak attack Xiaohua, but when he saw the red-robed cultivator actually put the command tablet on the ground, he naturally didn't hesitate to take the command tablet away. According to this cultivator's thinking, he was at the 10th level of qi condensation and Xiaohua was also at the 10th level of qi condensation. Not to mention whether or not Xiaohua had an earth escape talisman, even if he did, he might not be able to catch up to him. Who would have thought that just as this 10th level cultivator fled for a moment, he heard Xiaohua's eerie voice from above his head, "Fellow Daoist scheme. You actually dared to take the command tablet away from I didn't want to take your life." The monkey-faced cultivator suppressed his astonishment and let out a cold snort. He clapped his hands and took out several yellow talismans. However, just as he urged his magic power, an incomparably fierce force suddenly came from the space between his eyebrows. When he saw a black light instantly pierce through his earth escape talisman and the yellow talismans around him, He felt a pain between his eyebrows and immediately lost consciousness. What's going on? Xiaohua drove the black iron needle into the cultivator's forehead, but a strange scene appeared. Just as the black iron needle pierced into the cultivator's forehead, the cultivator's body began to flicker. Just like the red-robed cultivator, the cultivator's body gradually disappeared, leaving behind two identical number plates in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Oh, so that's the case? Xiaohua put the two number plates into his storage bag and nodded slightly. The Imperial Thunder Sect still has the intention of protecting the cultivators participating in the selection. Inside this illusion formation, even if you lose your life, you don't have to worry and will be immediately transported out. And that's fine too. In this case, this young master also doesn't have any misgivings. At this moment, Xiaohua was truly awe-inspiring. This was also the first time he could hold his head up high after hiding from the three sects of the state of Xi. His magic power was truly much higher than his peers. Dealing with the 6th and 10th level of Qi refining was simply as easy as reaching out his hand. Moreover, the reason why Qi refining cultivators became Qi refining cultivators was precisely because they drew the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their body and refined it for their own use. This was merely the lowest level of cultivation. They could only rely on their magic power to drive the yellow talismans. Speaking of which, they couldn't even be considered to have crossed the threshold. Only after reaching the 12th level of Qi refining and beginning to possess divine sense could they begin to rely on their own magic power to cast spells. Only then could they be considered to have truly stepped into the threshold of cultivation. Although Xiaohua was currently only at the 10th level of Qi refining, he was already able to cast spells. In these past 2 years, he had repeatedly read through the book of foundational spells he obtained from the Feng clan. He had long since practiced all the spells in the book to the point that he was thoroughly familiar with them. This Thunder Palm was actually the most powerful spell in the book. Today, he took it out very easily, making a profit. Immediately after, Xiaohua randomly picked a direction and flew away. One after another, he found 2 cultivators around the 8th level of Qi refining. These 2 were tactful. Knowing that they couldn't contend against him, they obediently took out their number plates and withdrew from the illusion formation. This is good. It's as easy as blowing off dust. Using reason to convince people. Xiaohua somewhat enjoyed this feeling of being an expert. If nothing unexpected happens, this young master will soon be able to gather 12 number plates. However, this was often the case. The easier it felt, the easier it was for accidents to occur. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua didn't find another cultivator, regardless of whether they were high or low level. It was as if these cultivators were all hiding. Strange. Xiaohua released all of his perception. He even looked underground, but he didn't have the slightest clue. Looking at the color of the sky, it was already extremely dark. Presumably, this was the darkness before dawn. Before long, the sun would rise from the east again. This is bad. Xiaohua's heart jumped. His figure flew up into the air. Looking at the signal that was the closest to him, he sneered, "Damn it, it seems this young master wants to test his luck." At this moment, without waiting for Xiaohua to urge his magic power, a faint divine sense swept past him from behind. It passed by Xiaohua's body and immediately locked onto him. Soon after, in Xiaohua's perception, another dozen or so cultivators appeared behind him. They quickly surrounded him from all directions. "Umph!" Xiaohua coldly snorted. He waved his hand and took out the black iron needle from the space. He quietly sent it into the air. Soon after, he took the devil spear and a large stack of fireball talismans in his hand. He pretended to be ignorant and flew forward. "Fellow Daoist." Xiaohua flew for a moment and sensed that the dozen or so cultivators had surrounded him. Then, he heard a warm voice call out from behind him. Xiaohua turned around and frowned slightly. The 2 people who appeared behind him were none other than Ma Miaoming and Jiang Mingxiao. Haha. Ma Miaoming saw Xiaohua and laughed happily. "Fellow Daoist Jiang, it's this guy. I saw a few people outside the illusory formation. They were all very willing to submit to fellow Daoist Jiang. Only this guy ignored you. Hee, everyone has their own ambitions. I have never forced anyone. Jiang Mingxiao smiled and waved her hand. What ambitions does he have? He's just a loose cultivator. Needless to say, he cultivated to this level by robbing cultivation techniques and spirit stones. Even if he wants to submit to fellow Daoist Jiang, we still have to carefully consider our own reputation. Ma Miaoming sneered, fellow Daoist Ma, do you still remember that loose cultivator Chang Huan? How despicable and shameless. He treated fellow Daoist as his reborn parent. As soon as fellow Daoist left, he immediately, fellow Daoist Ma. Jiang Mingxiao frowned with displeasure. Hee, I know my wrongs, I know my wrongs. Ma Miaoming immediately flattered, fellow Daoist Jiang is a magnanimous person. You won't take this kind of trivial matter to heart, but I still feel indignant for fellow Daoist. Then she looked at Xiaohua and said, how could ordinary loose cultivators surpass the 7th layer of the qi refining realm? If he didn't use despicable means, how could he reach the 10th layer of the qi refining realm? If fellow Daoist Jiang makes a move, on one hand, we'll have another number plate. On the other hand, we can avenge the fellow Daoist who died in this guy's hands. I have my own ideas. Jiang Mingxiao waved her hand and stopped Ma Miaoming from speaking. She cupped her hands and said, I remember that fellow Daoist is called Xiaohua, right? Yes, that's right. It's extremely difficult for loose cultivators to cultivate. This is common knowledge in the cultivation world. Joining the Imperial Thunder sect is fellow Daoist Zhao's best opportunity. This is already the last hurdle. Fellow Daoist Xiao only needs to obtain 12 number plates to fulfill his wish and become an official disciple of a major cultivation sect. In the future, he won't have to worry about spirit stones, medicinal pills, or cultivation techniques anymore. What do you mean, fellow Daoist Jiang? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Nothing. I just admire the willpower of loose cultivators like you. In a situation where you don't have anything, you actually manage to cultivate to the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. If it's absolutely impossible. Therefore, I want to give fellow Daoist Xiao a chance. Oh? You still want I to follow fellow Daoist Jiang? Xiaohua looked at Jiang Mingxiao with a faint smile. Yes, I naturally trust others, but fellow Daoist Xiao is a loose cultivator. Therefore, I ask fellow Daoist Xiao to swear a blood oath that in the future, you'll only follow I in the Imperial Thunder sect. If you do, I will spare your life and protect you. Who? Jiang Mingxiao was persuading Xiaohua when suddenly, another divine sense swept over. Jiang Mingxiao frowned and scolded towards the source of the divine sense. Of course it's I. An extremely arrogant voice came. Then, more than 10 cultivators flew down from the east side of Xiaohua. Wang family of Guangxin? Jiang Mingxiao sneered and said, fellow Daoist Qiming, can't you see that I am doing something here? Hee, fellow Daoist Jiang, of course I can see you. Wang Qiming's face was sharp and thin, and he actually had a goatee under his chin. His eyes were slightly red, and he said with a sinister smile, the loose cultivators in this area have all been killed, and those who should have fled have fled. It's hard to find an extra number plate. It's not easy to find an unguarded one here. I also came to take a look on behalf of my subordinate brothers. Fellow Daoist Wang. Jiang Mingxiao scolded, this fellow Daoist has already pledged his allegiance to I and his I's brother. This number plate? I'm afraid I can't give it to you. Is that so? Wang Qiming rolled his red eyes and said with a smile, it seems, this fellow Daoist hasn't agreed yet. Hee, fellow Daoist Wang, do you think this fellow Daoist won't agree? Jiang Mingxiao looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Xiaohua stood there and looked at the two people coldly. When he saw Jiang Mingxiao laughing, a faint smile also appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and said, fellow Daoist Jiang, I'll let you know that I won't agree to this condition of being someone's servant. Ta. Jiang Mingxiao was laughing halfway, but at this moment, it was as if someone had grabbed his throat and he couldn't laugh anymore. A vicious expression appeared on his face. He clapped his hands and took out an earthen yellow sword talisman. He urged his transcendence energy, and the sword talisman suddenly expanded, becoming a huge sword more than half a foot wide. Jiang Mingxiao waved his hand and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was absorbed by the huge sword. Then, just as Jiang Mingxiao was about to use his divine sense to urge the huge sword, Xiaohua's figure suddenly stood up and he sneered, "You want me to pledge my allegiance with this little ability? Go home and cultivate for another 100 years. Chapter 1527. After that, Xiaohua didn't give Jiang Mingxiao any chance to swing his great sword. His entire body was like a gust of wind, and he instantly arrived in front of Jiang Mingxiao. Similarly, he waved his hand, and a dozen fireball talismans surrounded Jiang Mingxiao's body. Rumble! The fireball talismans were incomparably powerful. Not only did they blast Jiang Mingxiao to the point that he fled in a sorry state, they even disrupted the entire scene. Xiaohua originally used the devil spear tip in his hand, but just as he took it out, he remembered that there were many cultivators here. Moreover, even if he stabbed Jiang Mingxiao to death, he would only be teleported out of the illusory formation. The secret of his devil spear tip couldn't be kept. Rather than that, he might as well not use it. Xiaohua could be considered to have hit the mark by a fluke. Jiang Mingxiao was a mid-stage 11th stage qi refinement cultivator and already had divine sense. If Xiaohua threw out the fireball talisman from afar, he absolutely couldn't get within 1 zhang of his body. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to succeed. At this time, even if Jiang Mingxiao had divine sense, the fireball talisman had already exploded within 1 qi of his body. He could only flee. Xiaohua saw that Jiang Mingxiao's defense had been blown to pieces by the fireball talisman. His hands moved again, but right at this moment, an earth spike suddenly flew out from under his body and was about to pierce into the sole of his foot. Xiaohua's figure flew again, dodging the earth spike. He turned his head to look at Wang Qiming, who was not far from him and had a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Damn it, this guy should have gone to sneak attack Jiang Mingxiao. Why did he attack me? Xiaohua glanced at Wang Qiming. Although he was puzzled in his heart, he didn't pay much attention to him. Seeing that Wang Qiming had come to his senses and was forming another seal, wanting to attack him, Xiaohua immediately circulated his magic power. His figure flashed as he closely chased after Jiang Mingxiao. Moreover, the fireball talismans in his hand shot out one after another. Jiang Mingxiao, who was fleeing in a sorry state, was incomparably depressed. He really didn't expect Xiaohua to make the first move. Moreover, he absolutely didn't expect Xiaohua's speed to be so fast. The fireball talisman was of such a high level. For a moment, he lost the initiative and could only flee outside. He wanted to avoid the fireball talisman first, then use his divine sense to deal with Xiaohua. However, the fireball talismans were endless, causing Jiang Mingxiao to almost vomit blood. Just as he steeled his heart, several net of ice talismans in his hand. He was prepared to take the opportunity to use his divine sense to resist the fireball talisman and take the opportunity to take his magic tool. When suddenly, a swift and fierce aura from the sky, very sharply, the yellow talismans, the talisman's talisman, of course, of a sudden, of Stu's, a sharp cheese sharp took the opportunity of Stu of his own. Tool. Of course, of S's, I of Estios, S's heads of his, is that of his of course, of hit, S's of his, he of his of, him's when he's see, Xiaohua sensed the magic power of this of his magic power, and with a wave of his hand, a half-foot-long thunder palm shot out from his hand. It directly hit Wang Qiming's SS of his, and immediately broke the of his. At the same time, Jiang Mingxiao's figure disappeared. Crash! A series of sounds rang out, and unexpectedly, 14 number plates fell from midair. Xiaohua was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, the 14 number plates were all caught by him, and very nimbly, he put them into his storage pouch. From the moment Xiao Hua threw out the fireball talisman to the moment he used his black iron needle to kill Jiang Mingxiao, all of his movements were as quick as lightning, far exceeding the expectations of the crowd of cultivators. Therefore, no one expected these 14 number plates to be his. By the time they saw them clearly and their thoughts had just arisen, the number plates had already been put into Xiao Hua's storage pouch by Xiao Hua. The happiest of all was Wang Qiming. His entire thin face was flushed red. With a wave of his hand, he formed another seal, and his figure flew in the direction of Xiao Hua, chasing after him. However, something Wang Qiming didn't expect happened. Xiao Hua didn't flee. Instead, with a cold smile on his face, he actually rushed over just like him. This guy actually isn't afraid of death? Wang Qiming's brain couldn't quite wrap itself around it. The confinement technique in his hand was still unleashed. Crack! When Xiao Hua casually used a palm of thunder to break the confinement technique, Wang Qiming suddenly thought, this is bad. Jiang Mingxiao's cultivation is at the middle stage of the 11th layer of the qi refining realm. Just like me, he was killed by this guy. Wouldn't I also be no match for him? But he's only at the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. Damn it, I actually still have to chase after him. Wang Qiming's brain reacted slowly, but his cultivation wasn't fake. When Wang Qiming came to his senses, his figure immediately rushed towards the sky, as if he wanted to change directions and avoid Xiao Hua. What a pity! Although he was at the 11th layer of the qi refining realm, a layer higher than Xiao Hua's realm, how could his flying talisman compare to Xiao Hua's flying technique? Just as he flew into the air, Xiao Hua's figure appeared behind him. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Hua asked indifferently. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please spare my life. Wang Qiming couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly, I was possessed just now. I shouldn't have attacked fellow Daoist. Since fellow Daoist has already killed Jiang Mingxiao and collected all the number plates, please take pity on I. This little one only has 11 number plates. If fellow Daoist Xiao can let I go, I will enter the Imperial Thunder Sect. These cultivators in my hands will all be under fellow Daoist Zhao's command. The dozen or so cultivators under Jiang Mingxiao and Wang Qiming's command were all around the 8th layer of the qi refining realm. Under the might of Xiao Hua's dozens of fireball talismans, they had already hidden far away. They simply didn't have time to clearly see what was happening in the field. When the fireball talisman's raging flames disappeared, they saw a middle stage of the 11th layer of the qi refining realm being chased all over the sky by a late stage of the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. As he fled, he even begged for mercy. This situation, how could they not be shocked? This young master doesn't care. Xiao Hua sneered. If you dare to reach out to this young master, then you should be prepared to be killed by this young master. As Xiao Hua spoke, he also threw a large pile of fireball talismans at Wang Qiming's body. At this moment, Wang Qiming seemed to have come to his senses. This was an illusion formation, so there was no danger to his life. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't intend to let him go, he stopped and clapped his hands. A magic tool in the shape of a gourd was taken out by him. Urging his transcendence energy, a misty blue brilliance shot out from the gourd's mouth. From top to bottom, it gradually protected his entire body. The dozen or so fireballs exploded around the blue light, but they only shook the blue light back and forth. They couldn't harm Wang Qiming at all. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Wang Qiming's face had a trace of satisfaction. Seeing that the blue light had already merged together under his feet, his heart relaxed, and he opened his mouth to speak with a smile. It was also at this moment that a jet-black brilliance appeared under his feet. With lightning speed, it pierced the place where the blue light had just converged. The blue light only resisted slightly before it was immediately pierced by the brilliance. With a pu sound, that brilliance pierced into the sole of Wang Qiming's feet. Wang Qiming was stunned, and he unconsciously lowered his head. Unfortunately, before he could understand what was going on, his entire body swayed, and he slowly disappeared from where he was standing. Hua hua! A series of sounds rang out. Sure enough, 11 number plates scattered in midair. Without waiting for Xiaohua to make a move, the dozen or so cultivators on the left were all moved. Each of them urged their flying talismans to rush towards those number plates. Xiaohua wasn't nervous. He stood in midair with his hands behind his back, and he coldly laughed. I want to see who dares to take away these number plates under my eyes. Swoosh! All the cultivators immediately came to their senses and uniformly stood in midair, not daring to take even half a step forward. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you already have 14 number plates. You're definitely going to be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. A cultivator timidly said. These 11 number plates? Senior, please be merciful and give them to whoever you find pleasing to the eye. If we enter the Imperial Thunder sect, we'll all follow fellow Daoist Zhao's lead. Xiaohua waved his hand, and those 11 number plates fell into his storage bag. He looked around and shook his head. I have no interest in your so-called cultivation family's methods. You guys should go find your own opportunities. Everyone's face revealed regret, but seeing that it was getting late, they didn't dare to stay any longer. Just as they were about to fly away, they heard Xiaohua say, Fellow Daoist called Ma Miaoming, you don't need to leave. Leave your number plate behind and return to the Thunderclap Peak by yourself. Ma Miaoming already had a bad feeling in his heart. Hearing Xiaohua's words, he bitterly smiled and said, Fellow Daoist Xiao, I just want to protect myself. If I don't curry favor with Jiang Mingxiao, I also won't. Fellow Daoist Ma, there are thousands upon thousands of cultivation paths in the world. You can choose any one of them. Since you've chosen the path of relying on Jiang Mingxiao, you naturally have the awareness of your choice. In order to curry favor with Jiang Mingxiao, you dared to offend I, so you'll have to accept I's punishment. Xiaohua indifferently said, Fortunately, this is an illusion. You'll only leave your number plate behind as a lesson and won't lose your life. If you're outside the illusion array, this. Ma Miaoming looked at the crowd that had long since fled inside. He slapped his storage bag, and unexpectedly, there were 2 number plates inside. He bitterly smiled and said, I've worked hard for so long, but in the end, I've made wedding clothes for others. Forget it, forget it. As he spoke, Ma Miaoming took 2 steps forward, waved his hand, and the 2 number plates flew toward Xiaohua. Seeing Ma Miaoming take 2 steps forward, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand, and the 2 number plates stopped in his hand. However, it only stopped for a moment. Then, Xiaohua waved his hand again, and the 2 number plates suddenly flew behind Xiaohua. Woo! A strange roar sounded. One of the 2 number plates suddenly turned into a long snake-like monster. It circled in the air and flew toward Xiaohua. Ma Miaoming, who was in front of Xiaohua, looked at Xiaohua in surprise. How did you know? How I know is not important. What's important is, you missed the opportunity one gave you. Xiaohua stood between Ma Miaoming and the other number plate, coldly looking at Ma Miaoming's gradually disappearing figure. That number plate was obviously Ma Miaoming's own number plate. He probably took it out to trick Xiaohua, and the monster that pounced towards Xiaohua also disappeared along with Ma Miaoming's disappearance. Opportunity? What opportunity? Ma Miaoming's figure disappeared, but he still didn't understand. Chapter 1528. Cultivator aristocratic families are really unfathomable. Although Xiaohua's expression didn't change as he watched the roaring monster gradually disappear, his heart had long since turned upside down. Let's not talk about being able to use a magic tool while still in the qi refining stage. Let's not talk about being able to teach a complete cultivation technique to the main family's disciples. Just this monster, that spirit-seeking talisman, that soul-absorbing bell, and other strange methods cannot be underestimated. And that Jinghua City's Zhu clan, perhaps because they were in the limelight back then, they were able to shake the cultivator sections. That's why they suffered an unexpected calamity and were implanted with talismans. Thinking of this, Xiaohua unconsciously pinched his chin. He was thinking a little too far. In the past 2 years, Xiaohua had been practicing diligently, and at the same time, he had also taken out all the cultivation methods that he could practice and read them. He had basically finished reading the Zhu family's booklet. What was recorded in it was completely different from the cultivation methods and talismans of the current Xi country's cultivation world. It only talked about souls and talismans. It was also very different from the talismans that Xiaohua had obtained from Xiao Nan's Cheng family. Although Xiaohua could somewhat understand it, he was still more confused. Of course, that book didn't talk about talismans in detail. It only said that talismans were magical powers left behind from ancient times and were recorded in a strange language. That's all. Then, it talked about the Zhu clan's failed attempts to break talismans. Of course, from this little content, Xiaohua faintly felt that these things were extremely useful. However, Xiaohua didn't have the slightest clue as to where and how to use them. Perhaps, after I learn talismans in the future, I'll be able to thoroughly understand the secrets of this booklet and find the reason. Xiaohua patted his forehead and bitterly smiled at his own thoughts. At this time, Xiaohua had already obtained 26 number plates. Adding his own, that was a total of 27 number plates, more than double his previous estimate of 12 number plates. This harvest was more than enough for the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection this time. Xiaohua also didn't want to attract too much attention, so he descended and sat on a large red rock, preparing to quietly wait for the arrival of dawn. However, just as Xiaohua sat down, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Oh my, how could I forget Xue Xue? Recalling Xue Xue's rude and unreasonable appearance when she had just entered the illusion array, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Fairy Hongxia's beautiful and understanding eyes. And in front of Kai Hongfeng, Fairy Hongxia resolutely prepared to stand up for Xiaohua, valiant and formidable. Maybe she has already joined the Huanhua sect? It's been 2 years since we last met, so she must have made a breakthrough in her cultivation. Let's just say she's in the 11th layer of qi refining. Thinking up to this point, Xiaohua's heart seemed to be filled with lofty sentiments. He couldn't sit still anymore. Clenching his fists, he stood up and laughed brightly. Damn it, I'm also in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. From today onwards, I'm no longer a toad. A white swan. Can I eat your flesh? At this moment, Xiaohua seemed to have changed into another person. His face once again carried a trace of laziness and confidence, and there was even a hint of craftiness in his eyes. It was a far cry from the previous Xiaohua's deadpan appearance. He wasn't afraid of 11th layer qi refining cultivators, but the problem was that these were 2 11th layer qi refining cultivators. Moreover, they both had secret magic tools. Look, one was shaped like an alms bowl, the other was shaped like a small pagoda. Under the urging of the two's transcendence energy, they emitted different scattered lights and flew towards Xiaohua following their divine senses. Moreover, the dozens of 9th and 10th layer qi refining cultivators surrounding these 2 cultivators were like hungry wolves who saw a little sheep. All kinds of yellow talismans were raised in their hands and urged the flight talismans to fly over like a swarm of bees. Xiaohua wasn't willing to fight against these people. Isn't it just 20 or so number plates? This young master wants you to watch so you won't be able to eat them. Xiaohua coldly snorted. He formed a hand seal and his figure drilled into the ground. In front of 4 foundation establishment cultivators, Xiaohua could easily escape. Now, facing 11th layer qi refining cultivators, Xiaohua simply didn't have any burden. Fellow Daoist Yuan, this guy has an earth escape talisman. A delicate, baby-faced cultivator with delicate features formed a hand seal to activate the small alms bowl and shouted with some astonishment. Fellow Daoist Min, eyes incompetent, I'll go first. The other square-faced cultivator with a somewhat dull appearance activated the small pagoda. He slapped his hand and took out an Earth Escape talisman from his storage pouch and said, I just so happen to have a few Earth Escape talismans. Fellow Daoist Yuan, please wait. Fellow Daoist Min frowned and said, from what the other fellow Daoist just said, this guy has some divine abilities. Jiang Mingxiao and Wang Qiming of Guangxin were eliminated by this guy. If we didn't join forces, I'm afraid we'd have to be very careful. This fellow Daoist Yuan slightly hesitated. He slapped his hand and took out another Earth Escape talisman and threw it to fellow Daoist Min, saying, fellow Daoist Min, I'll give you an Earth Escape talisman. This is Xiaohua's number plate. No need. Fellow Daoist Yuan waved his hand and the Earth Escape talisman flew back to fellow Daoist Min. Fellow Daoist Yuan turned his head and said, if any fellow Daoist has extra Earth Escape talismans, I'll give you the first number plate. I have one. Just as fellow Daoist Yuan finished speaking, a cultivator took out several Earth Escape talismans from his storage pouch and handed them over. This cultivator was the one who followed Jiang Mingxiao from the Changlian village. Good, fellow Daoist fan, if I gets the number plate, your two won't be able to escape. Fellow Daoist Yuan was overjoyed and reached out to catch it. He slapped his hand and pointed with his finger. The alms bowl flashed and fell into fellow Daoist Yuan's hand. He looked at fellow Daoist Min and smiled. Shall we go down now? Hee please. Fellow Daoist Min also put away the small pagoda. The two of them flashed and chased down from different directions. Fellow Daoist fans still had some Earth Escape talismans and loudly asked, what should we do? Fellow Daoist Yuan said, if you want to come, then come. Whoever contributed the most would get the most. There are more than 20 number plates. Fellow Daoist Min smiled brightly and had already entered the earth. However, fellow Daoist fan and the other cultivators looked at each other. None of them dared to rashly fly down. After all, there weren't many cultivators with Earth Escape talismans, not even 40% of them. They wouldn't be willing to team up and chase down a cultivator who could kill an 11th layer Qi condensation cultivator even if they had 10 times the courage. Fellow Daoist fan hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, we'll just wait here. If fellow Daoist Yuan and fellow Daoist Min succeed, then we'll get some benefits. If not, then we'll think of something else. Another way. Everyone's hearts trembled when they heard this. They looked around and quickly flew to a place where there was no one around. What else could they do? In order to protect themselves, they first sought the protection of an 11th layer Qi condensation cultivator. Then, with the help of the 11th layer Qi condensation cultivator's divine sense, they hunted down stray cultivators. Although they killed a lot of them, in the end, there was still a limit. They had gathered all the number plates of the 11th layer Qi condensation cultivators, but they still didn't have enough. In the end, there were no more cultivators to kill, so they could only kill each other. For example, if fellow Daoist fan hadn't revealed Xiaohua's information, his number plate would have been snatched away by someone else long ago. Everyone was on guard, yellow talismans in hand. Not only were they looking at each other, but they were also staring at the ground, ready to be summoned by the two 11th layer Qi condensation cultivators at any time. At this moment, the air was still clear, and the horizon was faintly white. This was the sign of dawn. If nothing unexpected happened, after a meal, the light of dawn would appear, and the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection would come to an end. Seeing the anxiety in everyone's hearts, a few of the more quick-witted ones had other ideas. But at this moment, from the ground beneath everyone's feet, a jet-black brilliance suddenly shot out. With lightning speed, it stabbed into fellow Daoist fan's feet. Fellow Daoist fan didn't even have time to react. The iron cloak talisman and other defensive yellow talismans on his body were pierced. As the faint brilliance flickered, fellow Daoist fan only had time to put on a look of astonishment. His entire body began to sway and gradually disappeared. Bang! At the same time fellow Daoist fan disappeared, a number plate appeared in midair. The fat cultivator closest to fellow Daoist fan already had some yellow talismans in his hand. When he saw the number plate appear, he grinned and threw the yellow talismans in his hand, forcing the surrounding cultivators to retreat. He flew a few steps forward and reached out to grab the number plate. But just as his hand touched the number plate, a cold voice sounded in his ear. "You dare to take this young master's things?" Chapter 1529. Ah? This voice was very unfamiliar, but in the fat cultivator's ears, it was no less than a clap of thunder. "Senior, please spare my life." The fat cultivator hastily withdrew his hand, but it was already too late. The jet-black brilliance that had just killed fellow Daoist fan had returned. In the blink of an eye, it had pierced between the fat cultivator's eyebrows. The fat cultivator naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. He flung out a yellow talisman in his hand, and an ice net talisman appeared in front of him. "Gotcha!" The ice net talisman didn't seem to be able to block the sharp black iron needle in the slightest. The fat cultivator only felt his vision darken, and he was transported back to the thunderclap peak. Damn it, this guy, who is he? So powerful, so fast. When his figure landed on the thunderclap peak, the fat cultivator still hadn't seen who had eliminated him. Within the illusory formation, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the two number plates fell into his storage pouch. At the same time, two flustered and exasperated voices came from the ground beneath his feet. "Xiaohua, if you have the ability, don't run." "Don't run? You think this young master is a fool?" The corners of Xiaohua's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. His figure suddenly flew up, and with a wave of his hand, the black iron needle appeared in the air again, killing a 7th-level Qi refining cultivator. After taking a number plate, it flew in a certain direction. Behind Xiaohua were several tens of cultivators who were in a mess. At this moment, these cultivators couldn't help but make a move. Each of them took out their most convenient yellow talismans and methods. There were even a few people who took out their ancestral magic tools. They wanted to fight to the death when the sun rose from the east and see if they could gather enough number plates. When fellow Daoist Yuan and fellow Daoist Min flashed out from the ground, they saw the chaotic scene. They wanted to berate them, but they tacitly kept their mouths shut. This was their final method to deal with the problem. Although they arrived a bit earlier, they still arrived. "Fellow Daoist Yuan, should we still chase?" Fellow Daoist Min glanced at the distant Xiaohua's figure, which wasn't very fast, and whispered, "Still chase? My brain isn't sick." Fellow Daoist Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, and he said, "This Xiaohua already has enough number plates. He was still able to escape under the joint efforts of the two of us. Is definitely a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Since we are going to cultivate in the same sect in the future, how can we not form good karma? If we force them into a corner and force them to use whatever means they have, we will end up in a lose-lose situation." Then he looked at the chaos beneath his feet. "Isn't this the best time to solve our problem?" Fellow Daoist Min clapped his hands and said, "Great! I have the same idea." Then, the two of them stood with their hands clasped behind their backs and quietly watched the fight in the field. But the distant Xiaohua was at a loss. He used his perception to sweep over and over again, cursing in his heart, "Motherfuckers, why don't you chase after me? I'm still waiting to teach you a lesson." As he said this, he waved his hand, and the black iron needle flashed out from the rock behind him, flying into Xiaohua's hand at an extremely fast speed. Since the two 11th layer Qi refining cultivators didn't want to trouble Xiaohua, and Xiaohua himself didn't have any desire to win, the two of them joining forces could still put up a fight against Xiaohua. If Xiaohua didn't reveal his trump card, he would only be able to fight to a draw. There was no need to haggle over this any further. Thinking of this, Xiaohua released his perception. His figure leisurely floated up, and he flew in a certain direction. At this moment, the sky was about to brighten. All the cultivators knew this was their last chance. Almost all the temporary small groups were in conflict. Of the 15 11th layer Qi refining cultivators, 2 had been eliminated by Xiaohua, so there were still 13 left. These cultivators had already obtained a number plate that allowed them to pass the test. Some of them even seized a lot of number plates in order to gain the favor of the masters of the Imperial Thunder sect. Of course, these cultivators had some close friends with them, and for the sake of their future cultivation in the Imperial Thunder sect, they also gave some number plates to these people. Xiao Hua's dazed search naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. Among these cultivators, the majority of them already knew something from Xiao Hua's leisurely appearance. Looking at his peak 10th layer qi refining cultivation, they didn't dare to harass him. As soon as they saw Xiao Hua, they immediately ran far away, afraid that Xiao Hua would snatch away their number plates. Of course, there was still a small group of cultivators who had no other choice, or perhaps there was something wrong with their heads. Even though they knew they were no match for Xiao Hua, they still teamed up to attack Xiao Hua. This was because they also understood that Xiao Hua and the others definitely had 10 similar number plates in their storage pouches. As long as they had a chance, someone would immediately obtain a rare opportunity. Therefore, even though Xiao Hua didn't want to make a move, he still added another 13 number plates. When Xiao Hua flew to the top of a steep mountain, a bright red sun slowly rose from the east, illuminating the entire illusory realm with a dazzling light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mountains shook and the earth quaked. Countless mountain ranges began to sink, and countless forests gushed out from the ground. Following the changes in the illusory realm, many cultivators who used earth escape talismans were pushed out from the ground by the formation. It's her. Just a moment ago, when I killed a cultivator, 7 or 8 number plates fell from that person's body. This cultivator took advantage of Ai's inattention and scuttled out from the ground, taking away all of those number plates. A coarse voice shouted, "Now I still lack 3 number plates. Fellow Daoist, help I kill this cultivator, and I will give the other 5 number plates to him." Hee, this cultivator is actually interesting. Xiao Hua's mouth held a smile, and he inwardly said, "Why is it similar to this young master's previous behavior? As long as I get a good deal, I'll immediately run far away. This cultivator who had his number plates stolen. I'm afraid he doesn't have an earth escape talisman, right?" While thinking, Xiao Hua inadvertently swept his perception over, but when he sensed Shue's very familiar magic power fluctuations, his heart immediately jumped. Without the slightest hesitation, he released the black iron needle. In the distance, Shue was also in a critical situation. Her cultivation was just at the 7th level of qi refining, far from enough in this illusory realm. Fortunately, she had an earth escape talisman on her, so she could hide underground. Of course, the most important thing was that she was born in a cultivation family. Misty Mountain naturally had a few ancestral magic tools for her to use. One was a magic tool that could conceal magic power, and the other was a bewildering cloak, which could protect her completely. Of course, if it was only like this, she was afraid she would only be able to see Xiao Hua after sunrise. If Xiao Hua had more number plates, he might be able to give them to her, but most likely, that was impossible. Therefore, Shue also had her own plans. She relied on her magic tool to walk under the feet of others, always paying attention to the movements on the ground. Just now, when Xiao Hua heard that cultivator with the loud voice, he also deserved it. This guy also exhausted his mental and physical strength to use a magic tool to kill a cultivator whose cultivation was about the same as his own. Moreover, 8 number plates fell from that cultivator's body, which really made him overjoyed. In the end, this guy was in a daze, giving Shue, who had been coveting their fight underground for a long time, an opportunity. She was just a bit faster than that cultivator with the loud voice. Shue took the 8 number plates into her pouch, and in addition, in order to escape, she suffered a blow from the other party's magic tool, seriously injuring her body. In the future, she could only barely maintain her strength and hide underground. If she wanted to wait until sunrise, she would have the opportunity to strive for the top 100 with the 9 number plates. However, things didn't go as she wished. In the end, this illusory formation still had to move mountains and overturn seas to restore it to its original state. Shue's magic power was already insufficient, so she was even more unable to resist the repelling force underground. Like the others, she was sent out of the ground. Of course, a cultivator with magic power like her basically didn't exist in this illusory formation. Even if she only had one number plate, she would still be killed by others. Moreover, she just so happened to run into an enemy. She saw that cultivator with the loud voice activate his magic tool, and a round, large copper hammer-like magic tool struck down from the sky. Before it could even get close to Ten Zhang, the whistling sound of the wind enveloped Xue Xue. At the side, several other cultivators around the 9th layer of Qi refining also had smiles on their faces. Each of them used their divine abilities, sending yellow talismans and magic tools to greet Xue Xue's body. They didn't have any intention of showing mercy to a woman. Alas, yesterday's fun, today's sad memories, this place is still here. People are not the people of yesterday. Thanks for the memory, the wrong poem, I wish him good luck. Xue Xue saw the vicious methods of the crowd, and her heart felt a burst of sadness. She was too lazy to summon the magic tool in her hand, and silently recited a few lines of the poem. Her body stopped in the air, and her eyes looked towards the horizon where the sun was rising from the east. Her face was indifferent. Ah! Just as Xue Xue was about to give up, a despairing howl echoed out. Under the golden rays of the sun, a lightning-like black ray mysteriously flashed through the eyes of the loud voice. Following the disappearance of the loud voice, the bronze hammer that was less than a meter away from Xue Xue's forehead slowly disappeared. Moreover, the loud voice didn't lie. From the place where he disappeared, there really were 7 number plates that fell out. At this moment, the eyes of the cultivators that attacked Xue Xue emitted a green light. The magic tools and yellow talismans that were attacking Xue Xue naturally wouldn't be retracted, and the cultivators themselves flew towards those number plates. A voice that Xue Xue was familiar with descended from the sky. Immediately after, a sentence that Xue Xue had never heard before, but from now on, she was afraid that she would frequently hear it resounded throughout the entire place. These are this young master's things, I want to see who dares to touch them. Xiaohua! Xue Xue groaned in her heart, and slightly turned her head. Looking at Xiaohua who was flying towards her from the horizon, she made a very strange movement. Xue Xue! She actually didn't care about the magic tools that were attacking her, and instead raised her hand and very attentively combed the messy hair in front of her forehead. There's no mistake, right? Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but stare blankly. He killed that cultivator with the loud voice, of course, because he wanted to let Xue Xue block some of the remaining magic tools and yellow talismans. Who would have thought that the other party's big sister would actually a woman doll herself up for her lover? How could Xiaohua not vomit blood? What kind of situation is this? You're actually still thinking about this. Xiaohua truly understood what a female cultivator was. That you're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.